destroy. But there was more. In the very place where madness had been laid to rest, in the homogeneous space of unreason, an obscure, slow, barely formulated transformation was taking place, whose superficial effects alone are visible. A profound shift allowed madness to appear once again, as it set itself apart and began to define itself in its own terms. The new fear of the 18th century turned out to be not without foundation. Madness was again perceptible, as a confused presence, but one which before long began to problematize the abstraction of confinement once more. Asterisk. Everyone agreed that madness was increasing. But it is difficult to establish with any certainty that the numbers of the mad really did grow in the course of the 18th century, i.e. in a greater proportion than the rest of the population. The numbers are only available to us through those of confinement, which are not necessarily representative, both because the motivation behind confinement was often obscure, and because the number who were believed to be mad but were not confined was always greater. Some numerical facts are nonetheless certain. Looking at things overall, and comparing the figures for the late 17th century with those from the beginning of the Revolution, it is clear that there is a massive increase. La Salpêtrière had 3,059 inmates in 1690, 100 years later that figure had more than doubled, rising to 6,704, according to the report that La Rochefoucauld-Liancourt made to the Committee on Begging. 1 The proportions were the same for Bicêtre. The late 17th century had seen slightly fewer than 2,000 inmates, and by the time of the Revolution the numbers had risen to 3,874.2 for some religious houses. The increase was even more marked. When the Brothers of St. John of God opened their Charite Center of Confinement in Senlis in 1665, it was to have 4 places. By 1780 there were 91, 67 of which were occupied. 3 Château-Thierry, which was initially also very small, was home to 30 by 1,783.4, but these figures need to be studied against the curve of their evolution for their full significance to become apparent. The periods of installation and organization of internment should also be taken into account. During the early days of confinement, which stretched more or less from 1680 to 1720, growth was extremely rapid, outstripping the rate of growth of the general population. But if we concentrate solely on the 70 years that precede the Revolution, the figures are astonishingly stable, which is all the more paradoxical in the light of the sharp upturn in the demographic curve during the same period. It would appear that the number of confinements slowly reached a peak in the 1770s, and then declined in the years immediately preceding the Revolution. On January 1, 1770 there were 4,052 internees at Bicêtre, 4,277 on January 1, 1772, 3,938 on January 1, 1774, and 3,668 in 1776. When the Bursar Tristan closed the accounts on April 9, 1779, inmates numbered 3,518.5. Saint Lazare had 62 pensioners in 1733, 72 in 1736, and attained a maximum of 77 in 1776, but by October 29, 1788 there were a mere 40. On the eve of the Revolution, Château-Thierry counted no more than 25 pensioners. These fluctuations suffice to demonstrate that the confinement regime did not faithfully follow the demographic curve. There were definitely other influences at work: poverty, and the severity of the repressions of the last years of the reign of Louis XV caused the numbers to swell, while an economic upturn, the war in America, and the restrictions introduced by Breteul to the lettre de cachet procedure and to confinement practices caused the numbers in the population of the asylums to fall. In so far as it is possible to determine such things without a great risk of error, it appears that the numbers of the mad followed a quite particular curve, which was neither the demographic curve nor exactly that of confinement. In the early years of the Salpêtrière, adding up the numbers of women locked up in the Magdalene, St. Levis, St. Hilaire, St. Catherine and St. Elizabeth wards, as well as in the cells, a total of 479 is reached, which we can say with some certainty represented the number of inmates who were considered insane. 6. When Tenon had an investigation carried out in 1787, he found 600 mad women. La Rochefoucauld-Liancourt found 550. The movement was of a similar order in Bicetre. In 1726 there were 132 mad, violent, or innocent inmates. In 1789, 187 men were found locked up in Saint-Prix, the ward reserved for madmen. 7. The highest figure had been attained in 1788, 1784 saw 110 people admitted for insanity, while there were 127 in 1786, 151 in 1788, with the years that followed seeing 132, 103, and 92.8. We are faced therefore with a relatively slow increase in the numbers of the mad, or at least in internees who were recognized and labeled as such, throughout the 18th century, with a maximum being attained in the years 1785 to 1788, and then a swift collapse as soon as the revolution broke out. This pattern of development is clearly quite strange. Not only does it not exactly follow the evolution of confinement or the growth of the population, but it also fails to correspond to the rapid growth in the fear of all forms of madness and unreason that was so widespread in the 18th century. Naturally, the figures should not be looked at in isolation. It is probable that the consciousness of a growth in madness was not linked to the intensity of measures of confinement, but depended rather on the numbers of the mad who were not locked up, but left instead, with a mix of concern and carelessness, to move freely through society. The discovery of the vapors and of nervous diseases, and the new importance of hysterical and hypochondriac conditions perhaps contributed more towards that fear than confinement itself. But what lends the evolutionary curve of the confinement of the insane its particular inflection is the intervention of a new fact that explains the relative stagnation of the figures in comparison to the rapid increase in the fear that surrounded madness. What kept the figures of the confinement of the insane in the old asylums down was the opening, in the mid-century period, of a whole series of institutions exclusively destined for the insane. This phenomenon was almost as sudden as the Great Confinement in the 17th century, but it attracted even less notice. Yet its significance is essential. Already in 1695, the town of Aix had opened a hospital for the insane, provided they were violent or dangerous, a requirement that underlined the still purely repressive nature of the institution. 9. But in the 18th century, confinement in houses strictly reserved for the mad became a common practice. The Picpus brothers had one such institution in Fontaine, near Lyon. The observant Ines had another in Manosque, and the Daughters of Providence had another in Saumur. 10. In Paris, 20 such private houses were opened, almost all of them in the latter half of the century, and some of them were of a considerable size, like the famous Pension Belhomme, which had room for 33, as did the Maison Bouquelin. The Pension Saint Colombe could take 28, and the Pension Lainel 29, with the Pensions Douai and Guérois taking 20 apiece. 11. The Petites Maisons developed a reputation for being the home of the mad par excellence, and it became quite common for Bicetre or the Salpêtrière to try to pass inmates on there, arguing that they were more suited to the Petites Maisons. 12. This was an entirely new development in comparison with the 17th century. Many of the insane who, 50 years earlier, would have found themselves locked up in one of the great houses of confinement, now found a land of asylum that they could properly call their own. This in part explains why their numbers grew so slowly, judging by the limited number of establishments that already existed in the 17th century. But more than the numbers involved, the true measure of the importance of the phenomenon was the shift in significance that it implied. For in fact the same phenomenon can be witnessed throughout Europe. Suddenly, the mad were once more locked up in the way that they had been during the Renaissance. In 1728, for example, the ancient doll house in Frankfurt was reopened. 13. Numerous private houses also sprang up in Germany. In Rockwinkel, near Bremen, a pension opened in 1764, run by a Dutchman, and the Arenhaus of Brieg in Schleswig was set up in 1784, with space for 50 inmates, and 1791 saw the opening of the St. George Irrenanstalt in Bayreuth. In places where no separate hospitals were built for the insane, areas were set aside inside the existing ones. In Würzburg, the Prince Bishop of Schönborn decreed in May 1743 that those who were delirants et simul furiosi, delirious and frenzied looking, were to be kept in a special quarter of the Julius Hospital, while the placidi delirants et non furiosi, the placid delirious and the non-frenzied, were to remain in the district's existing houses of confinement. 14 In Vienna, one of the biggest houses for the insane in Europe was opened, with room for 129 inmates. 15 In England, the Manchester and then the Liverpool lunatic hospitals came into being, and the lunatic ward of Guy's Hospital was set up. 16 Followed in 1777 by the infamous York Hospital, against which Tuke and the Quakers campaigned, not because it represented a residue of a past that they wished to obliterate, but rather on account of its novelty, since it manifested better than others a certain consciousness of madness and the status it was granted. But of all these new entities, the most important by far was clearly the St. Luke's Hospital. Rebuilding had begun in 1782, and the plan was to house 220 inmates. When Tenon visited 5 years later, he found it still incomplete, and home to 130 lunatics. To enter here, inmates must be poor, judged to be manic, it must be less than a year since the onset of their disease, and they must not have been previously treated in another hospital for the mad. No imbeciles are admitted, nor are those who suffer from convulsions or venereal diseases, or who are senile, pregnant, or have smallpox. If any such condition became apparent, the patient was immediately forced to leave. 17. It is tempting to look for a connection here between these new institutions and the whole collection of reforming theories that led through Tuke, Pinel, and Rail to the setting up of the great asylums of the 19th century. But a simple reason of chronology shows that these 18th century creations are not part of the later movement of reform. The principal texts that demanded a medical status, or at least improved treatment for the mad, predate the Revolution by a very short space of time. Doublet and Colombier's instructions were only drawn up in 1785, and it was 1787 before Tenon revealed his project for a hospital for the mentally ill. Movements in that direction inside the institutions were well in advance of any theoretical effort to consider confined madmen as patients in need of treatment. And in any case the new hospitals that were opening often differed little in their structure from those that had preceded them a century earlier. The juridical conditions of confinement remained unchanged, and despite the fact that they were especially destined for the insane, there was almost no place for medicine in these new hospitals. St. Luke's was not really progress in comparison to Bethlehem. Statutes fixed the period of treatment at 1 year, and if no satisfactory result was discernible at the end of that period, subjects were dismissed. The treatment itself was extremely vague. Treatment is in accordance with the symptoms presented, and which seem most likely to respond. Bowel movements are to be restored to normal, and stomachs are to be kept free. Lunatics are taken to the infirmary if they are unwell. 18 The other institutions mentioned above were no more medical than St. Luke's, and in particular the 20 private pensions that came into existence in Paris allowed neither the presence of physicians nor even house calls from them. 19. The key factor in the changes that were coming about in the second half of the 18th century was not therefore the reform of the institutions, nor the spirit of reinvention, but the spontaneous mutation that wound up creating asylums destined exclusively for the insane. Madness had not broken the circle of confinement, but it was evolving and slowly marking its distance. It was as though a new exclusion was developing within the old, as though this new exile was necessary for madness to find its place, to be on a level footing with itself at last. Madness had found its own homeland. The difference was barely perceptible, as the new style of confinement resembled the one that had preceded it so closely, but it indicated nonetheless that something essential was happening, isolating madness and granting it autonomy from the unreason with which it had been confused. What was the nature of this homeland, now other and yet still the same? How had the location of madness shifted, placing it in a difficult position between the milieu of homogeneous unreason, and the new place where it would take on its own identity. The movement was certainly not unrelated to the contemporaneous revival in the fear of madness. But to decide that this was cause rather than effect would perhaps be a little arbitrary. Is it because a society begins to be afraid of the mad that it displaces them, and ensures they are kept in isolation? Or is it rather because they have taken on an autonomous identity, and occupy an independent space, that a fear of them begins to spread? In other words, was this a resurrection of the age-old Western fear that had lingered on, despite confinement, authorizing a reappearance of the Nar term and something like a new departure for the ship of fools, or is it possible to discern here the birth of new structures, the silhouette of the great asylums of the 19th century? To look for causality is perhaps to cloud the issue unnecessarily. What does shift slowly in madness throughout the 18th century is neither what remains of the past nor a foretaste of the future, but both at once in an experience that builds its own past while planning its own future. What matters most, to understand these temporal relations and reduce their prestige, is knowing how madness was perceived at this time, before all conscious reflection on it and all formulation of knowledge. The fear of madness and the isolation to which it was condemned indicate a region of darkness where madness was experienced in a primitive manner, where it was recognized before it was known, and where what could be historical in its evolving truth slowly took form. Asterisk. Unreason, under the 18th century constraint of confinement, was constantly becoming ever simpler, giving up its peculiarities and fading into dull monotony. Little by little, the singular faces for which it was interned began to disappear and blend into the global apprehension of libertinage. Everyone who was confined but not labeled mad was now locked up as some kind of libertine. Only the work of Sada, at the end of the century, at the moment when the structure of confinement was beginning to fall into pieces, managed to break this confused unity. Starting out from a form of libertinage reduced to its most flagrantly sexual common denominator, he re-established contact with the deepest powers of unreason, rediscovering the depths of profanation and allowing all the voices of the world where nature abolished herself to rise up within him. But even this work, and the discourse that it pursued so unrelentingly, is perhaps just another manifestation of that essential uniformity through which unreason surfaced at the end of the 18th century. There is a uniformity of sexual variations, whose incessant renewal must be accepted, like a constantly repeated prayer, and which served as an invocation to a now distant unreason. While unreason was thus absorbed into the undifferentiated, only maintaining an obscure power of enchantment, a distant, glittering point that was perpetually out of reach, madness, by contrast, became ever more specific, probably at the same pace at which unreason retreated and unraveled into continuity. Unreason, increasingly, was just a power of fascination, while madness became an established object of perception. On July 15, 1721, when the parliamentary commissioners were visiting Saint Lazare, they were informed of the presence of 23 lunatics, 4 feeble-minded, 2 violent and 1 frenzied inmate, excluding those who were serving a penal sentence, correctionaries. 12 years later, during the course of a similar visit in July 1733, there was no significant increase in the numbers of the mad, but the world of madness was strangely more populated. We should ignore descriptions like libertinage, behaves badly, has no religion or refuses to go to mass. These were but the ever more confused figures of unreason. Looking solely at the forms of madness that were recognized as such, we find 12 insane, 6 weak-minded, 2 lunatics, 2 imbeciles, 1 man who had returned to childhood and 2 frenzied. There were also 5 cases of disturbance, 1 case of disorder, and 1 pensioner who suffered from extraordinary sentiments. 12 years had been sufficient time for the 3 or 4 categories into which the insane were unproblematically placed, lunacy, weak-mindedness, violence, and frenzy, to become insufficient to cover the whole spectrum of madness. Forms now multiplied, and doubles appeared. Imbeciles were now to be distinguished from the weak-minded and the senile. Disturbance, disorder, and extraordinary sentiments were now no longer the same thing, and there was even a difference between the alienated, aliens, and the insane, insenses, a division that seems enigmatic in the extreme to our eyes. The sensibility to madness, which previously had appeared to be quite uniform, suddenly opened up, casting a new light on what until this point had been hiding within the monotony of the insane. The mad were no longer those who could be distinguished with a rapid and undiscerning glance from all the others, they became differentiated from each other, no longer concealing the secrets of their paradoxical species in the cloak of unreason that enveloped them. This intrusion of difference into the equality of madness was highly significant. Reason was no longer opposed to unreason in a relation of exteriority that allowed it to do nothing other than denounce it, but it began to invade it in an extremely tenuous if decisive form, non-resemblance, which can be conceived as a first disengagement from identity. Previously, unreason had been absolute difference for reason, but a difference levelled in itself by the infinitely recommenced identity of unreason. But now the multiple faces of difference began to appear, forming a domain into which reason could venture and almost recognize itself. The day would come when all differences were to be classified and analyzed objectively, and reason could claim as its own the most visible regions of unreason. For a long time, medical thought only mastered madness through the abstract analysis of these differences. 20. This evolution is perfectly measurable, just as it can be exactly assigned to a precise moment. 3 or 4 categories are isolated on the register of Saint Lazare in 1721, 14 in 1728, and 16 in 1733. In 1733, Boissier de Sauvage's published Nouvelles Classes, which multiplied the old world of the sicknesses of the mind, adding to the 4 or 5 species commonly accepted at the time of Willis or Bauer have the long series of all the Vicanii. A coincidence of this nature is probably not chance, yet between the classes that Sauvages proposed and the categories indicated on the registers of institutions like Charenton or Saint Lazare there is almost nothing in common. Excluding a few terms like dementia and imbecility, none of the new categories of confinement coincides even approximately with those described in the nosologies of the 18th century. The two phenomena appear to be simultaneous, but are probably different in nature and meaning, as though the nosological analysis, following a conceptual line or a causal chain, spoke only of and for reason, and had determined nothing of what madness had to say for itself once it was situated inside the space of confinement. The formulations were extremely simple at the outset. As we saw above, there were 3 or 4 basic categories, with the largely undifferentiated domain of alienation, and the more precise figures of frenzy, furor, and imbecility, imbecilite. The rest was only ever characterized via picturesque moral traits, or by the absurdity of errors professed. 21 It seems that the categories of frenzy and imbecility, after many years lost among the ranks of these individual characterizations, slowly took on a more general value, forming 2 poles between which the whole domain of alienation spread. In 1794, for example, the register at Charenton contains mentions like the following: concerning a certain Claude Barbin, he seemed more eccentric, extravagant, than last year. But it would appear that his mind is still finely balanced between frenzy and imbecility. 22 Frenzy implied all acts of violence carried out against others, death threats, and a rage that went so far as to turn against the self. Darganson wrote the following regarding a woman named Gohart: her madness often descends into frenzy, and, judging by appearances, would lead her either to murder her husband or to do away with herself at the earliest opportunity. 23 Imbecility too held mortal dangers, but of a different form. Imbeciles were unable to ensure their own survival, and were therefore not responsible for their lives. They were death's passive victims, not in any violent sense, but through a pure and simple incapacity to look after themselves. A refusal to eat was considered the most obvious sign of imbecility. Madness was situated and oscillated between these 2 points, which were its extremes, and classification was only carried out in relation to this dual urgency. Confinement distinguished above all in madness the danger of death that it involved. It was death that made the division rather than reason or nature, and the rest was a swarming individual proliferation of faults and defects. This was the first effort towards an organization of the world of the asylums, and its prestige was of sufficient importance for Tenon to note, at the end of the 18th century, that it was invaluable, in that it dictated the imperatives of coercion. The mad are to be divided into the imbecilic and the frenzied, both need to be kept under continual surveillance 24. But out of this rather rudimentary organization where only the peril of death could obliterate the individual, picturesque, newer, more coherent figures began to emerge, leading to what can best be thought of as an asylum perception of madness. New qualities appeared, which no longer simply signaled dangers or revolved around the threat of death. Naturally, following this work in all its meanders presents considerable difficulties, as the only clues available are the skeletal entries on the confinement registers. But even in those texts, it is clear that madness began to speak a language that was not simply related to matters of life and death, but talked of itself instead, and of all the sense and nonsense that it contained. The distinction, so frequent in the 18th century and so mysterious to us today, between lunatics, lay aliens, the alienated, and the insane, lay insenses, can probably be understood in these terms. Until the beginning of the century, the two played symmetrical and inverse roles. Sometimes the insane were the delirious in the wider category of lunatics or the mad, sometimes lunatics were those among the insane who had lost all form or trace of reason, the insane being in the most general and least precise terms mentally disturbed or of troubled mind. But little by little, in the course of the 18th century, a new division became apparent, which had quite a different meaning. A lunatic was a man who had entirely lost truth, and was given over to the illusions of all his senses and the night of the world. Each of his own truths was error, and all that seemed obvious to him was mere fantasy to others, and he was therefore prey to the blindest forces of madness. Either he falls into a sort of dementia, where all reason and all sense of humanity is entirely absent, or he is agitated by a violent passion that torments him, and he enters into a frenzy where he breathes nothing but blood, murder, and carnage, and in these moments of troubled agitation he recognizes no one, and no longer knows who he is, and the world has all to fear from him. 25. An alienated person had crossed over into inaccessible territory, and everything in his world was out of reach for other mortals and for himself. In the universe of the insane, by contrast, an observer could find his bearings, and madness there could always be identified. It either affected perception, or at least the judgment or belief that might be found in a perception. This is an insane man who believed that the Eternal Father had appeared to him, giving him the power to preach penance and to save the world. 26. Or it was to be found in the intellectual apprehension of the truth, in the means by which one identified the truth as such, or in which truth was deduced or adhered to. He still stubbornly maintains his belief in judicial astrology, and the mysterious impieties out of which he has constructed his own system of medicine. 27. An insane man was not like a lunatic, who gave free rein to the lifeblood of madness. He allowed unreason to circulate more or less secretly in the guise of reason. The religious brothers at Charenton had this to say on the same subject: what he once believed as part of his libertine principles or criminal intentions, he now believes more by eccentricity than by reason. He is now of the opinion that he is besieged by infernal spirits. An insane man was not entirely a stranger to the world of reason, but demonstrated instead something like reason perverted, or reason that went off the rails with each new movement of the spirit. In him a perilous exchange between reason and unreason was constantly being effected, whereas lunacy was more a question of the moment of rupture. A lunatic was entirely on the side of nonsense, an insane man was constantly interverting meaning. In all probability, these distinctions remain fairly blurred for the people who used them, and nothing proves that they were rigorously applied. The organizing principles, however, life and death, sense and nonsense, return with sufficient frequency for the categories to remain in place for most of the 18th century, grouping around the major themes a number of derived notions. Raving, in rage, for instance, described a mixture of frenzy and lunacy, an intoxication of nonsense reaching extremes of violence. Louis Guillaume de la Formacie was first confined in Bicêtre because the sole use he made of his liberty was to abuse it, but frenzy took over before long, and he fell into total nonsense, and ended up classified as raving. He can only recognize an old woman, the only person who brings him food from his family. Any servant from the family would risk dying from his blows if they approached him. 28 By contrast, the stubborn were recognizable for putting their blend of frenzy and violence at the disposal of a senseless idea. One Roland Guény was locked up in the Bastille and then in Bicêtre on account of hallucinations that resemble the experiences of visionaries. The mere sight of a man of the cloth drives him to a fury. 29 The deranged mixed lunacy and imbecility, their blend of good temper and incapacity revealing a great disorder in their thought. One of the registers at Bicêtre speaks of a former schoolmaster who had married a woman of ill repute, and had fallen into such misery that his mind had become entirely deranged. 30. These notions may appear quite precarious when confronted with theoretical classifications, but their consistency is proven, if only in a negative way, by the fact that they resisted the penetration of any medical influence so effectively for so long. While the asylum perception of madness became progressively more acute, medicine remained outside, or intervened in a manner that was only incidental or almost marginal. A small number of records contain medical notations, and they are picturesque in nature, like the following comments about an insane man who believed that he was possessed by evil spirits. The origin of his problems is to be traced to his reading of Kabbalistic books. The intemperance linked to his ardent and melancholic constitution has aggravated his condition considerably. The author goes on to observe that his madness is increasingly accompanied by a black melancholy, and a dangerous fury. 31 Medical classifications and confinement classifications had little in common. The former might be used for descriptive purposes, and on even rarer occasions for diagnostic purposes as well, but this was invariably in an anecdotal manner. His wide eyes, and his head constantly tilted over one shoulder make it clear that a cure is far from certain. 32. Working at the limits of the resources that we have at our disposal, we can still partially trace the evolution of a long, painstaking process of classification that moved in parallel to the theoretical model but was entirely independent from it. This simultaneity also proves, on both sides, the penetration of reason into the domain of madness, which it had attempted to banish through confinement. But on the one hand, with medicine, we find the work of a form of knowledge that treats the different forms of madness as so many natural species. On the other, an attempt at recognition that lets madness speak for itself, allowing voices to be heard, which for the first time in the history of the Christian West are neither those of prophecy, nor trance, or possession, nor buffoonery, voices where madness speaks for nothing or no one else, but for itself. In the silence of confinement, madness had strangely conquered a language that was its own. For a long time to come, what is traditionally known as classical psychiatry, i.e. more or less all that happens between Pinel and Bleuler, made use of concepts that were at bottom nothing more than compromises, incessant oscillations between these two domains of experience that the 19th century had not managed to unify, the abstract field of a theoretical nature within which the concepts of medical theory were constructed, and the concrete space of an artificially established confinement, where madness began to express itself. It is as if a medical analytics and an asylum perception never managed to overlap, and the classificatory mania of the psychiatrists of the past century probably indicates a renewed discomfort facing the duality of sources in psychiatric experience, and the impossibility of any reconciliation between them. This was not a conflict between theory and experience, between everyday familiarity and abstract knowledge, the known and the unknown. It was in a more secret manner a tear in the experience that we once had of madness, and which perhaps still exists today, a rent between madness considered by our science as mental illness, and all that it can give of itself in the space in which it has been alienated by our culture. Attentive to the mortal dangers and the meaning of language, the asylum perception probably did more than all of the nosographies of the 18th century to force men to finally pay attention to all that madness could say about itself. A work that was more profoundly medical than medicine itself was taking place precisely where medicine was banished and the mad were not even considered to be patients. Asterisk. From this point on, we have a guiding thread. From the moment when, in the late 18th century, we see the mad almost divide themselves into groups, and take places that are theirs, we understand quite clearly how the 19th century asylum and positive psychiatry became possible and how madness at last affirmed its rights. From one century to the next, everything falls into place, first of all confinement, from which the first lunatic insane asylums were to result, and the curiosity that was born there, soon to become pity, then humanitarianism and social concern, making Pinel and Tuke possible, eventually leading to the great movement of reform with its commissions of inquiry, and the great hospitals that emerged, leading at last to the era of Esquirol, and the felicity of a medical science of madness at last. The line is straight, and progress was easy. The Charenton of the Brothers of St. John of God foreshadows the Charenton of Esquirol, and the Salpetriera, doubtless, had but one possible future, the one that Charcot was to have in mind. But a closer look reveals that this thread is broken, and in more than one place. Can we really be so sure of the meaning of the movement which, at the beginning, tends to segregate the mad? Granted, in the silence and immobility that was confinement, these early perceptions, and the movement that was sketched out, look like indications that we are getting closer. It looks as though not only was a more positive form of knowledge now on the horizon, but also a more alert sensibility was coming to the fore, closer to the meaning of madness itself and more faithful to its contours. All that was alienated in man was given a voice, and for the first time these stammerings were lent an ear. Something like the prefiguration of an order was discernible in the chaos, and indifference opened up to difference, as though madness were entering the familiarity of language already most offered in a system of exchange. The idea that man, in a movement that was to compromise the whole structure of alienation, was already beginning to recognize his own image therein, would flatter our sensibilities and simplify history considerably. But what we seek is not the value that madness took for us, but the movement through which it took its place in the perceptions of the 18th century, the series of ruptures, discontinuities, and explosions that make it what it is for us, and the opaque memories of all that it has been. If we follow events closely, the evidence is there. If the 18th century slowly made way for madness, and started to draw distinctions between different types of faces, it was not by examining them close up, but rather by moving at a distance. A new dimension was required, delimiting a new space and something like a new solitude, where madness from within this second silence could at last speak. If it found its place, that was largely because of the growing emptiness around it, and it owed its many faces and differences not to an increasingly attentive approach, but rather to an indifference that separated it. Which is as much to say that the maximum distance was achieved on the very eve of the day when it emerged as liberated and made human, the day before Pinel reformed by Cetra. 33. All that remains is to demonstrate this. The results are well known. In the early 19th century, every psychiatrist, every historian yielded to the same movement of indignation, and the same scandalous reaction and virtuous indignation was heard in every corner. No one blushed at throwing the alienated in prison. Esquirol drew up a list, including the Ha fortress in Bordeaux, the jails in Toulouse and Rennes, the Bicetre that were to be found in Poitiers, Caen, and Amiens, the chateau in Angers. In fact, there are few prisons that do not contain their share of the raving mad, poor unfortunates who are chained up in cells next to common criminals. What a monstrous association! Even quiet madmen are treated worse than criminals. 34. The entire century echoed him. In England, the Tukes became historians and apologists for the ancestral over 35, while in Germany, after Wagnitz, Rail lamented the fate of those who were thrown like state criminals into dungeons and cells where the eye of humanity never penetrates. 36. For more than half a century, the positivist age relentlessly and vocally insisted that it had been the first to deliver the mad from this pitiful confusion with the condemned, and separated the innocence of unreason from criminal guilt. But it is easy to show that these were vain pretensions. These same protestations had been doing the rounds for years. Before Rail, there was Frank. Anyone who has visited the lunatic asylums in Germany will remember with horror what they saw there. To enter these asylums of affliction and unhappiness is shocking. All that can be heard are cries of despair, yet man lives there, distinguished by his talents and his virtues. 37. Before Esquirol and before Pinel came La Rochefoucauld and Tenon, and they in turn had been preceded by an incessant murmur throughout the 18th century, made of insistent protestations repeated year after year, in particular by people one would have supposed most indifferent, or to have had perhaps the greatest interest in maintaining such confusion. 25 years before Pinel's exclamations, Malesherbes could be quoted, who visited the state prisons, with the aim of breaking down their doors. Prisoners whom he considered not to be in their right mind were sent to houses where society, exercise, and the attention that he carefully prescribed were bound, in his opinion, to cure them. 38. Earlier in the century was the more muted voice of a host of hospital directors, administrators, and guards who from generation to generation constantly formulated and were occasionally granted the same request, the separation of the mad and the prisoners. One was the prior of the Charite Hospital in Senlis, who begged the lieutenant of police to send some of the prisoners away, and lock them up in a fortress somewhere. 39. Another was a guard in the Brunswick jail who asked, and this as early as 1713, was the insane should not be mixed with the other inmates who labored in the workshops. 40. What the 19th century formulated so loudly, using all the resources of pathos, the 18th century had murmured again and again sotto voce for generations. The achievement of Esquirol, Rail, and the Tukes was to repeat in a higher tone what had become almost the commonplaces of asylum practice. The slow emigration of the mad of which we have spoken, from 1720 up until the Revolution, is probably nothing more than its most visible effect. And yet we should listen carefully to all that was said in that half-silence. For what exactly did the prior of Senlis argue, when he asked that one of his inmates be removed from the company of the insane? He is deserving of pity, as are one or two others who would be better suited to a citadel, because of the company of 6 others who are quite mad and who torment them night and day. The meaning of the plea was clearly understood, and the lieutenant of police had these confined set free at once. The request of the guard at Brunswick jail was of the same order. The good order of the workshop was disturbed by cries and disorder of the insane. Their ravings were a perpetual danger, and they were better off back in their cages where they could be tied up. Evidently, the same protestations did not have quite the same value from one century to the next after all. In the early 19th century, the complaint was that the mad were treated no better than common criminals, or prisoners of the state. In the 18th century, the view was rather that criminals deserved better treatment than to be locked up alongside the insane. For Esquirol, the scandal was that convicts were merely convicts. For the prior of Senlis, the argument was that the mad, at the end of the day, were merely insane. The difference might not seem of great significance, and might easily have been guessed. But it is important to bear it in mind to understand how the consciousness of madness evolved during the course of the 18th century. It did not evolve as part of a humanitarian movement that slowly forced the human reality of the mad to be acknowledged, focusing on the familiar and pitiful face of the mad. Nor was it the result of a pressure of scientific need that forced it to be more attentive to what madness actually had to say about itself. It did change, slowly, but it was indeed in the real and artificial space of confinement, through imperceptible slippages in its structures, and occasionally through moments of violence, which slowly shaped the consciousness of madness that was contemporaneous with the revolution. If the mad were progressively isolated, and the monotony of insanity was divided into rudimentary species, that was not thanks to medical progress or any humanitarian approach. The phenomenon was born inside confinement, and it is inside confinement that the keys to this new consciousness of madness are to be found. This consciousness is of a political rather than philanthropic nature. For if in the 18th century it was noticed that among the confined, the libertine, the debauched and the prodigal there were men whose disorder was of another nature, and whose disquiet was incurable, it was precisely the confined themselves who should take the credit for that. They were the first to protest, and theirs were the loudest voices. Ministers, lieutenants of police and magistrates were all harried with the same complaint, which was taken up time and again. One man writes to Maurepas to complain that he is being confused with the mad, some of whom are constantly raving, so much so that I risk their dangerous attacks from one moment to the next. 41 The Abbé de Moncrief repeats the same complaint to Lieutenant Barrier. For 9 months now I have been locked up in a horrible hole with 15 or 20 raving madmen, including a number of epileptics. 42 As the century progressed, protestations against confinement became ever more vocal, and madness became increasingly the obsession of the confined, the image of their humiliation, of their reason conquered and reduced to silence. The day was soon to come when Mirabeau would recognize in the shameful promiscuity of madness both a subtle means of silencing those one wanted to crush and the image of despotism, the triumph of bestiality. The mad were neither the first nor the most innocent victims of confinement, but they were the darkest and most visible, the most persistent symbol of the power that confined. The dull obstinacy of power is to be found there in the midst of the confined, the lurid presence of unreason. The struggle against the forces of the establishment, against the family and the church started there at the heart of confinement, in this Saturnalia of reason. Madness was so much a symbol of the powers that punish that it effectively played the role of a supplementary punishment, an additional torture that maintained order in the uniform punishments of the houses of correction. La Rochefoucauld-Liancourt bore witness to this in his report to the Committee on Begging. One of the punishments inflicted on epileptics, and on the other infirm in these chambers, even the deserving poor, is to lock them up amongst the mad. 43 The scandal was merely the fact that the mad were the brutal truth about confinement, the passive instrument of all that was worst within it. An indicator of that is to be found in the idea, a commonplace in the literature of confinement in the 18th century, that a stay in a house of correction inevitably resulted in madness. To live in that world of delirium, in the midst of the triumph of unreason, was, through the fatality of place and things, to join the living symbols of the institution itself. I would point out that most of the insane to be found in houses of correction and the state prisons lost their reason either as a result of excessively poor treatment, or through a horror of the solitude where at every turn they are confronted by the illusions of an imagination sharpened by pain. 44. The presence of the mad among prisoners was not the scandalous limit of confinement, but its truth, not an abuse, but its essence. The polemic that emerged in the 18th century regarding confinement did indeed touch upon the mixing that was operated between the mad and people of sound mind, but it left the fundamental relationship between confinement and the mad untouched. Whatever the attitude adopted, that at least did not enter into the question. Mirabeau, that great friend of man, was as severe with confinement as he was with the confined. For him, no one confined in what he termed the celebrated prisons of the state was innocent, but their place was not in these costly houses, where their days were dragged out in enforced futility. Why lock up ladies of the night, who if sent to workshops in the provinces, could become ladies of the loom? Similarly, those rascals who are waiting for their liberty in order to get themselves hanged, as they are already in chains, why not force them to do tasks that have proved insalubrious for normal workers? They might serve as an example. Once this whole population had been removed, what would be left in the houses of confinement? Only those who could be kept nowhere else, and who had every right to be there, a small number of prisoners of the state, whose crimes could not be revealed, to whom could be added old men burnt out by a life of debauchery and dissipation, whose only ambition had ever been to expire in the hospital, an ambition they will almost certainly attain, and finally the insane, who had to be fitted in somewhere, they could vegetate in any old corner. 45 Mirabeau's son argued in the opposite direction. I formally defy anyone in the world to prove that prisoners of the state, rascals, libertines, madmen, and ruined old men make up not the greater part, but not even a third, a quarter or a tenth of the inmates in fortresses, houses of correction and state prisons. The scandal for him was thus not that the mad were mixed in with other rascals, but that they did not make up with them the greater part of the population of the confined. Who then was entitled to complain about being mixed in with criminals? Certainly not those who had forever lost their reason, but rather those who were paying for the passing errors of their youth. I might ask, why libertines and rascals are mingled together? I might also ask why young people with a dangerous disposition are left with men who will quickly lead them to the last degree of corruption. If this mixing of rascals and libertines exists, as it all too clearly does, why then by this infamous, odious union do we convict ourselves of that most heinous of crimes, that of forcing men into criminality? What other fate might be reserved for the mad? They were neither reasonable enough not to be confined, nor wise enough not to be treated like criminals. It is all too true that those who have lost their reason should be hidden away out of sight of society. 46. It now becomes clear how the political critique of confinement worked in the 18th century. Not at all as a liberation of madness, and in no way could it be said that it elicited a more philanthropic or medical attention to the mad. On the contrary, the century linked confinement to insanity ever more strongly, and this by a double bind, one that made of it a symbol of the power that confined, and its derisory and obsessive representation inside the world of confinement, and the other which designated it as the object of all the measures of confinement par excellence. Subject and object, image and aim of repression, it was a symbol of its blind, arbitrary nature, and a justification of all that was reasonable and well-founded within it. Through a paradoxical circle, madness finally appeared as the sole reason for confinement, while serving as a symbol of its deep unreason. Michelet, whose thought was still so close to that of the 18th century, formulated this idea with astonishing rigor, in a movement reminiscent of Mirabeau's thought when talking of his stay in the prison at Vincennes while Sada was there. First, confinement itself was a cause of alienation. Prison makes men mad. The people found in the Bastille and in Bicêtre were quite stupefied. Second, all that was most unreasonable, shameful, and deeply immoral about power in the 18th century was represented within the space of confinement, and by a madman. We have seen the frenzies of the Salpêtrière. A terrible madman lived in Vincennes, the poisonous Sada, who wrote in the hope of corrupting times to come. Third, he was the only madman they should have kept for confinement, and this was not done. They let him go, and kept Mirabeau instead. 47. Asterisk. A vacuum thus appears at the heart of confinement, a void that isolates madness, denouncing in it all that is irreducible and unbearable to reason. Madness now appears with all that distinguishes it from the other confined forms as well. The presence of the mad seems an injustice, but only for the others. The great envelopment that made for the confused unity of unreason is now broken. Madness becomes individualist, strangely twinned with crime, linked at least to it by a connection that no one had thought to question yet. These two figures subsist alone in this confinement emptied of a part of its contents, and between them they symbolize all that is necessary in it. From this point on, they alone are that which merited confinement. Marking its distance, and becoming a clearly identifiable form in the confused world of unreason did not liberate madness. Instead, a profound link was forged with the world of confinement, a link that became almost its essence. But at the same time confinement also faced a second crisis, which was even more serious as it called into question not only its function as an apparatus of repression, but also its very existence. This crisis came not from within, and was unconnected to any form of political protest, but rose up slowly from a whole economic and social horizon. No doubt confinement never really achieved the simple, effective role that it was supposed to have at the time of Colbert, but it answered so well a real necessity, that it was bound to integrate into other structures, and to be used to other ends. It had first of all served as a relay in the demographic displacements that the peopling of the colonies had demanded. Since the early years of the 18th century, the lieutenant of police had traditionally presented the minister with a list of all the confined in Bicêtre and the Salpêtrière who were good enough for the islands, asking permission for them to leave. 48. This was another means of freeing up places occupied in the Hôpital General by a cumbersome but active population who could not be kept confined indefinitely. In 1717, with the founding of the Compagnie d'Occident, the exploitation of the Americas became an integral part of the French economy. Use was made of the confined population, and the famous departures from Rouen and La Rochelle started, with girls in carts and boys in chains. The early violent incidents of 1720 did not recur, but the custom of deportation continued, adding a new terror to the mythology of confinement. 49 Now people were sent into confinement as a prelude to being sent to the islands. The intention was to force a mobile population to move abroad and work the newly colonized lands, and confinement became a warehouse of migrants to be sent to a chosen destination when the time was ripe. From this point on, the measures of confinement were not simply a function of the labor market in France, but of the state of the colonization of the Americas, of the price of agricultural foodstuffs, the development of the plantations, the rivalry between England and France, and the maritime wars that interfered with both commerce and emigration. There were times of growth of the confined population, like the 7 Years' War, and there were times when demand was much higher, when the confined population was easily dispatched to the Americas. 50. Another factor in the second half of the century was an important change in the structure of agriculture, the progressive disappearance, in both England and France, of common land. The dividing up of such land, previously a mere possibility, became obligatory in France in 1770. Directly or indirectly, it was the large landowners who profited from these measures, and small cattle farmers were often ruined. In places where the common land was equitably shared out between families or small associations, small holdings came into existence, but their survival was precarious. 51 A whole rural population found itself cut off from its land and obliged to live the life of agricultural laborers, at the mercy of crises in production and unemployment. A double pressure was alternately brought to bear on wages, causing them to fall constantly. Poor harvests caused agricultural revenues to fall, and good harvests pushed down the retail prices. A recession began, and only deepened during the 20 years preceding the Revolution. 52 Indigence and unemployment, which since the mid-18th century had been mainly urban phenomena, and merely seasonal in the countryside, suddenly became rural problems as well. Workhouses and general hospitals had sprung up for the most part in regions where manufacturing and commerce had developed the fastest, and therefore where the population densities were highest. Were they now to be required too in the countryside, where a seemingly permanent crisis was taking shape? As the century progressed, confinement became ever more closely linked to complex phenomena. It became more urgent, but also more difficult, and constantly less effective. 3 serious crises followed in close succession, almost simultaneously in England and France, and the first 2 were greeted by an intensification in the process of confinement. By the time of the third, it was clear that such simple means served no purpose. Confinement itself was questioned for the first time. The first crisis was violent but short-lived, and resulted from the Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle, bringing an end to the War of the Austrian Succession. This was something of a surface event, as the great structures were not really affected, and an economic upturn followed shortly after the cessation of hostilities. 53 But demobilized soldiers, the confined who were waiting to be sent to the new colonies, and competition from English factories combined to produce widespread unemployment, so much so that rioting or a massive exodus of the population were equally feared. The factories of which we thought so highly are closing everywhere. Lyon is suffering tremendously, more than 12,000 workers are now beggars in Rouen, and the same can be observed in Tours and elsewhere. More than 20,000 workers have left the kingdom in the last 3 months, heading for Germany, Spain, or any destination that will have them. 54. Efforts were made to halt this movement, and the order went out for all beggars to be arrested. An order has been given for all beggars in the kingdom to be arrested, and the police authorities are acting to that end in the provinces. The same is being done in Paris, to ensure they do not concentrate there, as they are surrounded on all sides. 55. Confinement proved even less useful than before, and was an unpopular measure. The archers of Paris in charge of watching over the poor, known as the begging cup archers, have been arresting beggars, and either by mistake or because it suits their purposes, they have also arrested some of the sons of the bourgeoisie, which started the first rioting. There were small-scale disturbances on the 19th and 20th of this month, but the situation grew more serious on the 23rd. The people gathered in the districts where the arrests had taken place, and between 4 and 8 archers were killed today as a result. 56. Eventually the hospitals were filled to breaking point, with no sign that the problem had been solved. In Paris, all the beggars were immediately released after they had been arrested, which had resulted in the sedition we have mentioned, and before long they were once again lining the streets and the highways. 57. Only the economic expansion of the years that followed brought about the reduction of unemployment. A new crisis followed in 1765, on a much larger scale. French trade collapsed, and exports were down by nearly a half. As a result of the war, trade with the colonies was brought to an abrupt halt. 58. There was widespread poverty. Summing up the whole economic history of 18th century France in a single sentence, Arnold wrote, "The state of prosperity enjoyed by France from the fall of the system until the mid-century should be remembered, and contrasted with the deep wounds inflicted on the public purse by the War of 1755-59. England went through a similar crisis during the same period, but with different causes and a quite different profile. Trade grew considerably as a result of colonial conquest. 60. But a succession of poor harvests, 1756 to 1757, and the interruption of trade with the agricultural producers of Europe led to a considerable increase in the price of basic foodstuffs. Both countries responded to the crisis with an increase in the use of confinement. In 1765, Cooper published a project for the reform of charitable institutions, proposing that in each 100, under the double control of the clergy and the nobility, houses should be set up that would include an infirmary for sick paupers, workshops for the healthy indigent, and correctional centers for anyone who refused to work. Numerous houses were set up in the countryside on this model, which was inspired by the Carlford workhouse. In France, a royal ordinance of 1764 ordered the creation of centers for beggars, depôts de mendicite, but the order only really came into force after a decree by the Council on September 21, 1767, that throughout the different regions of the kingdom, adequately closed houses should be created for people who have nothing. The inmates detained in such institutions will be fed and clothed at His Majesty's expense. 61. The following year, 80 such centers for beggars were set up across France, all of which had more or less the same structure and purpose as the general hospitals. The regulations at the Lyon Center were typical. It was designed to receive vagabonds and beggars who had been sentenced to confinement by the local procurator, including loose women arrested for following troops, citizens sent there by order of the king, the insane, poor and abandoned, and those for whom a pension will be paid. 62. Mercier's description of these depots demonstrates how closely they resembled the old houses of the Hôpital General, and how they were filled with the same misery, the same idleness, and the same blend of inmates. They are a new variety of prison, dreamt up as an expeditious solution to empty the streets and lanes of beggars, so that insolent misery can no longer appear and sully the face of insolent luxury. In utter inhumanity these unfortunates are locked up in fetid, dark hovels and left to their own devices. Inactivity, bad food, and the enforced proximity of their fellow sufferers in misery will mean that they soon die, one after another. 63. In fact, few of these new depots outlasted the economic crisis. After 1770, and throughout the period of recession that followed, the practice of confinement began to fall into decline, and rather than attempting to resolve the crisis by a persistent recourse to confinement, efforts were made to try and limit it instead. Turgot's edict on the corn trade brought a fall in the buying price, but a steep rise in the selling price, just as the effects of dividing up the common land started expanding the ranks of an agricultural proletariat. Yet Turgot had several begging centers closed down, so much so that by the time Necker came to power, 47 of them had disappeared. Some, like the one in Soissons, had been reinvented as hospitals for the old and the sick. 64. A few years later, After the American War of Independence, England suffered a serious crisis in employment. In 1782, Parliament voted Gilbert's Act for the better relief and employment of the poor, a major administrative reorganization that stripped local authorities of their main powers where begging was concerned, and ensured that district magistrates designated directors of workhouses and guardians of the poor in each parish. They were to appoint an inspector, whose powers of control and organization were more or less absolute. But most important of all, besides the workhouses, poorhouses too were set up, for people who had become indigent through age, sickness, or infirmity, incapable of meeting their own needs through their work. Poor people who were healthy were not to be sent to either of these institutions, but were to be found a job that met their strengths and skills as soon as possible, and justly recompensed for their labors. Turgot in France and Gilbert's Act in England were not at the end of confinement, but the moment when it seemed to be stripped of its essential powers. Overuse at last suddenly revealed its limits. It was now admitted that confinement could not solve an unemployment crisis, and that it had no effect on prices. If it still had a meaning, it was only with regard to an indigent population who could no longer look after their own needs. But it was now clear that it could no longer intervene in a useful manner in economic structures. Asterisk. Traditional politics of assistance and the repression of unemployment were now called into question. The need for reform became urgent. Poverty was gradually separated from the old moral confusions. Economic crises had shown that unemployment could not be confused with indolence, as indigence and enforced idleness spread throughout the countryside, to precisely the places that had previously been considered home to the purest and most immediate forms of moral life. This demonstrated that poverty did not solely fall under the order of the fault. Begging is the fruit of poverty, which in turn is the consequence of accidents in the production of the earth or in the output of factories, of a rise in the price of basic foodstuffs, or of growth of the population, etc. 65 Indigence became a matter of economics. But it was not contingent, nor was it destined to be suppressed forever. There would always be a certain quantity of poverty that could never be effaced, a sort of fatal indigence that would accompany all forms of society until the end of time. Even in places where all the idle were employed, the only paupers in a well-governed state must be those born in indigence, or those who fall into it by accident. 66 This backdrop of poverty was somehow inalienable, whether by birth or accident. It formed an inevitable part of society. The state of lack was so firmly entrenched in the destiny of man and the structure of society that for a long time the idea of a state without paupers remained inconceivable. In the thought of philosophers, property, work, and indigence were terms linked right up until the 19th century. This portion of poverty was necessary because it could not be suppressed, but it was equally necessary in that it made wealth possible. Because they worked but consumed little, a class of people in need allowed a nation to become rich, to release the value of its fields, colonies, and mines, making products that could be sold throughout the world. An impoverished people, in short, was a people that had no poor. Indigence became an indispensable element in the state. It hid the secret but most real life of society. The poor were the seat and the glory of nations. And their noble misery, for which there was no cure, was to be exalted. My intention is solely to invite the authorities to turn part of their vigilant attention to considering the portion of the people who suffer. The assistance that we owe them is linked to the honor and prosperity of the empire, of which the poor are the firmest bulwark, for no sovereign can maintain and extend his domain without favoring the population, and cultivating the land, commerce, and the arts, and the poor are the necessary agents for the great powers that reveal the true force of a people. 67. What we see here is a moral rehabilitation of the figure of the pauper, bringing about the fundamental economic and social reintegration of his person. Paupers had no place in a mercantilist economy, as they were neither producers nor consumers, and they were idle, vagabond or unemployed, deserving nothing better than confinement, a measure that extracted and exiled them from society. But with the arrival of the industrial economy and its thirst for manpower, paupers were once again a part of the body of the nation. Economic theory, therefore, now constructed the notion of poverty on new grounds. For a whole Christian tradition, the pauper had had a real concrete existence, the presence of flesh, an always individual face of need, and as such was a symbolic passage of God made man. The abstraction of confinement had brushed aside the pauper, blending him in with other figures, enveloping them all in one single ethical condemnation, while never entirely destroying his identity. The 18th century discovered that the poor did not really exist as an ultimate concrete reality, and that in them two realities of a quite different nature had been confused. On the one hand was poverty, the scarcity of foodstuffs and money, an economic situation linked to the state of trade, agriculture, and industry. On the other was population, not a passive element that bowed to the fluctuations in riches, but a force that was a direct part of the economic situation, and the movement that produced wealth, as it was the work of men that brought it into being, or at least transmitted it, displaced it, and caused it to multiply. The notion of pauper was a confused one, blending the idea of the riches that were man, and the state of lack seen as essential to the nature of humanity. In fact, between poverty and population, there was a rigorously inverse relation. Physiocrats and economists agreed on this. Population itself was one of the elements of wealth, forming its certain and inexhaustible foundation. For Quesnay and his followers, man was the essential mediator between wealth and the land. The price of man is the price of land, says a well-thought-out proverb. If the men are of no value, then neither is the land. With manpower, one could double the land that one possessed, land could be acquired, and fallow land put to good use. Only God could make a man from clay, but, with men, land could be had anywhere, or its product, which amounted to the same thing. It followed that manpower was the primary good, and land the second. 68. For economists too, population was a no less vital good. All the more so for them in fact, since they considered that wealth creation was not restricted to agricultural work, but took place in any industrial transformation, and even in commercial circulation. Wealth was linked to all the work carried out by men. The state having no real wealth other than the annual product of its land and the industry of its inhabitants, its wealth will be at a maximum when the product of every acre of land and of the industry of each individual is as high as possible. 69. Paradoxically, the more a population grew, the more precious it became, as it offered a supply of cheap labor, and by lowering costs allowed a greater expansion of production and trade. In this infinitely open labor market, the fundamental price, which for Turgot meant a subsistence level for workers, and the price determined by supply and demand ended up as the same thing. A country was all the more commercially competitive for having at its disposal the virtual wealth that a large population represented. 70. Confinement was therefore a clumsy error, and an economic one at that. There was no sense in trying to suppress poverty by taking it out of the economic circuit and providing for a poor population by charitable means. To do that was merely to hide poverty, and suppress an important section of the population, which was always a given wealth. Rather than helping the poor escape their provisionally indigent situation, charity condemned them to it, and dangerously so, by putting a brake on the labor market in a period of crisis. What was required was to palliate the high cost of products with cheaper labor, and to make up for their scarcity by a new industrial and agricultural effort. The only reasonable remedy was to reinsert the population in the circuit of production, being sure to place labor in areas where manpower was most scarce. The use of paupers, vagabonds, exiles and émigrés of any description was one of the secrets of wealth in the competition between nations. Josiah Tucker wondered about the best means of weakening neighboring states, when reflecting on the possible influx of French Protestants. Should we force them to remain in their countries, by refusing to welcome them and integrate them into our society, or should we try and attract them by according them the same privileges as all other citizens? 71. Confinement was to be criticized because of the effects it had on the labor market, but also because, like all other traditional forms of charity, it constituted a dangerous form of finance. As had been the case in the Middle Ages, the classical era had constantly attempted to look after the needs of the poor by a system of foundations. This implied that a section of the land capital and revenues were out of circulation. In a definitive manner too, as the concern was to avoid the commercialization of assistance to the poor, so judicial measures had been taken to ensure that this wealth never went back into circulation. But as time passed, their usefulness diminished, the economic situation changed, and so did the nature of poverty. Society does not always have the same needs. The nature and distribution of property, the divisions between the different orders of the people, opinions, customs, the occupations of the majority of the population, the climate itself, diseases and all the other accidents of human life are in constant change. New needs come into being, and old ones disappear. 72. The definitive character of a foundation was in contradiction with the variable and changing nature of the accidental needs to which it was designed to respond. The wealth that it immobilized was never put back into circulation, but more wealth was to be created as new needs appeared. The result was that the proportion of funds and revenues removed from circulation constantly increased, while that of production fell in consequence. The only possible result was increased poverty, and a need for more foundations. The process could continue indefinitely, and the fear was that one day the ever-increasing number of foundations might absorb all private funds and all private property. When closely examined, classical forms of assistance were a cause of poverty, bringing a progressive immobilization that was like the slow death of productive wealth. If all the men who have ever lived had been given a tomb, sooner or later some of those sterile monuments would have been dug up in order to find land to cultivate, and it would have become necessary to stir the ashes of the dead in order to feed the living. 73. Asterisk. Assistance to the poor was in need of a new meaning. In the form that it took at the time, the 18th century recognized that it was complicitous with poverty and contributed to its development. The only form of assistance that would not be contradictory would be a mechanism for giving value, in a poor population, to the only potential wealth that it possessed, which was the simple fact that it was a population. Confining this population was a complete misunderstanding of what was required. It needed to be granted full liberty in the social space. Providing it played its role as provider of cheap labor, other problems would gradually disappear. In places where overpopulation or poverty were the norm, the population would ensure that industry and commerce developed most rapidly. 74. The only form of assistance of any value was freedom. All healthy men should ensure their own subsistence by their own labors, because if they are fed without working, they are fed at the expense of others who do work. What the state owes its members is the removal of hindrances that lie in their path. 75. The social space therefore needed to be entirely empty of obstacles and barriers. Internal obstacles like duties paid to guilds were to be abolished, and social barriers like confinement removed, as they marked an absolute constraint, at the external limits of society. The policy of keeping wages low and the absence of restrictions and labor protection would remove poverty altogether, or at least integrate it into the world of wealth in a new manner. Dozens of projects were drawn up in an attempt to define this new place for poverty. 76. All, or almost all of them, took as their starting point a distinction between the healthy poor and the sick poor. This was an extremely ancient division, but it had previously been quite tenuous and fluid, as it had had few uses other than as an internal classification for confinement. The distinction was rediscovered in the 18th century, and applied with rigor. The difference between the healthy poor and the sick poor was not simply the degree of their poverty, but their nature. A poor man who could work was a useful element in society, even when not put to a proper use. Misfortune can be regarded as an instrument, and a force, for it does not affect strength, and this strength can be employed for the profit of the state, and to the profit of the individual, when he is forced to employ it. A sick person on the other hand was an encumbrance, a passive, inert, and negative element who did nothing but consume what society produced. Poverty is a weight that has a price, you can tie it to a machine, and it will make it move. Sickness is a mass that one cannot get a grip on, that one has to either bear the weight of or let drop, a constant hindrance that never helps. Point 77. It was therefore necessary to dissociate the two elements that had become confused in the ancient notion of hospitality, the positive element that was indigence, and the burden of sickness. The healthy poor should work, not under duress but in full freedom, i.e. under the sole pressure of the laws of economics that turned idle hands into the most precious good. The best assistance that can be given to a poor unfortunate is to help him to help himself through his own strength and his own work. Giving alms to healthy, robust men is not charity at all, or is at best misdirected charity. It imposes a superfluous burden on society. This is why the government and the landowners reduce free distribution. Point 78. What the 17th-79th century had still considered to be the eminent dignity of the poor, and which had given an eternal meaning to the act of charity, now became a primordial utility. What was required was not commiseration, but acknowledgement of the riches that they represented on earth already. In the Middle Ages the rich were sanctified by the poor, in the 18th century they were maintained by them. Without the lower orders, the suffering sections of society, the rich would be neither lodged, dressed, nor fed. It is for the rich that artisans risk their lives climbing frail ladders and raise enormous weights to the pinnacles of our buildings. It is for the rich that farmers go out in all weathers, braving the endless fatigues of farming, and it is for the rich that crowds of unfortunates go down to their deaths in mines, dye factories, and mineral extraction plants. Point 80. The poor, after being chased out by confinement, were now brought back into the community, but they took on a new appearance. They were no longer the justification or the spiritual form of wealth, they were just its precious matter. They used to be its raison d'être. Now they were the condition of its existence. Through the poor, the rich no longer attained transcendence, but subsistence. As they were now essential to wealth, the poor had to be liberated from confinement and placed at its disposal. The sick poor meanwhile became the negative element par excellence. They were misery without solution and no virtual wealth could be discerned within them. They, and they alone, needed total assistance. But what could such assistance be founded upon? There was no economic utility in looking after the sick, no material urgency. Only the movements of the heart could demand it. If they were to be helped, it would only ever be through the organization of feelings of solidarity and pity, sentiments more primitive than the social body as they had surely presided over its foundation. Ideas of society, government, and charity are to be found in nature, since the idea of compassion is natural and that primitive idea that is a basis for the others. 81. The duty of care was outside society, as it was to be found in nature, but was social too in that society at its origins was a form of this duty, as old as the coexistence of men. The whole of human life, from the most immediate sensations to the most elaborate forms of society, was caught up in a network of duties of care. Natural assistance came first, as the intimate feeling innate in man, which develops to varying degrees, alerting us to the suffering and sicknesses of our fellow men. Then came personal assistance, a predilection of nature that pushes us to doing good on a personal scale. Last of all came national assistance, which still follows these principles of our own existence, and includes an intimate sensation, a wider sentiment that causes the body of the nation to reform abuses that are brought to its attention, and listen to complaints and grievances, and to attempt to bring good wherever possible, to all classes of individuals who find themselves in poverty or afflicted with incurable diseases. Point 82. Assistance becomes the foremost social duty, regardless of its recipient, as that is the basis on which societies are held together, the living bond between men, the link that is most personal and yet the most universal as well. But 18th century thought hesitated over the concrete forms this assistance should take. Was a social duty to be understood as an absolute obligation for society? Should the state take such welfare assistance in hand, building hospitals and distributing assistance? A whole polemic arose around this issue in the years that immediately preceded the revolution. On the one side were the partisans of state control over all mechanisms of assistance, for whom social duty meant the duty of society as a whole, and finally the state. Their plan was for the creation of a permanent commission to control all the hospitals in the kingdom, to build large hospitals where the poor who fell sick were to be treated. 83 But most thinkers rejected the idea of assistance on such a massive scale. Liberals and economists considered that social duty meant the duty of men in society, and not a duty of society itself. To establish the possible forms of assistance, it was therefore necessary to define in social man the nature and the limits of feelings of pity, compassion, and solidarity that might link him to the rest of mankind. The theory of assistance was to rest on a half-psychological, half-moral analysis, not on any definition of the contractual obligations of the group. Thus conceived, assistance was not a structure of the state, but a personal link from man to man. Dupont de Nemours, a follower of Turgot, sought to define the link that joins suffering and compassion. Man, when he feels pain, first looks inside himself for some relief to his suffering, then he complains, and begins to beg the assistance of his parents and friends, and they each lend assistance according to the natural inclination that compassion places to varying degrees in the hearts of all men. 84 But that inclination was doubtless similar to imagination and sympathy according to Hume. Its vivacity is inconstant, its vigor indefinite, it lacks the inexhaustible strength that would enable it to react spontaneously to all men, even total strangers. The limits of compassion were quickly reached, and no man could be asked to extend his pity beyond the point where the care and fatigue it entailed would seem more painful than the compassion they experience. It was therefore not possible to consider assistance as an absolute duty that would spring into action at the slightest request from misery. It could be nothing other than the result of a moral inclination, and it was in terms of forces that it should be analyzed. It could be deduced from two components. One was negative, the effort or pain required of the self by the act of assistance, a function of the seriousness of the disease, and the distance traveled. The further the distance from the beneficiary and those in the vicinity, the more materially difficult giving assistance became. The other was positive, determined by the vivacity of impressions inspired by the person in need, but quickly diminishing, the further one moved from the domain of natural attachments circumscribed by family. Beyond a certain limit, which was defined by space, imagination, and the vivacity of the inclination, a limit that was more or less consistent with the boundaries of the family home, only the negative element came into effect, and assistance could no longer be required. For that reason families lend the most assistance, as they are united most strongly by love and friendship. But the greater the distance required, the lower its value, and the more tiresome it appears to those who assist. The social space in which sickness was situated was therefore entirely redefined. From the Middle Ages to the end of the classical era, it had remained more or less homogeneous. Anyone who fell into poverty or sickness was deserving of the pity of others, and could expect their care. He was universally close to everyone, and could show himself before everyone at any moment he chose. And the more distant his origins, the less familiar his face, the greater the vivacity of the symbols of universality that he bore. He was then the poor man, or the sick man par excellence, harboring powers of glorification beneath his anonymity. But the 18th century fragmented this space, and peopled it with a world of limited figures. The sick man found himself within discontinuous unities, in active zones of psychological vivacity, or inactive and neutral zones of distance and inertia of the heart. The social space of sickness was fragmented into a sort of economy of dedication, so that the sick could no longer be of concern to everyone, but only to their immediate entourage, as proximity in the imagination brought closeness in sentiments. The social space of philanthropy was opposed to that of charity not only as a lay world was to a Christian world, but as a structure of moral and affective discontinuity which divided up the sick of different origins into separate domains was to a homogeneous field where each type of poverty concerned each man, on the random but always significant basis of its passage. Yet the 18th century did not consider this to be a limit. On the contrary, the idea was that in such fashion the assistance given had more natural vivacity, and a sounder economic foundation. If, instead of building vast hospitals whose upkeep was extremely expensive, help was given directly to the patients' families, there was a triple advantage to be gained. It was of a sentimental nature first of all, because even if they saw patients every day, families never lost the real pity that they felt for them. It was economic, as providing food and lodging was no longer necessary if patients were kept at home. And lastly, it was medical, since, in addition to the meticulous care they received at home, patients were not affected by the depressing spectacle of a hospital that was generally regarded as a temple of death. The melancholy of the spectacle that surrounded them, the risk of contagion and distance from loved ones, were all factors considered to aggravate a patient's condition, and result in diseases that did not occur spontaneously in nature, but seemed creations of the hospitals themselves. Patients in hospitals were exposed to unusual ills, a sort of hospital disease before its time, and hospital doctors need to be far more able, in order to elude the dangers of the false experience that appears to result from these artificial diseases, which are born of the hospitals themselves. In truth, no disease in a hospital is pure. 85. Just as confinement was ultimately a creator of poverty, a hospital was a creator of disease. The natural place for a cure therefore was not a hospital, but a family, or at least the immediate entourage of the patient. Just as poverty was to be absorbed by the free circulation of labor, sickness was to disappear in the midst of the care spontaneously brought by man's natural milieu. To create true charity, society itself should employ itself as little as possible, and use instead, whenever possible, the private strength of homes and individuals. 86. This private strength was much solicited at the end of the 18th century, and efforts were made to organize it. 87. In England, a 1722 law had forbidden any form of assistance in the home. The sick poor were to be taken to hospital, where they became, in an anonymous fashion, the object of public charity. In 1796, a new law, 36 Geo 3 Caps 10 and 23, modified that statute, which had come to be seen as inconvenient and oppressive in that it prevented worthy candidates from receiving occasional treatment that might be of considerable benefit, and robbed others of the comfort and domestic situation and happiness. A guardian was to decide in each parish what assistance should be brought to indigent paupers who stayed at home. 88 Efforts were also made to encourage the system of friendly societies, and in 1786 Ackland set up a project for a universal benefit or friendly society, to which peasants and servants subscribed, and could receive help at home in the event of sickness or accident. Each parish was to have a pharmacy to provide medicine, half of which would be paid for by the parish, with the friendly society paying the other. 89. The Revolution, in its early days at least, abandoned the projects for a centralist reorganization of assistance, and the construction of big hospitals. The report drawn up by La Rochefoucauld-Liancourt conforms to the liberal ideas of Dupont de Nemours and the followers of Turgot. If the system of help in the home were to prevail, a system that presents among many other precious advantages, the ability to spread the benefits to the patient's entire family, and allows him to remain surrounded by all that is dear to him, thereby strengthening natural links and affections with public assistance, then the resulting economies would be considerable, as a patient cared for at home costs much less than half a patient looked after in hospital. 90. Two movements then, independent of each other. One came into being and developed inside the space of confinement, and led to madness gaining its independence and singularity in the confused world to which it had been consigned, and new distances meant that it could be perceived in places where previously men had seen nothing but unreason. While all the other figures now began to emerge from their confinement, the mad alone remained, the last remains, or witnesses to a practice essential for the world view of the classical age, but whose meaning seems very enigmatic today. And then came the other movement, born outside of confinement. This was the new economic and social thinking concerning poverty, sickness, and social assistance. For the first time in the Christian world, sickness found itself isolated from poverty, and all the other faces of misery. In short, everything that previously surrounded madness began to fall away. The circle of poverty and the circle of unreason both vanished. Poverty became caught up instead in problems imminent to economics, and unreason disappeared into the deep figures of the imagination. Their destinies will no longer intertwine. And what reappears at the end of the 18th century is madness itself, still condemned to the land of exclusion, like crime, but also confronted with all the new problems that assistance to the sick presents. In some sense, madness was already liberated, in that it was detached from the old forms of experience in which it had been caught. Detached not by some philanthropic intervention, nor by any scientific or positivist recognition of its truth, but rather by a long, slow process that had been effected in the most subterranean domains of experience, not in places where madness was sickness, but where it was tied to the life of men and their stories, where their misery was experienced in a concrete manner, in places haunted by the phantasms of unreason. In those dark regions, the modern notion of madness slowly took shape. There was no new acquisition of notions, but there was discovery, in that it was through a process of detachment, and thanks to the distance that was created, that its worrying presence was experienced once again. It was this detachment which, a few years before the reforms of Tuke and Pinel, finally allowed it to stumble out into the light on its own, in the outrageous, ruined figure of unreason. 3. The proper use of liberty. We now find madness restored to a solitude of sorts. Not the noisy and in some respects glorious solitude that had been its lot until the Renaissance, but another, strangely silent, a solitude that slowly disengaged it from the confused community of the houses of confinement, and which came to form a neutral, empty zone around it. What disappeared in the course of the 18th century was not the inhuman rigor with which the mad were treated, but the obviousness of confinement, the global unity into which the mad had been unquestioningly subsumed, and the countless threads that locked them into the unbroken weave of unreason. Madness was liberated long before Pinel, not from the material constraints that had kept it in prisons, but from a more decisive, more constricting form of servitude that had kept it under the control of that dark power. Even before the Revolution, madness had been set free. Free to a perception that individualized it, free in the recognition granted its individual faces, and the whole process that finally gave it the status of an object. Left alone, and detached from its antique kinship, inside the tumble-down walls of confinement, madness became a problem, posing questions that it had never previously formulated. Madness was an embarrassment above all for the legislators, who had little option but to sanction the end of confinement, and no longer knew where in the social space madness should be placed: prison, hospital, or family assistance. The measures taken immediately before and after the Revolution reflect that indecision. In his circular on Lettres de Cachet, Bretuel asked his superintendents to indicate the nature of the detention orders in the various houses of confinement, and explain the motivation behind them. His instructions were to free, after 1 or a maximum of 2 years confinement, inmates who had done nothing that required that they be exposed to the full rigor of the law, and were guilty of libertine behavior, debauchery, or dissipation. On the other hand, those who were to be kept in the houses of confinement were prisoners whose alienated mind or imbecility means that they are incapable of behaving themselves in the world, or whose ravings would make them dangerous. The nature of their condition is to be ascertained, and if it is found to be unchanging, then unfortunately it is indispensable that their detention continue, for as long as it is clear that their liberty presents a danger to society, or a benefit that is of no use to them. 1. This was the first step, reducing as far as possible the practice of confinement where it was simply a result of a moral fault, a family conflict, the more benign aspects of libertinage, but maintaining it in its principle, and with one of its major significances to the fore, the locking up of the mad. This was the moment when madness really did take possession of confinement, just as confinement divested itself of its other forms of utility. The second step was the great inquiries prescribed by the national and constitutional assemblies in the immediate aftermath of the Declaration of Human Rights. No man may be arrested or detained other than in cases determined by the law, and according to the forms that it prescribes. The law should only admit of punishments that are strictly and obviously necessary, and no man shall be punished other than in virtue of a law that has been established and promulgated prior to the committing of the crime and legally applied. The age of confinement was over. All that remained was imprisonment, where criminals convicted or awaiting trial and madmen were temporarily kept side by side. The Constituent Assembly Committee on Begging nominated 5 people to visit the houses of confinement in Paris. 2 The Duc La Rochefoucauld-Liancourt presented the report in December 1789. He was of the opinion that the presence of the mad gave the houses of confinement a degrading style, and risked reducing the inmates to a level that was demeaning to their humanity, and that the mix of people tolerated there showed a lack of seriousness on the part of both the authorities and the judges. This lack of concern is far distant from the enlightened and careful pity that palliates unhappiness, softening it and bringing all possible consolation. If the alleviation of misery is really the aim, how can we ever, and particularly when aiming to alleviate misery, consent to appear to degrade mankind? 3. If the mad sullied those with whom they were imprudently mixed, then what was required for them was a special form of confinement. A confinement that was not medical by nature, but was the most effective and gentle form of assistance possible. Of all the misfortunes that afflict humanity, the state of madness is among those which in several ways command pity and respect the most. Help should be given above all to all those in such a state, and even when there is no hope of a cure, there are still a myriad means by which their suffering may be alleviated, and good treatments that can restore these wretches to a life that is at least bearable. 4. The status of madness appears in this text in all its ambiguity. The confined population was to be protected from its perils, and yet it was also to be granted the advantages of a special assistance. The third stage was the succession of decrees promulgated between 12 and March 16, 1790. The Declaration of Human Rights now found a concrete application. Within 6 weeks of the present decree, all persons detained in castles, religious houses, jails, police houses, or prisons of any other description on the strength of a lettre de cachet or by order of any agent of the executive power, unless they have also been sentenced or charged or are awaiting trial for a serious crime, have been stripped of their civil rights, or have been locked up on account of madness, are to be set free. Confinement was thus reserved in a definitive manner for limited categories of people answerable to the law, and for the mad. But there was a special provision for the latter. For the 3-month period that follows the publication of this decree, under the responsibility of our procurators, people detained for insanity will be questioned by our judges in the usual manner, and in accordance with their decisions, visited by physicians who, under the eye of district directors, will pronounce on the true state of these patients, so that sentence may be passed on them, and they will accordingly either be set free or treated in hospitals to be designated precisely for that purpose. 5. The decision seems to have been made at this point. On March 29, 1790, Bailly, Duport d'Outre and an administrator from the police made a visit to the Salpêtrière to determine how the decree could be applied in practice, and followed that with a visit to Bicêtre. 6 They faced numerous difficulties, not least of which was the simple fact that there were no hospitals destined for or at least reserved for the mad. In the face of these material difficulties, complicated by so many theoretical uncertainties, a long period of hesitation now began. 7 Requests poured in from all sides for the Assembly to draw up a text that would protect the public from the mad, even before the promised new hospitals came into existence. A step backwards, which was of great importance for the future, was the decision that the mad fell under the jurisdiction of measures taken with immediate effect and under no control to protect the public not against known criminals but against dangerous animals. The law of 16 to 24 August 1790 entrusts to the vigilance and authority of municipal bodies the task of obviating or remedying the unfortunate consequences that might result from the insane or the raving being set free, or from the actions of dangerous and ferocious animals. 8. The law of July 22, 1791 reinforced that measure, making families responsible for watching over the insane, and allowing municipal authorities to take any measures necessary. The parents of insane people must guard them, and prevent them from wandering or committing any offenses against public order. Municipal authorities are to act to prevent any problems that might result from the negligence of people involved. This meandering on the path towards their liberation meant that once more, and this time as a result of a legal process, the mad were returned to the animal status into which confinement had alienated them. They were wild beasts once more, just as doctors were beginning to identify a benign animality in their nature. 9 Entrusting this legal disposition to the hands of the authorities did little to solve the problem. The fact was that hospitals for the mad did not exist yet. The Ministry of the Interior received numerous requests. De Lessert replied to one of them as follows. Like you, sir, I feel that it would be most reassuring if we could immediately proceed to the creation of these establishments, designed to serve as a retreat for the unfortunate class that are the insane. Regarding the insane whom the lack of such establishments has by necessity placed in the various prisons of your department, I can at present see no means of extracting them from their predicament in these places so ill-suited to their condition, other than their provisional transfer, if such a thing is possible, to Bicêtre. It would therefore be of assistance if the local directoire were to write to the Paris directoire and consult with them over the formalities of having them admitted to the establishment, where their upkeep would be paid for by your department or by their respective municipalities, if their families are not in a position to take charge of this expense. 10. Bicêtre therefore became the main center to which the insane were sent, particularly after the closure of Saint Lazare. The Salpêtrière followed suit in 1792, taking in 200 mad women who had spent the previous 5 years living in a former novitiate of the Capucine nunnery in Rue Saint-Jacques. 11 But in the more distant provinces there was no question of sending the mad to what had previously been the general hospitals. Most of the time they were kept in prisons, as was the case in the Fort du Ha, the Château d'Angers, and in Belvaux. The disorder of such places was unimaginable, and continued for a long time, up until the Empire period. Antoine Notier gave the following details about Belvaux. Every day the whole neighborhood is forced to listen to the shouting and clamor of the inmates arguing and coming to blows. Then the guards rush in. Their current state makes them a laughing stock for the inmates, and the municipal administrators are called on to intervene, their authority is despised, and insults rain down upon them. This is no house of justice or detention. 12. The disorder was similar, if not greater, at Bicêtre, which was now home to political prisoners. Hunted suspects were hidden there, and poverty and scarcity meant that many went hungry. The administration protested constantly, requesting that criminals be segregated from the rest. Importantly, some still suggested that the mad should be thrown in together with them. On 9 Brumaire year 3, the Bicêtre bursar wrote to citizens Grandpré and Osmond, members of the Commission for Administrations and Tribunals, saying, I can reveal that at a time when humanity is undoubtedly the order of the day, no one could fail to feel a moment of horror on seeing crime and indigence thrust together in the same asylum. Not forgetting the September massacres, continual bids for freedom, and the manner in which many innocents were forced to watch garroting and chain gangs leaving the asylum. 13 The poor and the old who could no longer help themselves have nothing but chains, bars and bolts before their eyes. Add to that the groans of other prisoners that sometimes reach their ears. It is against this background that I once again request that the prisoners be removed from Bicêtre, leaving only the poor, or indeed that the poor be sent elsewhere so that only the prisoners remain. That letter was written in the midst of the revolution, long after the reports drawn up by Cabanis, and several months after Pinel is traditionally credited with having liberated the mad at Bicêtre. Crucially, it continues. 14. If the latter is the preferred option, we could perhaps leave the mad where they are, as they are unfortunates of a different sort, who also bring horrible suffering to humanity. Hasten then, you citizens who cherish humanity, and turn this beautiful dream into reality. You can be sure in advance that you will be congratulated for it. 15. These were years of considerable confusion, and at a time when humanity was being re-evaluated it was difficult to determine the status of madness within it, and, in a social space undergoing a major restructuration, where to situate it. Asterisk. But already, in this simple chronology, we have passed the date traditionally recorded as being the start of the Great Reform. The measures taken between 1780 and 1793 situate the problem. The disappearance of confinement left madness without a precise point of insertion in the social space, and faced with this unchained peril, society reacted first of all with a series of measures planned for the long term, in keeping with an ideal that was coming into being, the creation of houses reserved specifically for the insane, and secondly with a series of immediate measures, which would allow madness to be mastered by force. These were regressive measures, if we wish to measure this history in terms of progress. The situation was ambiguous, and that ambiguity reflected the difficulties that were beginning to appear, and the new forms of experience that were coming into being. To understand them, we need to liberate ourselves precisely from the idea of progress, and all the teleology and perspectival reading it implies. Only then can we discern the overall structures that carry the forms of experience in an indefinite movement, open only onto the continuity of its own prolongation, and which nothing, not even our age, can stop. We must meticulously guard against looking for anything that looks like the advent of a major event in the years that surround the reforms of Tuke and Pinel, either that of the positive recognition of madness or that of a more humane treatment of the insane. We should give back to the events of these years, and the structures that made them possible, the liberty of their metamorphoses. Slightly below the level of the juridical measures, at the exact level of the institutions, and in the everyday debates where the mad and the non-mad were brought face to face, separating, compromising, and finally recognizing each other, certain structural figures came into place over a number of years. They were obviously decisive in that they formed the basis of positive psychiatry, and it was out of them that the myths of a finally objective and medical recognition of madness were born, bringing justification after the act by consecrating them as the discovery and liberation of the truth. In fact, these figures cannot truly be described in terms of knowledge. They are situated on its near side, where knowledge is still close to its gestures, its familiarities, and its first formulation. Three structures were probably of particular importance. In one, the old space of confinement, now limited and considerably reduced, was joined to a medical space that had taken shape elsewhere, and could only adjust to it by successive modifications and refinements. Another structure established a new relation between madness and those who identified it, guarded and judged it, a neutralized relation, seemingly purified of any complicity, of the order of an objective gaze. In the third, the madman found himself face to face with the criminal, but neither in a space of confusion nor as a variety of irresponsibility. This was a structure that would allow madness to haunt crime without ever completely reducing it, simultaneously authorizing reasonable men to judge and divide up different kinds of madness according to the new forms of morality. These are structures to be found behind the legislative chronicle sketched out so far, and we shall now look at them in detail. Asterisk. Medical thought and the practice of confinement had long remained strangers to each other. While the knowledge of sicknesses of the mind had slowly been taking shape, following its own laws, a concrete experience of madness was also being formed in the classical world, an experience that was symbolized and fixed by confinement. At the end of the 18th century these two figures began to come together, giving the first indication of a convergence. There was no moment of illumination, nor even a sudden realization that revealed in a sort of conversion of knowledge that the confined were sick, but a far slower, more obscure process, in which the old homogeneous, uniform, rigorously limited space of exclusion was brought together with the social space of assistance that the 18th century had recently fragmented and turned polymorphous, by breaking it up according to the different psychological and moral forms of dedication. But this new space was ill-suited to the particular problems of madness. If the healthy poor could be put to work, and families obliged to look after their own sick members, there was no question of allowing the mad to blend into society. The most that could be hoped for was to integrate them into a family environment, while forbidding families with dangerous madmen in their entourage to allow them to circulate freely. But that way protection was only assured from one side, and in an extremely fragile way. Inasmuch as bourgeois society felt innocent when faced with poverty, it did recognize its responsibility before madness, and felt that it should protect private citizens from it. At a time when for the first time in the Christian world sickness and poverty were becoming private affairs, belonging only to the sphere of individuals and families, madness, by virtue of that fact, required a public status, and the definition of a space of isolation that would safeguard society from its perils. Nothing yet determined the nature of that isolation. No one knew whether it would be closer to correction or hospitality. At that time, only one thing was certain: as the world of confinement collapsed, bringing liberty to inmates and restoring the poor to their families, the mad found themselves in the same position as prisoners who were condemned or awaiting trial, together with the poor and the sick who had no family to look after them. In his report, La Rochefoucauld-Liancourt stressed that help at home could equally apply to the great majority of people hospitalised in Paris. Of the more than 11,000 poor affected, this form of assistance could almost certainly be applied to 8,000, i.e. to children and people of both sexes who are neither prisoners, insane, nor lacking family. 16 Were the mad then to be treated simply as prisoners, and placed in a prison environment, or should they be treated as invalids who had no relatives, and who therefore needed a quasi-family environment created around them? We shall see below precisely how Tuke and Pinel combined both these approaches in defining the archetypal modern asylum. But the common function and mixed form of these two types of confinement had not yet been discovered. On the eve of the Revolution, two series of projects found themselves in opposition. The first aimed to reinvent the old functions of confinement, with a sort of geometrical purity and almost delirious rationalism, to be used for both crime and madness. The second aimed to establish a more hospital-oriented status for madness, to take the place of the absent family. This was no struggle between philanthropy and barbarism, any more than it was a duel between tradition and the new humanism. They were rather the first stumbling steps towards a definition of madness that a whole society was once more eager to exorcise, at a time when its previous companions in misery, poverty, libertinage, and sickness had fallen into the private domain. In this entirely restructured social space, madness once more had to find a place. There were many dreams, even as confinement was losing its meaning, ideal houses of correction, functioning unhindered with no disadvantages, in silent perfection, oniric bicetra, where all the mechanisms of correction operated in a pure state, where order and punishment and sentence were carefully measured, an organized pyramid of work and chastisement, the best possible of all worlds of evil. And in these ideal fortresses, the fantasy was that there would be no contact at all with the real world. They were to be entirely closed in on themselves, and would rely on the sole resources of sickness and evil, circumventing any risk of contagion and preventing terror. These independent microcosms would be an inverted mirror of society, where vice, constraint, and punishment would take the place of virtue, liberty, and the just rewards that made for the contentment of mankind. Brisot, for example, drew up a plan for a perfect house of correction, according to the rigors of a geometry that was both architectural and moral. Every fragment of space took on the symbolic values of a meticulous social hell. Two sides of the building, which was to be square in shape, were reserved for less serious misdemeanors, with women and children on one side, and debtors on the other. They were to be given beds and passable food. Their rooms would be exposed to sunlight and natural warmth. The cold and windy sides would house people accused of capital crimes, and they would be grouped together with libertines, the raving mad, and all the insane who were disturbers of the public peace. The first two classes of prisoners would do jobs that were of some use to society. The latter would carry out those indispensable tasks that were harmful to health, and which all too often honest people were forced to carry out. Work will be proportional to strength and the delicacy of their constitution, the nature of their crimes, and so forth. Vagabonds, libertines, and villains will break stones, polish marble, grind up colors, and do the sort of work with chemicals that ordinarily puts the life of honest citizens in danger. In this marvelous economy, work is doubly effective. It produces and destroys, as work necessary to society is born out of the death of workers whose disappearance is desirable. The dangerous, restive lives of men passed into the docility of objects. The irregularities of these senseless existences were all ground and polished as smooth as marble. The classic themes of confinement here reach a paroxysm of perfection. The confined are excluded until their death, but each step taken towards this death is useful to the society from which they are banished. 17. When the revolution began, these had not yet disappeared. Musquinet's project used a fairly similar form of geometry, although the meticulousness of the symbols was even richer. His fortress was to have 4 sides, with each of the buildings in turn having 4 stories, forming a pyramid of work. It was an architectural pyramid, with carding and weaving at its base, and at the top there was a platform to serve as place for warp to be stretched before it was introduced to the loom. 18. It was a social pyramid too, as the confined were to be grouped in battalions of 12, under the direction of a foreman. Guards would watch over their work, and a director would oversee the whole establishment. Finally, a hierarchy of merit offered the promise of liberation, and each week the most zealous workers would receive a prize of an ECU of £6 from the president, and anyone winning the prize 3 times would also win their liberty. 19. This meant that there was something for the domain of work, and interest too, and that the balance was finely struck. The prisoner's work was an economic good for the administration, and a step towards freedom for the inmate, so a single product brought gains of 2 types. But there was also the world of morality, symbolized by a chapel that was to be built in the middle of the square formed by the buildings. Men and women were to attend Mass every Sunday, paying particular attention to a sermon, whose purpose will invariably be to instill feelings of repentance in the prisoners for their past life, making them understand how libertinage and idleness never bring happiness, even in this life, and forcing them to make a firm resolution to behave better in the future. 20. If a prisoner who had won prizes, and was only a step or 2 away from gaining his freedom, caused a commotion in mass, or demonstrated himself to be disorderly in his morals, he would immediately lose the benefits he had gained. Freedom did not simply have a market value, it had a moral value too, and was also to be acquired through virtue. Prisoners were thus placed at the intersection of 2 different systems. The one was purely economic, consisting of work, its product, and its reward; the other was exclusively moral, and consisted of virtue, vigilance, and recompense. When the 2 coincided, in a perfect form of work that was also pure morality, the prisoner was free. This perfected vision of Bicetre thereby found a double justification. For the outside world, it was pure profit, as it was unremunerated work, and Musquinet reckoned that for 400 workers, it was worth precisely £500,000 per year. For the interior world that it enclosed, it was a gigantic moral purification. No man is so corrupt that he can considered incorrigible; all that is necessary is for him to understand his true interests, and for him not to be abased with unbearable punishments that are always too much for human weakness. 21. Here we touch some of the most extreme forms of the myth of confinement. Purified into a complex scheme, its intentions are immediately visible. It becomes, in all naivete, what it always was in some obscure fashion: the moral control of inmates, and economic profit for everyone else. The product of the work accomplished can be easily broken down into the profits that go to the administration, thereby indirectly benefiting society as a whole, and the gratification awarded to workers in the form of certificates of morality. A sort of caricatural truth that indicates not only what the asylum wished itself to be, but also the style in which a whole form of bourgeois consciousness set up the relations between work, profit, and virtue. It is a point at which the history of madness slides into a mythology where reason and unreason found simultaneous expression. 22. This dream of work carried out in a purely moral environment, and this other dream of work that attains its positivity with the death of the person accomplishing it, both demonstrate that confinement attained an excessive truth. Such projects were now only determined by an overflow of psychological and social meanings, or by a system of moral symbols where madness was somehow leveled out. Madness was now only disorder, irregularity, and obscure faults, a disturbance in men that troubled the state and contradicted morality. Just as bourgeois society was beginning to understand the futility of confinement, and lose the unity of evidence that made unreason perceptible to the classical age, it found itself dreaming of a pure form of work which was pure profit for the society, and death, and moral submission for its outsiders, where all that was foreign in man would be snuffed out and reduced to silence. In these dreams, confinement overreached itself. It became a pure form, finding its place in the network of social utilities, indefinitely fecund. These mythical elaborations were in vain, the fantastical geometry of a confinement that had already had its day. Yet purifying the space of confinement of its real contradictions, making it compatible, in the imaginary at least, with the requirements of society, it tended to give a positive significance to what had previously been pure exclusion. This region, akin to a negative zone at the limits of the state, sought to become a substantial milieu where society could recognize itself and put its own values into circulation. In that respect, the dreams of Brissot and Musquinet were complicitous with numerous other projects whose seriousness, philanthropic concerns, and proto-medical preoccupations seemed to propose a meaning at the other extreme. Although they were contemporaneous with them, these other projects were in a very different style. On the one hand was the abstraction of confinement taken in its most general terms, with no reference to the confined themselves, who were merely an opportunity and a raw material rather than the raison d'être of the project itself. On the other, the peculiarities of the confined, and above all the singular appearance that madness had taken on in the course of the 18th century as confinement lost its essential structure, were instead exalted. Alienation was treated on its own terms, not as one of the forms that necessitated confinement, but as a problem in and for itself, with confinement seen as nothing more than a solution. This was the first time that confined madness and medically treated madness were systematically brought face to face, when madness seen as unreason confronted madness seen as disease. It was, in short, the first moment of the confusion or synthesis, whichever label one prefers, that constituted mental alienation in the modern sense of the phrase. In 1785, under the double signature of Doublet and Colombier, there appeared instructions printed by order and at the expense of the government on the manner of governing and treating the insane. The madman here is located in an ambiguous manner, halfway between forms of assistance that are in the process of being reorganized, and confinement, which was in the process of disappearing. This text reflects neither a sudden discovery nor a conversion in the manner in which madness was to be treated. Rather, it points to compromises, the search for new measures, balanced positions. All the hesitations of the revolutionary legislators are already there in embryo. On the one hand, assistance, as a manifestation of natural pity, is required by the mad, as it is for all those who are incapable of meeting their own needs. It is society's duty to shield the weakest and most miserable most carefully, and for that reason, children and the insane have always been the object of public concern. But the compassion naturally felt towards children is a positive attraction, while the pity felt for the mad is quickly spent, and even replaced by a horror inspired by their foreign existence, given over to violence and fury. We tend to flee them, to avoid the heart-wrenching spectacle of the hideous marks on their faces and bodies and of the loss of their reason. In any case, a fear of their violence is such that anyone who is not obliged to assist them remains at a distance. What was therefore required was a middle way between the duty of assistance prescribed by an abstract pity and the legitimate fears that the real experience of this terror inspired, and the solution, naturally, was assistance intramuros, help that was supplied at the boundaries of the distance inspired by horror, and pity that operated inside the space prepared by more than a century of confinement, now left empty. One consequence was that the exclusion of the mad took on a whole new meaning. It no longer marked the great caesura between reason and unreason, at the furthest limits of society, but inside the group itself it drew a line of compromise between feelings and duty, between pity and horror, between assistance and security. Never again was it to have the sense of absolute limit that it had perhaps inherited from age-old terrors, and that it had confirmed in the obscure fears of men, by taking the place of leprosy in an almost geographical manner. Now it was a measure rather than a limit, and it is the obviousness of that shift in significance that meant that the French asylums, inspired by Roman law, were so roundly criticized. All they relieve are the fears of the public, and they are unable to satisfy pity, which requires not simply security, but also the care and treatment that are often neglected, and without which the madness of some is perpetual, whereas it could be cured, and the condition of others worsens, whereas it could be improved. But this new form of confinement should also be a measure of a different sort, in that it needed to reconcile the possibilities of riches and the demands of poverty, for the rich, and this was the ideal of assistance for Turgot's disciples, make it their duty to look after relatives stricken with madness in their own homes, and if their efforts were in vain, they had them looked after by trustworthy individuals. But the poor had neither the necessary resources to contain the insane, nor the ability to have them looked after and treated as sick people. What was therefore necessary was a form of treatment for the poor that resembled that of the rich. They should be watched over and guarded as carefully as the madmen of rich families were, but at no cost to the beneficiary. To that end, Colombier recommended the creation of a department solely destined for the poor insane in each begging center, where madness should be treated in all its forms. In any case, the most significant aspect of the text was the still hesitant search for a form of equilibrium between the exclusion of the mad pure and simple, and the medical care that was provided for them on the grounds that they were considered to be sick. To lock up the mad was in essence to protect society against the peril that they represented. 1,000 examples have proven this danger, and the newspapers recently reaffirmed it by reporting the story of a maniac who slit the throats of his wife and children, before calmly lying down to sleep beside the bloody victims of his frenzy. It was therefore of primary importance to lock up the mad whose needy families did not have the means to guard them at home. But they were also to benefit from the treatment they would receive either at the hands of doctors, if they were more fortunate, or in hospitals if they were not immediately confined. Doublet detailed the cures that were to be applied to different sicknesses of the mind, precepts that exactly summarize the treatment traditionally handed out in the 18th century. 23. Despite that, the connection between confinement and medical treatment here is only of a temporal order. They did not exactly coincide, but succeeded each other. Treatment was given during the short period when the sickness was considered to be curable, but immediately afterwards confinement resumed its sole function of exclusion. In one sense, the 1785 instructions did little more than take up and systematize what was already customary in hospitality and confinement, but what was essential was the manner in which it brought them together in the same institutional form, and that the treatment was to be applied in the same place as the exclusion. Previously, treatment was carried out at the Hôtel Dieu, and confinement occurred at Bicêtre. What was now projected was a form of confinement in which the medical function and the exclusive function would alternate, but inside a single structure. Society was to be protected against the mad through a form of banishment that designated madness as irreversible alienation, and protected against sickness in a recuperative space where madness, in principle at least, was considered transitory. These two types of measures, which covered two different experiences that until this point had been considered to be heterogeneous, were now superimposed, although they did not yet blend into one another. There have been attempts to see Doublet and Colombier's text as the first great stride towards the creation of the modern asylum. 24 But however close their instructions come to bringing medical and pharmaceutical techniques into the world of confinement, the essential step had not yet been taken. That would only happen when the space of confinement, adapted and reserved for madness, revealed values of its own, capable, with no external addition of curing madness, i.e. the day when confinement itself became the essential medication, and when the negative gesture of exclusion, by its own meaning and its intrinsic virtues, became an opening onto the positive world of the cure. Confinement was not to be supplemented by practices that were external to it, but reorganized, so that the truth that it concealed was revealed, and the loose threads that ran through it tightened at last. It would thus take on a medical value in the movement that brought madness back to reason. The space that was exclusively the domain of social division was to become a dialectical domain where the mad and the non-mad came to exchange their secret truths. That step was taken by Tenon and Cabanis. In the work of Tenon, one can still discern the old idea that the confinement of the mad should only be decreed in a definitive manner once medical treatment had failed. Only after using up all possible resources is it permissible to consent to the unfortunate necessity of depriving a citizen of his liberty. 25 But already confinement was no longer, in a rigorously negative manner, the total and absolute abolition of liberty. It was more a restrained and organized form of freedom. If the idea was to avoid all contact with the reasonable world, and in that sense it remained a form of closure, confinement was also to open, on the inside, onto an empty space where madness was free to express itself, not so that it might be abandoned to its blind rage, but so that it had the possibility of satisfaction, an opportunity for appeasement that could never result from uninterrupted constraints. The first remedy should be to offer the madman a certain amount of freedom, so that he can allow himself to express in some measure the desires that nature instills in him. 26 Rather than seeking to control it entirely, confinement functioned as though it had to leave madness a certain leeway, a space in which it could be itself, a form of liberty stripped of secondary components like violence, rage, frenzy, or despair, whose appearance was invariably provoked by constant oppression. The classical age, in some of its myths at least, associated the liberty of madness with the most aggressive forms of animality, and considered that predation was the basis of the resemblance between the demented and the animal. What now appeared was the idea that there could be in a madman a more gentle form of animality, which did not destroy its human truth in violence, but allowed instead one of nature's secrets to emerge, the rediscovery of the familiar but forgotten resemblance with tame animals and children. Madness was no longer an absolute perversion that went against nature, but an invasion by a neighboring nature. To Tenon's way of thinking, the ideal form of confinement was the one practiced at St. Luke's, where a madman is left to his own devices, and leaves his cell if he wishes, and roams through the gallery, or wanders off to a sandy open-air path. As he is restless, he requires covered and open walkways, so that he can yield in any weather to the impulses that overtake him. 27. Confinement was thus to be a space of truth as much as a space of restraint, and had to be the latter only to be the former. For the first time, an idea was formulated that was to weigh heavily on the history of psychiatry up until the psychoanalytic liberation, that in these constraints, this closed-off vacuum, this milieu, confined madness found a privileged element in which the essential forms of its truth could surface. Relatively free and abandoned to the paroxysms of its truth, was there not then a risk that madness might thereby gain strength and follow a sort of constant intensification? Neither Tenon nor Cabanis thought so. They thought that on the contrary, this semi-liberty, this caged freedom would be of therapeutic value. This was because for them, as for all physicians of the 18th century, the imagination was always responsible for all the sicknesses of the mind, because it partook of both the body and the soul and was the birthplace of error. The more men were constrained, the more their imagination tended to wander, and the stricter the rules restraining their bodies, the greater the disorder in images and dreams. So much so that freedom was therefore more effective than chains when it came to binding the imagination, as it constantly forced the imagination to confront reality, burying strange dreams under familiar gestures. Imagination was silenced by this vagabondage of liberty. Tenon praised the foresight of the administrators at St. Luke's, where a madman, in general, is let loose for most of the day, that freedom, in people unaccustomed to the rule of reason, is already a remedy that brings calm to the wandering or lost imagination. 28 In itself, without being anything other than this secluded form of liberty, confinement was thus an agent of cure. It was medical, not so much in terms of the care that it provided as in the play of imagination, liberty, silence, and limits, and the movement that spontaneously organized them and brought error back to truth and madness back to reason. Confined freedom cured of its own accord, just as liberated language was soon to do for psychoanalysis, but in a movement that was its exact opposite, not by allowing fantasy to take shape in language and use it as a medium of exchange, but by forcing it instead to disappear when confronted with the insistent and heavily real silence of things. An essential step had been taken, and confinement had at last gained a form of medical acceptability. It had become the place of cure, no longer the place in which madness kept watch and ruled until its death, but the place in which, by a sort of indigenous mechanism, it was supposed to suppress itself of its own accord. The key fact is that this transformation of the centers of confinement into asylums was not the result of a progressive introduction of medicine, a sort of invasion coming from the outside, but was the result of an internal restructuring of a space that the classical age had designated as a place of exclusion and correction. The progressive alteration of its social significance, the political criticism of repression and the economic critique of assistance, the appropriation of the whole field of confinement by madness, at a time when all the other figures of unreason were slowly being liberated, all resulted in confinement being a doubly privileged place for madness, the place both of its truth and of its abolition. To that extent, it really did become its destiny, and the link between them became a necessary one. The twin functions that might appear quite contradictory, protection against perils that the insane represented, and the curing of sickness, were suddenly harmonized at last, as it was in the closed but empty space of confinement that madness formulated its truth and liberated its nature, and by this single operation, the danger to the public was averted and the signs of sickness removed. Once the space of confinement was invested by these new values, and by the whole new movement that they brought, then and only then could the world of medicine take control of the asylum, bringing all the experiences of madness into its own remit at last. It was not medical thought that forced open the doors of the asylum, and if today doctors now reign in such places, it is not through any right of conquest resulting from the vital force of their philanthropy or their concern with scientific objectivity. It is because confinement itself slowly took on a therapeutic value, bringing a realignment of all the political and social gestures, and the moral and imaginary rituals that for more than a century had been used to ward off madness and unreason. The appearance of confinement therefore changed. But in the complex unity between confinement and madness, where a clear division was never entirely possible, madness too underwent an alteration. It struck up new relations with the semi-liberty that it was offered, however parsimoniously, with the time within which it unfolded, with the gaze that watched over it and controlled it. Madness was at one with this closed world, a body which was by the same token its truth and its home. Through a recurrence, which is only strange if one believes that madness pre-exists the practices that designate and concern it, its situation became its nature, the constraints upon it took on the meaning of a determinism, and the language that determined it assumed the voice of a truth that spoke of itself. The genius of Cabanis, and of the texts that he wrote in 1791, coincided with this decisive, equivocal moment, where perspectives suddenly began to lose their clarity. What had originated as a social reform of confinement became a fidelity to the deep truths of madness, and the manner in which the mad were alienated was forgotten, only to reappear as the nature of their alienation. 29. Confinement was beginning to order itself in relation to the forms to which it had given birth. The problem of madness was no longer envisaged from the point of view of reason or order, but from the point of view of the rights of the free individual, which no coercion nor even charity could infringe. The liberty and safety of individuals must be protected above all other things. The rules of justice should never be violated, not even when doing good. Liberty and reason had the same limits. Whenever reason was affected, liberty too could be constrained, but only if the attacks on reason threatened the existence of the subject or the freedom of others. When men enjoy the full power of their rational faculties, i.e. whenever these powers are not so altered as to compromise the safety and tranquility of others, or expose men to genuine danger, no one, not even society as a whole, has the right to raise a hand against their independence. 30. The ground was being prepared for a definition of madness based on the relation that freedom might have with itself. The old judicial conceptions that delivered the mad from responsibility for their actions before the law, at the cost of their civil rights, did not constitute a psychology of madness. That suspension of liberty was a purely legal consequence. But with Cabanis, freedom became man's nature, and any legitimate restriction on its exercise must necessarily have also altered the natural forms that it took in man. Locking up a madman had now to be the sanctioning of a matter of fact, a translation into juridical terms of an abolition of liberty that had already taken place on a psychological level. And in this recurrence or retroaction of law upon nature, we find the basis for the great ambiguity that causes contemporary thinking to hesitate so much when considering madness. If irresponsibility is an absence of liberty, then any form of psychological determinism is a proof of innocence. This is tantamount to saying that there is no truth in psychology that is not also a form of alienation for man. The disappearance of liberty, once a consequence of madness, now became its foundation, secret, and essence. And it was this essence that was to dictate the degree of restrictions that were to be imposed on the material liberty of the insane. A control was necessary, and it had to interrogate madness about its own being, which, given the still ambiguous nature of this disappearance of liberty, involved a confused variety of figures, such as magistrates, jurists, doctors, and simply men of experience. For these reasons, the places where the mad are to be detained must be constantly inspected by the various magistrates, and carefully examined by the police. Whenever a madman is taken to a detention center, he is to be examined forthwith from all points of view. He is to be watched by health officers, and guarded by the most intelligent personnel, who are most accustomed to observing madness in all its forms. 31 Confinement was to operate like a permanent measuring of madness, a constant series of readjustments in response to the changeable nature of its truth, restraining only inside the limits within which freedom alienated itself. Humanity, justice, and good medicine dictate that only the mad who risk genuinely harming others should be locked up. The only patients who should be restrained are those who otherwise risk harming themselves. The justice that was to reign inside asylums would no longer be that of punishment, but that of truth. There was to be an exact measurement of the exercise of liberty and of its restrictions, and as rigorous a conformity as possible between constraints and the alienation of liberty. And the most concrete form of this justice, its most visible symbol, was no longer to be the chain, an absolute, punitive restriction that invariably wounds the flesh it rubs against, but the new, soon-to-be famous straitjacket, a close-fitting canvas shirt, which constrains and contains the arms, designed to progressively hinder movements as their violence increased. 32 The straitjacket should not be seen as the humanization of chains, or as progress towards self-restraint. A process of conceptual deduction leads to the straitjacket, showing that in madness, the experience was no longer of an absolute conflict between reason and unreason, but rather of a play always relative, always mobile between freedom and its limits. 33 The project for new regulations that followed the Rapport Adresse au Département de Paris proposed that the main ideas developed in Cabani's text be applied in detail. The mad or the insane will be admitted to the different establishments that are or will be allotted to them throughout the Department of Paris on the basis of reports from legally recognized doctors and surgeons, signed by 2 witnesses, parents, friends, or neighbors, and certified by a justice of the peace from the section or canton. But the report gave a far wider interpretation to the regulations. Even the preeminence of the doctor in the determination of madness was carefully controlled, precisely in the name of an experience of the asylums that was considered to be closer to the truth, as it was based on a greater variety of cases, but also because it somehow allowed madness to speak more freely for itself. Imagine a madman being taken to hospital. The patient arrives, led by his family, neighbors, friends, or charitable strangers. Everyone certifies that he is indeed mad. They either are or are not in possession of doctors' certificates. Appearances confirm or appear to contradict what they say. Whatever opinion one might have of the state of the patient, if, in addition, the proofs of poverty are authentic, he must be taken in provisionally. What should then follow is a long process of observation carried out by the staff of the institution and health officers. And there, in the privileged environment of confinement, and under its purified gaze, the division is made, if the subject manifested obvious signs of madness. All doubt should disappear. He can be retained without scruples, and he should be looked after and protected from his own errors, and the use of the indicated medication should be courageously continued. But if, on the other hand, after a reasonable amount of time, no sign of madness is found, and painstaking investigations reveal nothing to arouse the suspicion that the calm is merely a lucid interval, and if the patient requests that he be allowed to leave the hospital, then it would be a crime to retain him there by force. He should immediately be returned to himself and to society. The medical certificate issued on entry to the asylum was thus only a guarantee of doubtful value. The definitive criterion, which could not be put in doubt, was to be provided by confinement instead. Inside, madness appeared filtered of anything that might have provided an illusion, offered to an absolutely neutral gaze, for it was no longer the interest of a family that was speaking, nor power and its arbitrary nature, nor the prejudices of medicine. Confinement pronounced of its own accord, in a vocabulary that was its own, i.e. in terms of liberty and constraints that penetrated deep into the essence of madness. The guardians who watched over the limits of confinement were now the sole persons who had the possibility of a positive knowledge of madness. By that means, Cabanis arrived at the curious idea, probably the most novel among his innovations, of an asylum journal. In the classical forms of confinement, unreason was, in the strictest sense of the word, reduced to silence. We know nothing of what it was for a considerable period of time, give or take a few enigmatic inscriptions on registers of the houses of confinement, its concrete figures, its language, and its teeming, delirious existences are probably lost to us now. Madness was then without memory, and confinement was the seal on that forgetting. But from this point confinement was the space within which madness formulated its own truth, it was to mark its measure moment by moment. Within it madness would come to completion up to the point of decision. A journal shall be kept where a picture of each form of madness, the effects of remedies, and autopsies, are to be recorded with scrupulous exactitude. The names of all individuals in the section are to be recorded, enabling the administration to draw up a nominative report on their condition week by week, or even day by day, if that is what is judged necessary. Madness therefore came to regions of truth that unreason had never attained, it was inserted into time, escaping the random, the purely accidental that had previously been used to mark its various episodes, and it took on an autonomous form in history. Its past and evolution became part of its truth, and what revealed madness was no longer the always instantaneous rupture with truth that had previously been the hallmark of unreason. Madness too has a time that coincides with the calendar, not the rhythmic calendar of the seasons that would link it to the dark forces within the world, but the daily time of men, the time within which history is accounted for. Its truth revealed by confinement, firmly installed in the time of chronicles and history, stripped of all the elements that would have made the deep presence of unreason irreducible, madness, disarmed in this fashion, could now safely enter the world of exchange. It became communicable, but in the neutralized form of offered objectivity. It could take on a public existence once more, not in the form that had once caused such scandal, when it suddenly and irrevocably called into question all that was most essential in man, and all that was most true in his truth, but as a calm object, kept at a safe distance, and yet totally visible, fully open to reveal its secrets, now no longer a cause of discomfort, but a means of instruction. No doubt the administration will consider the contents of the journal and its precious details to be the property of the public who provided such deplorable material. There is no doubt that it will have the results printed, and if the editor is a man of some learning and medical experience, such a compendium, providing new information year upon year, new observations, new facts, and the latest results of new and true experiments, will become an immense source of riches for all students of the physical and moral science of man. 34. Here was madness offered up to the gaze. This had also been its position in classical confinement, when it presented the spectacle of its own animality, but the gaze that had then been cast upon it was one of fascination, in that man contemplated in that figure so foreign an animality that was his own, which he recognized in a confused manner as being indefinably close yet indefinably distant, this existence that a delirious monstrosity made inhuman and placed as far from the world as possible, he secretly felt it inside himself. The new gaze that was trained on madness was not charged with so much complicity. It was directed towards an object, which it attained by the sole intermediary of a discursive truth that had already been formulated. The madman now appeared in a purified state, madness in an abstract form. If there was anything in its spectacle that concerned reasonable individuals, it was not the extent to which madness could challenge humanity as a whole, but rather the extent to which it could bring something new to what was known about man. Madness was no longer to be inscribed in the negativity of existence, as one of its most brutal figures, but now progressively took its place in the positivity of known things. In this new gaze, where compromises disappeared, barriers like grills were also abolished. The mad and the non-mad were to meet face to face. The only distance between them was the one immediately measured by the gaze. It may have been almost imperceptible, but it was no less unbridgeable for that, the freedom acquired in confinement, the possibility of finding there a truth and a language were for madness no more than the other side of a movement that gave it a place as an object of knowledge. Under the gaze that now enveloped it, madness shed all the prestige that had made it until recently a figure banished on sight. It became an object of investigation, a thing invested with language, a known reality. It became, in short, an object. And if the new space of confinement brought madness and reason into closer proximity, within a mixed home it also marked off an even greater distance between them, an imbalance that could never be reversed. However free madness became in the world that reasonable men had created for it, however close it came to their spirit and their hearts, it could never be anything other than an object for them. No longer the ever-imminent converse of their existence, but a possible eventuality in the concatenation of things. This fall into objectivity was a far more effective means of mastering madness than its previous enslavement to the forms of unreason. Confinement, in the light of these developments, could offer madness the luxury of liberty as it was now enslaved, and stripped of its deepest powers. If this evolution was to be summed up in one sentence, we might say that the kernel of the experience of unreason was that madness was there its own subject, but that in the experience that came into being in the late 18th century, madness was alienated from itself through its promotion to a new status as object. Asterisk. What Cabanis dreamt of for madness was that half-sleep to which the asylum would consign it, and he sought to exhaust it in that problematic serenity. But strangely, at that very moment, it sprang back to life elsewhere, taking on a whole new concrete content. While it became purified for knowledge, and was freed of its ancient complicities, it also found itself engaged in a series of questions that morality began to pose itself. It penetrated everyday life, affecting everyday choices and elementary decisions, provoking archaic reactions and forcing public opinion to revise its system of values concerning madness. The clarification and purification that was operated in the work of Colombier, Tenon, and Cabanis as part of a continual series of reflections was immediately counteracted and compromised by this more spontaneous labor carried out on the margins of consciousness every day. Nonetheless, it was there, in the barely perceptible weave of daily experience, that madness was soon to take on the moral form that was so instantly recognizable to Pinel and Tuke. For as confinement disappeared, madness once again entered the public domain. It reappeared as though carried by a slow, silent invasion, affecting judges, families, and everyone responsible for law and order. While a status was sought for it, it posed some urgent questions. The age-old concept of the unreasonable man, in the family, society, and police sense, was now beginning to disintegrate, leaving the judicial notion of irresponsibility face to face with the immediate experience of madness, with no intermediary. A whole labor now began, in which the negative concept of alienation as defined by law was slowly permeated and altered by the moral meanings that ordinary people lent to madness. A distinction should be made in the lieutenant of police between the magistrate and the administrator. The first is a man of the law, the latter is a man of the government. 5 years later, Descartes had this to say about his own earlier definition. Rereading, in April 1789, the article that I wrote in 1784, I must add that the nation ardently desires to diminish the influence of the administrator's part, or at least modify it, so that the freedom of citizens should be assured in the most inviolable manner. The reorganization of the police in the early days of the revolution caused that power, which was both independent and mixed, to disappear, granting its privileges to citizens instead, conceived of as both private individuals and the collective will of society. The electoral districts created by the decree of March 28, 1789 served as a framework for the reorganization of the police. In each district of Paris, 5 companies were set up, only one of which was paid. This was usually the previous police force, with the 4 others staffed by volunteer citizens. 36 From one day to the next, private individuals found themselves entrusted with the task of carrying out a fundamental social division that precedes the act of justice and is the work of all police. Private individuals now had to deal directly, with no intermediaries and no controls, with all the human material that was previously consigned to the houses of confinement, vagabondage, prostitution, the debauchery and immorality, and of course all the confused forms that went from violence to frenzy, from weak-mindedness to dementia. Man, as a citizen, was now called upon to exercise within the group the provisionally absolute power of the police. His task was to accomplish the obscure and sovereign gesture that designates an individual as an undesirable element, a stranger to the unity that society forms, and it fell to the common citizen to judge the boundaries of order and disorder, liberty and scandal, morality and immorality. The immediate power of decision regarding the division of reason and madness was now to operate inside the citizen, and inside his conscience, before any liberation. The citizen was universal reason, and doubly so, he was the immediate truth of human nature, the touchstone of all legislation. But he was also the person for whom unreason departed from reason. He was, in the most spontaneous forms of his consciousness, in the most immediate decisions that he took, before any theoretical or judicial elaboration, the place, the instrument, and the judge of that division. Men of the classical age, as we have seen, also immediately recognized madness, without any recourse to reflection, in an immediate apprehension, but they made spontaneous use of their good sense, not of their political rights. That was man judging as man, perceiving without commentary a difference of fact. But now, when faced with madness, a citizen had a fundamental power that made him both a man of the law and a man of the government. As the sole sovereign of the bourgeois state, the free man became the first judge of madness. The man in the street renewed the contact with madness that had been interrupted by the classical age, but contact was renewed, without dialogue or confrontation, in the pre-existing form of sovereignty, in the absolute and silent exercise of his rights. The fundamental principles of bourgeois society allowed this private yet universal consciousness to reign over madness, before any possible contestation. And when judicial or medical experience was allowed to express an opinion on it, at trial or inside the asylums, it had already been secretly mastered. This new reign had its primary, and highly transitory, form in what were known as the family tribunals. These were an old idea, which easily predated the revolution, and which the customs of the ancien regime seemed to have sketched in advance. Regarding the petitions used by families requesting lettres de cachet, Verdun, the lieutenant of police, wrote to his superintendents as follows on June 1, 1764. Take extreme care with the following 2 points. First of all, be certain that the requests are signed by the closest relatives on both the paternal and maternal sides of the family, and secondly take careful note of any signatures that are missing, and find out why they did not sign. 37. Bretuel later considered constituting in law a special familial jurisdiction, but it was the Constituent Assembly that eventually set up family tribunals in May 1790. They were to form the most elementary cell of the civil jurisdiction, but their decisions only took on an executive force once they had been ratified by special orders from the district courts. These tribunals were to relieve the state of its duties in the innumerable procedures concerning conflicting family interests, inheritances, co-ownership, and so forth. But they were also entrusted with a separate task, and were to give a proper status and juridical form to measures that courts previously asked directly of the royal authorities, spendthrift and debauched fathers, prodigal sons, inheritors who were incapable of managing their share, and all the various forms of deficiency, disorder, and misdemeanor that were previously sanctioned with lettre de cachet, in the absence of the complete legal procedure of interdiction, all now fell into the jurisdiction of these family tribunals. In one sense, the Constituent Assembly had completed a process of evolution that had continued throughout the 18th century, conferring an institutional status on what was a spontaneous practice. But in fact, the arbitrary power of families and their relative interests were hardly checked at all by such measures. Under the Ancien regime, requests from families for lettre de cachet were followed with inquiries by the police so that the allegations might be verified. 38 Whereas under the new scheme, one merely had the right to appeal against the family tribunal's decisions by going to a higher court. It is quite unlikely that these courts functioned in an effective manner, and they did not survive subsequent reorganizations of the justice system. 39 But it is quite significant that for a certain time, the family itself was elected to the status of judicial body, and that it had the prerogatives of a tribunal regarding cases of misbehavior, disordered lifestyles, and the different forms incapacity or madness could take. For this brief moment, it openly was what it was long to remain in more covered form the most immediate instance of division between reason and madness, an archaic and simple form of justice that likened the rules of life, economics, and family obligation to the norms of good health, reason and freedom. In the family, taken as an institution and defined as a court, unwritten laws took on a natural significance, and at the same time private individuals became judges, bringing their daily dialogue with unreason into the public domain. From this point onwards, there was a public and institutional grasp of private consciousness upon madness. Numerous other transformations also bore witness to this new grasp, and foremost among them were changes in the nature of the punishments meted out. As was noted above, confinement on occasion constituted an attenuation of the punishment. 40 More often still it was used to cover up the monstrous nature of a crime, if it was the result of some form of excess, or a form of violence that seemed to reveal inhuman powers. 41 Confinement marked out a limit beyond which scandal was deemed unacceptable. For the bourgeois consciousness, on the other hand, scandal became an instrument for the exercise of its sovereignty. Its absolute power was such that this consciousness was not merely judgment, but also a punishment in and of itself. To know of a case did not simply mean to instruct and to judge, but also to make public, and to make manifest in such a manner that the glaring spotlight of its own judgment was itself a punishment. In this consciousness, judgment and the execution of the sentence were unified through the ideal, instantaneous act of the gaze. Knowledge, in the organized game of scandal, was the totality of the judgment. In his theory of criminal laws, Brisot showed that scandal was the ideal punishment, always proportional to the crime, free of any physical stigma, and instantly adequate to the demands of moral consciousness. He took up again the old distinction between sin, which was an offense against the divine order, only punishable by God, crime, which was an act committed against one's fellow man, to be rewarded with punishment, and vice, a disorder that relates only to the self, which was to be punished with shame. 42 Because it was more interior, vice was also more primitive, it was crime itself, but before its accomplishment, at its roots in the human heart. Before they broke the law, criminals always infringed the silent rules present in the conscience of a man. Vices are to morality as crime is to law, and vice is invariably the father of crime. It is a race of monsters which, like the terrifying genealogy of sins described by Milton, seem to infinitely reproduce each other. I see a poor unfortunate on the scaffold, about to pass over to the other side. Why is he there? Go back up the chain of his actions, and you will invariably discover that the first link was a violation of the sacred limit of morality. 43. If crime was to be avoided, it was not through a reinforcement of the law or by the introduction of stiffer sentences, but rather by making morality more imperious, and enforcing its rules with greater force, so that scandal was the natural effect of the denunciation of vice. Such punishments seem ineffective, and were truly such in tyrannical states, where the vigilance of consciences and scandal produced nothing but hypocrisy, because the sinew of public opinion in such places has lost its mettle, and because, crucially, good morality is not as essential and integral a part of monarchy as it is in a republic. 44 But when morality formed the substance of the state, and public opinion was the most solid link in the chain that held society together, then scandal became the most redoubtable form of alienation. Through it, men irreparably became outsiders to all that was most essential in society, and punishment, rather than keeping the particular character of a reparation, became a universal, present in the conscience of each man and carried out by the will of all. Legislators who desire to stamp out crime, take note, look at the road taken by criminals, mark the first wrong turn they take, and you shall see that it is the infringement of good morals. Block off that turning, and you will have to resort to punishment far less often. 45. Scandal thus becomes a form of punishment that is doubly ideal, in that it is immediately fitting to the offense, and also a means of preventing it from taking a criminal form. What confinement deliberately locked away in the shadows, the revolutionary consciousness was eager to offer to the public gaze, as manifestation became the essence of punishment. All the values relative to secrets and scandal were therefore reversed, the obscure depths of punishment that enveloped any fault were replaced with an immediately perceptible public admonition, sanctioning actions that lurk deep in the hearts of men, to prevent similar actions from rising to the surface. In a strange manner, the revolutionary consciousness rediscovered the ancient value of public punishments, which were akin to an exaltation of the dark power of unreason. 46 In appearance only, the idea was no longer to show senselessness to the world, but simply to place immorality before a scandalous public conscience. Here a new psychology was being born, which changed the essential meaning of madness, and proposed a new description of the relations between man and the hidden forms of unreason. It is strange that the psychology of crime, in its most rudimentary aspects, or at least the desire to go back to its origins in the hearts of men, was not born of any humanization of justice, but out of a supplementary requirement of morality, a sort of moral conversion by the state itself, and a refinement of various forms of indignation. Above all, this new psychology was a sort of reverse image of classical justice. All that was previously concealed was now converted into a manifest truth. Justice was to bear witness to those elements which, until now, had previously never had witnesses at all. As a consequence, psychology and the knowledge of all that was most interior to men were born from the fact that public conscience had been elected to the status of universal judge, as an immediately valid form of reason and morality for judging men. Psychological interiority was constituted on the basis of the exteriority of scandalous conscience. All that which had previously made up the content of the old classical unreason could now be taken up in these new forms of psychological knowledge. That world, which had been kept at an inviolable distance, suddenly became familiar to everyday conscience, since it was to be its judge, and it spread itself across the surface of a psychology that was entirely the product of the least examined and most immediate forms of morality. Asterisk. These changes were institutionalized in the great reform of criminal justice. The jury was to represent the public conscience, and its ideal reign over all of man's secret, inhuman powers. The rule of public debate gave the sovereignty which jurors were momentarily delegated to hold an almost infinite extension. The whole body of the nation judged through them, and found itself involved in a debate with the different forms of violence, profanation, and unreason that confinement had long kept out of sight. And by a paradoxical movement, ongoing even today, as the judging institution claimed greater universality for the foundation of its justice, and substituted the general norm of human rights and obligations for the particular rules of case law, and as the truth of its judgments found confirmation in a certain public consciousness, crime became interiorized, and its meaning became ever more private. Criminality lost the absolute meaning and unity that it had previously possessed in its finished gestures, in the offenses that were committed, and was divided according to two measurements that were to become ever more irreducible with the passing of time: the idea of a punishment adjusted to fit the crime, a measurement borrowed from the norms of the public conscience, the requirements of scandal and the rules of the judicial attitude that assimilated punishments and manifestation, and that which defined the link between a fault and its origins, a measurement that was of the order of knowledge, and of secret, individual assignations. This dissociation suffices to prove, if proof were needed, that psychology, as knowledge of the individual, should historically be considered in a fundamental relationship with the forms of judgment that were proffered by the public conscience. The psychology of individuals would not have been possible without this entire reorganization of scandal in the social conscience. Knowledge about the concatenations of heredity, the past, and motivations only became possible when fault and crime ceased having intrinsic value and were no longer seen purely in relation to themselves, but took their meaning instead from the universal gaze of the bourgeois conscience. In this schism between scandal and secret, crime lost its real density, and took its place in a world that was half public, half private. To the extent that it belonged to a private world, it was error, delirium, pure imagination, and therefore inexistence, and to the extent that it belonged to a public world, it manifested inhumanity and insanity, that in which the consciousness of the public was unable to recognize itself, that which was not founded in it, and which therefore had no right to exist. In both cases, crime became unreal, and in the non-being that it manifested, it discovered its own profound connection to madness. Perhaps classical confinement had already been the sign that this relation was sealed long before. Had it also not turned any weakness of the mind and errant behavior, any violence of word and gesture into the same monotony, enveloping them in the massive apprehension of unreason? But it was not to give them a common psychology that would denounce the same mechanism of madness in both. Neutralization was there sought as an effect. Non-existence was now determined as an origin. And through a phenomenon of recurrence, what was obtained in confinement as a consequence was rediscovered as a principle of assimilation between madness and crime. The geographical proximity to which they were constrained in order to reduce them became a genealogical proximity in non-being. This change is already perceptible in the first case of a crime of passion to be heard in France before a jury in a public sitting. Historians of psychology usually pay relatively little attention to this type of event, but anyone who wishes to grasp the meaning of the world of psychology that opened up to man at the end of the 18th century, where men have subsequently sought in ever greater depth their own truths, to the point of now trying to decipher their everything down to the last word, and anyone who wishes to know what psychology is, not as a body of knowledge but as fact and cultural expression unique to the modern world, does well to examine this trial and the manner in which it was conducted, as it is as important as the measurement of thresholds or theories of memory. A whole new relationship between man and his truth was beginning to be formulated here. To situate it exactly, it can be compared to any other case of crime and madness that had been judged in the preceding years. The bourgeois case, from the time during which Joly de Fleury was Minister of Justice, is typical. Bourgeois had attempted to kill a woman who refused to give him some money. 47 He was arrested, and his family immediately requested that it be authorized to instigate an inquiry, to prove that he had constantly shown signs of madness and dissipation, in the hope that as a consequence he would either be locked up or sent to the colonies. Witnesses were ready to confirm that on various occasions the accused had had the wild look and bearing of a madman, and that he had often been excessively garrulous, generally giving the impression of a man who was losing his wits. The procurator fiscal was inclined to grant the family's request, not out of consideration for the state of the accused, but out of respect for the honor and misery of the family. It is at the request of this much wronged honest family, he wrote to Joly de Fleury, who have only slender means, and who have 6 children of tender age left by bourgeois who is now reduced to a state of atrocious poverty, that I have the honor to send your highness the enclosed copy, so that under your protection the family might be authorized to have this man locked up, an individual who could bring dishonor upon them through the mad conduct that he has all too often demonstrated for some years now. Joly de Fleury replied that the trial should be carried out in full, in compliance with the procedure, and that even if the madness was self-evident, confinement should never impede justice from following its course, nor prevent a sentence from being pronounced, but that part of the procedure should be an inquiry into the madness, and the accused should be heard and interrogated in the presence of the reporting counsel, that he should be heard and visited by the physician and surgeon of the court, in the presence of one of his deputies. The trial took place, and on March 1, 1783 the Tournelle Criminal Court decreed that Bourgeois should be taken away to the jail in Bicêtre, to be detained there, and to be fed, treated, and given the same medication as the other insane. After a short stay amongst the lunatics, it was noted that he showed few signs of insanity, and as some form of simulation was then suspected, he was moved to a cell. Some time later he asked to return among the insane, and as he showed no signs of violence the request was granted. He was then employed to do tasks that brought him a minimum of comfort. He petitioned the governor to be allowed to leave. The president of the courts replied that his detention was a favor, and that in any case his sentence was ad omnia citra mortem for the rest of his days. Here we come to an essential point: being sentenced to stay with the mad was not a sign that the innocence of the criminal was recognized, but remained, simply, a favor. Which is to say that the recognition of madness, even if it was established in the course of a trial, did not form an integral part of the judgment, it was superimposed upon it, modifying the consequences, but not affecting its essential nature. The meaning of the crime, its gravity, and its absolute value as an act all remained intact. Madness, even when recognized by doctors, did not penetrate to the heart of the act, making it any less real. The crime remained what it was, but madness allowed the perpetrator to benefit from an attenuated form of punishment. What then came into being, in punishment, was a complex, reversible structure, a sort of oscillating sentence. If a criminal showed no obvious signs of madness, he went from the insane to the common prisoners, but if, in the cells, he showed himself to be reasonable, gave no sign that he was violent, and if his good behavior seemed to be a step towards a pardon for his crime, then he was placed among the insane, whose regime was less harsh. Violence at the heart of the act was in turn that which indicated madness and that which justified a rigorous punishment. Alienation and crime both revolved around that unstable theme, in a confused mixture of complementarity, proximity, and exclusion. But in any case the relation remained of an external nature. What was yet to be discovered, and would be formulated precisely in 1792 for the first time, was by contrast an interior relation where all the different meanings of crime began to change, becoming caught up in a system of interrogation which still has no clear answers even today. In an appeal court in 1792, a lawyer named Bellard was called upon to defend a 52-year-old laborer named Gros who had been sentenced to death for murdering his mistress, whom he had discovered in flagranti delicto. For the first time, a crime of passion was to be heard at public trial before a jury, and for the first time the great debate between crime and insanity came out into the full light of day, as the public consciousness sought to establish a limit between the assignation of psychological determination and criminal responsibility. Bellard's defense brought no new knowledge to the domain of the sciences of the soul and the heart, but did more: it delineated a whole new space in which that knowledge might take meaning, and discovered one of the operations by means of which psychology in Western culture became the truth about man. The first thing to be noted about Bellard's text is the disentanglement of psychology from the literary and moral mythology of passion, which had served it both as norm and truth throughout the 18th century. For the first time, the truth of passion ceased to coincide with the ethic of true passions. It was known that love had a certain moral truth, made up of verisimilitude, spontaneity, and naturalness, which confusingly made up the psychological law of its genesis and the form of its validity. In the 18th century, no sensitive soul could fail to understand or acquit the Grier 48 if, instead of a 52-year-old man accused of killing a mistress of doubtful trustworthiness in a fit of jealousy, one pictured a young man in the full force of his age, a shining example in his beauty and his passions, then most people would be on his side. Love belongs to the young. 49 But beyond that form of love, which was immediately recognized by moral sensibility, there was another form, which independently of beauty and youth, could spring into being and live long in people's hearts. Its truth was to be without verisimilitude, its nature to be against nature. Unlike the first form, it was not linked to man's seasons, and it was not the handmaid of nature, created to serve her ends and to give existence. While the harmony of the first meant that it was promised happiness, the latter only thrived on suffering. One was the delights of youth, and the consolation of later years, the other was too often the torment of old age. 50 The text of the passions, which the 18th century had indiscriminately deciphered in terms of psychology and morality, was now dissociated, and shared between two different forms of truth, revealing two different systems of natural belonging. A psychology emerged whose concern was no longer sensibility but knowledge alone, a psychology that spoke of a human nature where the figures of truth were no longer forms of moral validity. This love, no longer held in check by the wisdom of nature, is entirely enthralled to its own excess. It is the rage of an empty heart, the absolute game of a passion without object. Its attachment is indifferent to the truth of the love object, so violently is it controlled by the movements of its own imagination. It lives above all in the human breast, jealous and furious like the human heart. This self-absorbed rage is both love as a form of naked truth, and madness in the solitude of its illusions. There comes a time when passion becomes unhinged by this excessive conformity to its mechanical truth, so much so that its momentum drags it into a state of delirium. And consequently, by the equating of a violent gesture and the violence of passion, and by the identification of some psychological truth in a pure state, it is placed in a world of blindness, illusion, and insanity, which all serve to bypass its criminal reality. What Bellard unveiled for the first time in his pleading was the now fundamental relationship that establishes in any human gesture an inverse proportion between its truth and its reality. The truth of any form of behavior necessarily makes it unreal, and has an obscure tendency to suggest that its ultimate, most secret form lies beyond any possible analysis, in the realm of madness. In the end, all that remains of Gras' murderous act is an empty gesture, accomplished by a hand which alone was guilty, and an unfortunately fatal chain of events that took place in the absence of reason, in the torment of an irresistible passion. 51 When man is liberated from all the moral myths that tended to hold his truth, what becomes apparent is that the truth of this unalienated truth is nothing other than alienation itself. From this point onwards, what was understood by phrases like the psychological truth of man took over the function and meanings that had long been the domain of unreason, and man discovered within himself, at the furthest point of his solitude, where happiness, verisimilitude, and morality never reached, the age-old powers that had been banished by the classical age, and exiled on the most distant margins of society. Unreason was turned into an object by force, in what was most interior, most subjective and deepest in man. That which had so long been a manifestation of guilt now became innocence and secrecy. Unreason, which had so long exalted the forms of error where men abolished their truth, became, beyond appearances and beyond reality itself, the purest form of truth. Captured in the human heart, buried deep within it, madness could formulate all that which was most originally true in man. What then began was a slow process that has resulted today in one of the major contradictions in our moral life. Anything that can be formulated as a truth about man is considered to be a form of irresponsibility, and of that innocence that has always been, in Western law, proper to madness in its ultimate degree. If, at the moment during which Gras killed the widow Lefebvre, he was so totally under the influence of some absorbing passion that he no longer knew what he was doing, and was therefore incapable of allowing himself to be guided by reason, then it is impossible to condemn him to death. 52. The whole process of the calling into question of punishment, judgment, and the meaning of crime by a psychology that secretly places the innocence of madness at the heart of any form of truth that can be formulated about man was already present in a virtual form in Bellard's defense. The word innocence should not be understood here in the absolute sense. What is at stake is not a liberation of the psychological from the moral, but rather a readjustment in their equilibrium. Psychological truth only brought innocence in a sense that was extremely precise. However much it is irresponsible, This love that lived principally in the heart had to be more than simply a psychological mechanism. It also had to be an indication of a different morality, a more rarefied form of morality itself. When good-looking young men in the prime of life are deceived by their mistresses, they go off and find a new one. Another man in Gras position might have laughed off her infidelity by repaying the compliment. But the passion of the accused lived only for itself. It could accept no infidelity, and the idea of change was impossible. Despairingly, Gras saw the last heart over which he could hope to reign disappear, and all his actions carried the imprint of that despair. 53 He was absolutely faithful, and the blind nature of his love led him to a rare, imperious, and tyrannical form of virtue that it was not possible to condemn. Must one be severe with fidelity when one is indulgent with inconstancy? When Bellart asked that his client be spared capital punishment, it was in the name of a virtue that was perhaps not so highly regarded in the 18th century, but had to be honored now if people wanted to return to the virtues of earlier times. This region of madness and frenzy where the criminal act came into being only rendered it innocent to the extent that it was not rigorously neutral morally, but rather played a role that was precise. It exalted a value that society recognized, while being unable to give it any currency. Marriage was prescribed, but society was obliged to turn a blind eye to infidelity. Madness could have the power of an excuse if it was a manifestation of jealousy, obstinacy, or fidelity, even when it resulted in vengeance. Psychology was to be instilled inside guilty consciences, in the play between the values that society recognized and those it demanded. It was then and only then that the reality of a crime could be dissolved, and rendered innocent through a quixotic valorization of impracticable virtues. Crime could very well be determined by the laws of psychology and the mechanisms of the heart, but if there was no indication of these inaccessible values, it warranted no indulgence, and revealed nothing but vice, perversion, and wickedness. Bellart was careful to establish a clear distinction between crimes. Some are vile, the work of a soul made of mud, like theft, and bourgeois society would obviously never find any value in such crimes, not even in an idealized form. They were to be linked to other forms of behavior, more atrocious still, which announced a soul with a canker of wickedness, like assassination or premeditated murder. But other crimes by contrast revealed a passionate, fiery soul, the sort to be easily carried away, like the act carried out by Gras. 54 The degree of determination that lay behind an act did not thus fix the responsibility of the person who carried it out. On the contrary, the more distant the origins of the act, the more deeply rooted it appeared to be in a soul made of mud, the more guilty it became. But if it was spontaneous, carried out as though by surprise, by a pure movement of the heart towards a solitary, absurd form of heroism, then it deserved a lighter sanction. One could be guilty of having been given a perverse nature or a vicious education, but one was innocent in that immediate, violent passage from one form of morality to the other, i.e. from a common form of morality that was rarely acknowledged to an exalted form of morality that most refuse, for the greater good of others. Anyone who had a healthy education in his youth, and has had the good fortune to preserve those principles into a later age, should be able to tell himself that no crime like those of the first group, the cankerous, those with a soul of mud, will ever be a stain on his life. But what man would be foolhardy enough to dare to claim that he would never act in the second sense, in the explosion of a great passion? Who can be certain that he will never, in the exaltation of fury or despair, soil his hands with blood, and perhaps spill the blood he considers most precious? 55. What now came into being was a new division of madness. On the one hand was madness abandoned to the madness of its perversion, which no determinism could ever hope to excuse. On the other was a form of madness that was heroic in nature, the inverse yet complementary image of bourgeois values. That one, and that one alone, would slowly be allowed the right to belong to reason, or rather to the intermittences of reason. It was in that form of reason that responsibility could be diminished, and crime became more human and less punishable. If it was capable of being explained, that was because it was found to be secretly penetrated by moral impulses in which people recognized themselves. But there was also the other side of alienation, to which Royer Collard was doubtless referring in his famous letter to Fouché, when he mentioned the madness of vice. That madness was less than madness, as it was a total stranger to the world of morality, and its delirium spoke of nothing but evil. And while the first form of madness approached reason, mingled with it, and could be understood on its basis, the other was cast out into the external darkness, and it was there that the strange notions that succeeded one another in the course of the 19th century had their origins: the idea of moral madness, of degeneracy, of natural-born criminals and perversion. These were the bad madnesses that the modern consciousness could not assimilate, and which formed the irreducible residue of unreason, against which the only defense was an entirely negative one, in the form of refusal and absolute condemnation. In the first great criminal trials that were held in public during the revolutionary period, the whole ancient world of madness was once again brought out into the open on an almost daily basis. But the norms of that experience did not allow it to bear its full weight, and all that the 16th century had accepted into the prolix totality of an imaginary world, the 19th century was to divide according to the rules of moral perception. It was to recognize two forms of madness, good and bad, one whose confused presence was accepted on the margins of reason, in the play between morality and bad conscience and responsibility and innocence, and the other that bore the full weight of the ancient anathema, and of irreparable offense. Asterisk. The destruction of confinement was more brutal in France than anywhere else. For the few short years that preceded Pinel's reforms, the places to which madness was banished and the process of elaboration that transformed them were all out in the open. A complex work is then visible, whose different aspects we are attempting to describe here. At first sight, the process seems to be a sort of realization prize to conscience, as if madness was at last designated within a problematic proper to it. But this new realization must be perceived in the totality of its meaning. It was less a sudden discovery than a long investment, as though in this realization the capture was more important than the novelty of the illumination. One particular historically situated form of consciousness took hold of madness, and mastered its meaning. If that new consciousness seemed to restore madness both to its liberty and to a positive truth, that was not simply owing to the disappearance of the ancient constraints, but also thanks to the equilibrium that was established between two series of positive processes. The first was of uncovering, separation, and in a sense, liberation. The second was the hasty construction of new structures of protection that allowed reason to free itself and become self-reliant, just as it was discovering madness in an immediate proximity. These two sets were not opposed, and were more than complementary. They were the same thing: the coherent unity of a gesture through which madness was offered to knowledge in a structure that was alienating from the very first. And it was here that the conditions of the classical experience of madness changed definitively. The table below summarizes these concrete categories, in the play of their apparent opposition. This double movement of liberation and enslavement forms the secret foundations of all that makes up the modern experience of madness. We easily believe that the objectivity we recognize in different forms of mental illness is freely offered to our knowledge as a truth that has been liberated at last. In fact, this truth is only ever available to those who are protected from it. The knowledge of madness supposes in the person who holds it an ability to distance the self from it, and to remain aloof from its perils and its charms, a certain manner of not being mad. The historical arrival of psychiatric positivism is only linked to the promotion of knowledge in a secondary manner. At its origin, it is the fixing of a particular mode of being outside madness, a certain consciousness of non-madness that becomes a concrete situation for the subject of knowledge, the solid basis from which it is possible to know madness. If we wish to know what happened in the course of this rapid mutation which, in the space of a few years, brought to the surface of the European world a new knowledge and new treatments for madness, there is little point in wondering what was added to the sum of previous knowledge. Tuke was not a doctor, Pinel was not a psychiatrist, and they both probably knew little more than Tizot or Cullen. What had changed, and changed quite suddenly, was the consciousness of not being mad, a consciousness which since the middle of the 18th century had found itself confronted once again with madness in its most vigorous forms, caught in their slow ascent, soon to be jostled with the collapse of confinement. What happened during the years that preceded and immediately followed the revolution was a new, sudden emergence of that consciousness. It might be imagined that this was a purely negative phenomenon, but looked at close up it reveals itself to be quite different. It could even be described as the first and the only positive phenomenon that accompanied the arrival of positivism. The disengagement was only made possible by the erection of structures of protection, designed and built successively by Colombier, Tenon, Cabanis, and Bellard. And the solidity of their structures was such that they survive more or less unchanged today, even despite all the efforts of Freudian research. In the classical age, the manner of not being mad was double. It was divided between an immediate, daily apprehension of difference, and a system of exclusion that mixed madness with a whole range of other perils. That classic consciousness of unreason was therefore entirely occupied by a tension between this inner evidence that was never contested, and a more contentious arbitrary division in the social fabric. But when these two forms of experience finally joined together, and the system of social protection found itself interiorized into the forms of consciousness, and when the madness was recognized through the movement of separating from it, and measuring this distance from it in the concrete reality of institutions, the 18th century tension suddenly vanished. Forms of recognition and structures of protection found themselves superimposed in a consciousness of not being mad that was henceforth sovereign. This possibility of grasping madness as something both known and mastered at a stroke, in one single act of consciousness, was at the heart of the positivist experience of mental illness. And until that possibility becomes impossible once more in a new liberation of knowledge, madness will remain for us what it was already becoming for Pinel and Tuke, and will remain mired in its age of positivity. From this point onwards, madness was something other than an object to be feared, or an indefinitely renewed theme for scepticism. It became an object, but one with a quite singular status. In the very movement that objectified it, it became the first objectifying form, and the means by which man could have an objective hold on himself. In earlier times, madness had signified a vertiginous moment of blindness, the instant in which, being too bright, a light began to darken. Now that it was a thing exposed to knowledge that which was most interior to man, but also that which was most exposed to the gaze of others, it operated as a great structure of transparency. This is not to say that knowledge entirely clarified it, but that starting from madness, and the status of object that had been conferred upon it, in theory at least, man could become entirely transparent to scientific investigation. It was no accident, nor the effect of a simple historical slippage, that the 19th century began by investigating the pathology of memory, of the will and of personality, to find out the truth of memories, volition, and the individual. The order of that research remains profoundly faithful to the structures that had been elaborated at the end of the 18th century, which had made madness the first great figure of the objectification of man. In the great theme of a positive knowledge of human beings, madness always occupied an uncomfortable position. It was at once objectified and objectifying, offered and held back, content and condition. For the thought of the 19th century, and indeed to us today, it has the status of an enigmatic thing. It may for the moment in fact be inaccessible in the totality of its truth, yet we do not doubt that one day it will split open and deliver up its secrets to our knowledge. Yet this is merely an assumption and a neglect of essential truths. This reticence that we believe to be transitory in fact camouflages the fundamental retreat of madness to a region that extends beyond the frontiers of what man can possibly know. The possibility of a positive science of man requires that somewhere, in a far distant corner, there is a space reserved for madness, in which and from which all of human existence can fall into objectivity. In its essential enigma, madness watches, always promised to a form of knowledge that will enclose it in its entirety, but always just out of reach, as it was madness that first offered objective knowledge a grasp of man. For man, the eventuality of being mad and the possibility of being an object came together in the late 18th century, and that meeting led directly and unambiguously, there is no chance coincidence in the dates here, to the postulates of positive psychiatry and the themes of an objective science of man. In the work of Tenon, Cabanis, and Bellard, that conjunction, which is so essential for modern culture, only operated in the order of thought. It only became a concrete situation through Pinel and Tuke, in the asylums that they founded, which took up where the great projects for reform had left off. The peril of being mad was identified forcibly in every man, in the smallest gestures of their daily life, with the necessity to be an object. Positivism then was no longer a merely theoretical project, but the stigmata of alienated existence. The status of object was now to be imposed immediately on any individual recognized as alienated. Alienation was suddenly deposited as a secret truth at the heart of all objective knowledge of man. 4. Birth of the asylum. We know the images. They are familiar from all histories of psychiatry, where their function is to illustrate that happy age when madness was at last recognized and treated according to a truth to which everyone had been blind for too long. The respectable Society of Quakers has been desirous of securing to those of its members, who should have the unhappiness to lose their reason, without possessing a fortune adequate to have recourse to expensive establishments, all the resources of art, and all the comforts of life, compatible with their situation. A voluntary subscription furnished the funds, and, about 2 years since, an establishment, which appears to unite many advantages, with all possible economy, was founded near the city of York. If the mind shrinks for a moment at the aspect of this terrible disease, which seems calculated to humble the reason of man, it must afterwards feel pleasing emotions, in considering all that an ingenious benevolence has been able to invent, to cure and comfort the patients afflicted with this malady. This house is situated a mile from York, in the midst of a fertile and cheerful country. It presents not the idea of a prison, but rather that of a large rural farm. It is surrounded by a garden. There is no bar or grating to the windows. 1. The story of the deliverance of the alienated of Bicetre is famous, with the decision taken to remove the chains from the prisoners in the cells, Couthon visiting the hospital to check that it was harboring no suspects, and Pinel bravely going out to meet him, while everyone trembled at the sight of this invalid carried in men's arms. 2. The confrontation between the wise, firm philanthropist and the paralytic monster. Pinel immediately led him to the section for the raving, where the view of the cells disturbed him considerably. He desired to question all the patients, but received nothing but abuse and expletives from the majority of them. There was no point in pursuing the inquiry any further. He turned to Pinel. So, citizen, are you not mad too, wishing to unchain such animals? Pinel answered calmly, Citizen, I am convinced that these alienated are only so intractable because they are deprived of air and liberty. Then do as you will, although I fear that you may become a victim of your own presumption. And with that, Couthon was carried back to his carriage. His departure was a great relief, and everyone breathed again. The great philanthropist set to work at once. 3. These are images, at least in so far as each of these stories takes the essential element of its power from imaginary forms. The patriarchal calm of Tuke's domain, where the passions of the heart and the disorders of the spirit are slowly appeased, and the lucid firmness of Pinel, who masters with a single word and a single gesture the twin animal furies that roar and watch him warily, and the wisdom that allowed him to recognize which was the greater danger between the raving mad and the bloodthirsty deputy of the convention. Such images echo down the ages, carrying the full weight of legend. It would serve little purpose to dispute them, as we have too few documents that are more trustworthy at our disposal. And then they are too dense in their naivete not to reveal much of what they do not say. In their surprising depth, one would need to identify the concrete situation that they conceal, the mythical values that they pass off as the truth, and finally the real process that took place, of which they only provide a symbolic translation. Asterisk. First of all, Tuke was a Quaker, an active member of one of the innumerable societies of friends that sprang up in England during the late 17th century. English legislation, as we saw, increasingly favored private initiatives in the domain of assistance in the latter half of the 18th century. 4 Mutual associations appeared, and friendly societies prospered. For reasons that were both economic and religious, the Quakers had played this role for a century and a half, initially against the government's will. We don't give money to men dressed in black to help our poor, bury our dead, or to preach to the faithful. These holy duties are too precious to be shifted onto others, wrote Voltaire in his Lettres philosophiques 5. It is understandable that, in the new conditions that prevailed in the late 18th century, a law was put through Parliament in 1793 for the encouragement and relief of friendly societies. 6. The societies in question were associations, whose model and often inspiration were those of the Quakers, based on a system of contributions and donations collected together in a mutual fund, and used for members who fell into need, sickness, or infirmity. The text of the law recognized that it is likely to be attended with very beneficial effects, by providing the happiness of individuals, and at the same time diminishing the public burdens. Importantly, members of such societies were immune to removal, the process by which a parish could and should get rid of any indigent or sick pauper who was not native to the area, sending them back to their parish of origin. It should be noted that the removal, which was the result of a clause in the Settlement Act, was repealed a few years later, in 1795, after which date parishes were obliged to take care of any sick pauper found in the region, if there was a risk that removal might present a further danger to his health. 7. Such was the juridical framework of the singular conflict that resulted in the creation of the retreat. It may be surmised that Quakers had long been particularly vigilant about care and assistance to the insane. From the very beginning, they had had dealings with houses of confinement. In 1649, George Fox and another of his companions had been sent, by order of a judge, to Derby prison, to be whipped and locked up for 6 months as blasphemers. 8. In Holland, Quakers were locked up in the Rotterdam hospital on several occasions. 9. And perhaps because he had noted down something that he had heard in their company, or because he ascribed to them a commonly held opinion concerning their beliefs, Voltaire has his Quaker say in the Lettres philosophiques that the breath that inspired them was not always the word of God, but sometimes the senseless verbiage of unreason. We cannot tell whether a man who rises to speak will be inspired by the Spirit or by folly. 10. In any case, the Quakers, like many religious sects in the late 17th and early 18th centuries, found themselves caught up in the great debate between religious experience and unreason. 11. To outsiders, and perhaps even in their own eyes, some forms of that experience were situated in the gray area that lay between sense and madness, and decisions were constantly required about which was which, while they were continually forced to confront the constant accusations of insanity that were made against them. This led quite understandably to the slightly guarded interest that the societies of Friends took in the treatment of the mad in the houses of confinement. In 1791, a female of the Society of Friends was placed at an establishment for insane persons in the vicinity of the city of York. Her family, who lived far away, asked the Friends to look after her fate. But the administration of the asylum refused any visiting rights, on the pretext that the patient's condition would not permit it. The woman died a few weeks later. The circumstance was affecting, and naturally excited reflections on the situation of insane persons, and on the probable improvements which might be adopted in establishments of this nature. In particular, it was conceived that peculiar advantage would be derived to the Society of Friends, by having an institution of this kind under their own care, in which a milder and more appropriate system of treatment, than usually practiced, might be adopted. 12. That was how Samuel Tuke presented the story, 20 years after the events took place. It is quite possible that this was merely one of numerous incidents provoked by the Settlement Act. If a person without means fell ill far from home, the law required that the person be sent home. But their condition, and perhaps the cost of transportation, often meant that they were forced to stay. This partly illegal situation could only be justified by the immediate danger to health, and in this particular case it must have been resolved by a confinement order signed by a justice of the peace. But besides the asylum to which the patient was sentenced, no charitable organization other than one in the patient's parish of origin had the right to intervene. In other words, the poor who fell seriously ill outside their parish found themselves at the mercy of the arbitrariness of a confinement that nothing could control. It was this situation that the friendly societies were protesting against when they demanded the right to care for any of their brethren who fell sick when away from home, regardless of the parish of origin, a right they obtained with the 1793 law, 2 years after the events described by Samuel Tuke. This project for a private, collective house destined for the insane should thus be understood as one of the extremely numerous protests against the old legislation regarding the poor and the sick. The chronology makes that clear, even if Tuke is careful not to stress it, in his concern to lay all the merits of the enterprise at the door of private generosity. In 1791, the York Quakers came up with their project, and in early 1793 a law came into force encouraging the growth of friendly societies, which exempted them from removal. The responsibility for assistance thus moved from the parish to private enterprise. Also in 1793, the York Quakers launched the subscription, and voted in the regulations of the society. Land was acquired the following year. The Settlement Act was repealed in 1795, and work began on the construction of the retreat, which opened in 1796. Tuke's enterprise fits neatly into the great legal reorganization of assistance in the late 18th century, a series of measures that allowed the bourgeois state to invent, for its own requirements, private welfare. The event in France that sparked the liberation of those in chains at Bicêtre is of a different nature, and the historical circumstances are considerably more difficult to determine. The law of 1790 had planned the creation of large hospitals for the insane, but by 1793 none had yet materialized. Bicêtre had been converted into a maison de pauvres and, as had been the case before the Revolution, contained a confused mixture of the poor, the old, the criminal, and the mad. That traditional population was supplemented by all those placed there by the Revolution. First of all there were the political prisoners. On 28 Brumaire year 3, i.e. during Pinel's time there, Pearson, who had charge of the mad at Bicêtre, wrote to the Civil Administration Commission, saying, "I still have in my employ here even people who are detained for the Revolutionary Tribunal." 13 There were also suspects who were in hiding. Like the Belhomme pension, and the Douai and Vernet houses, Bicêtre too was used as a refuge for suspects. 14 Under the Restoration, when it became important to forget the fact that Pinel had been the physician at Bicêtre under the Terror, he was credited with having protected aristocrats and priests. Pinel was the physician at Bicêtre during those dark days when men came asking for its tribute to death. The Terror had filled the house with priests and émigrés who had returned. Mr. Pinel opposed the extradition of a great number of them, claiming that they had lost their wits. The requests were repeated, and he redoubled his opposition. His will was soon of such strength that it impressed the executioners, and the energy of this normally quiet, even-tempered man saved the life of many victims, including a prelate who currently occupies one of the highest positions in France. 15. But another factor should also be borne in mind. During the Revolution, Bicêtre did become the main center for the hospitalization of the insane. From the earliest attempts to apply the 1790 law, the mad who had been freed from the jails were sent there, as were the alienated patients who were too numerous at the Hôtel Dieu. 16 So much so that by force of circumstance rather than as part of any great scheme Bicêtre inherited the medical function that had subsisted through the classical age, without ever being confused with confinement, and had made the Hôtel Dieu the only Parisian hospital where any systematic attempts were made to cure the insane. What the Hôtel Dieu had done uninterruptedly since the Middle Ages, Bicêtre was now ordered to do, in the framework of a form of confinement that was more confused than ever, and for the first time it became a hospital where the alienated received treatment until they were cured. Since the Revolution, the administration of public establishments only confines the mad in free hospices for the period during which they are judged to be harmful and a menace to society, so they only stay so long as they are ill, and as soon as it becomes apparent that a cure has been effected, they are sent back to the bosom of their families or friends. The proof of this is the large number who have left after recovering their wits, even including some who had been confined for life by the previous parliament. The current administration considers it its duty to lock up only the mad who are unable to enjoy their liberty. 17. The medical function was clearly introduced to Bicetre, and a general revision of all the confinements for madness that had been decreed in the past was now begun. 18. And for the first time in the history of the General Hospital, in the infirmaries of Bicetre, a man who already had a certain reputation for being well versed in the sicknesses of the mind was appointed head physician. 19. Pinel's appointment in itself is proof that the presence of the mad in Bicetre had already become a medical problem. But there is no doubt that it was also something of a political problem. The certainty that there were innocents confined together with the guilty, and that there were men of reason locked up among the insane, had long been part of the mythology of the Revolution. Bicetre is sure to contain criminals, brigands, and ferocious men. But it is doubtless also home to a host of victims of arbitrary power, of the tyranny of families and of paternal despotism. The cells conceal men, our brothers and equals, to whom the air is refused, and who see no light other than through narrow skylights. 20. Bicetre, the prison of innocence, came to haunt the public imagination as the Bastille had done before. During the massacre of the prisons, brigands broke into the hospice at Bicetre, on the pretext of delivering some of the innocent victims of the ancient tyranny that had sought to mix them with the insane. Armed, they went from cell to cell, interrogating the inmates and leaving them there if their alienation was plain. But one of the detainees in chains caught their attention on account of the clarity of his reasoning and the bitterness of his complaints. Was it not odious that he had been bound in chains, and locked up with the other inmates? The brigands became quite incensed, and they started threatening the hospital controller, who was forced to account for his actions. 21. Under the convention, a new fear emerged. Bicetre was still an immense reservoir of fears, but now it was seen as the haunt of suspects, aristocrats dressed as paupers who had taken refuge there, and scheming agents from abroad who merely simulated insanity. The concern was still with denouncing madness so that innocence appeared, but now also while unmasking duplicity. In the great fear associated with Bicetre throughout the revolutionary period, which turned it into a dark, menacing force on the outskirts of the city where the enemy was inextricably mixed with unreason, madness had two alienating roles to play. It alienated anyone who had been wrongly adjudged to be mad, but it could also alienate those who thought they were protected against its grip. It tyrannized or it deceived, and was a perilous intermediary between men of reason and the mad, threatening to alienate them both and deprive them of their liberty. In any case, it needed to be foiled, so that truth and reason might be restored to their natural relation. In this slightly confused situation, a tight network of real conditions and imaginary forces, it is difficult to be sure about the exact role played by Pinel. He took up his duties on August 25, 1793. It is to be supposed, given that his reputation as a doctor was already considerable, that he had been chosen precisely in the hope that he would foil madness, determining its exact medical form, and that he would then free victims and denounce suspects, and finally provide a rigorous justification for the confinement of the mad, the necessity of which was recognized, but whose perils were also feared. In addition, Pinel had republican feelings and would not allow the prisoners of the ancien regime to remain confined there, or show any favoritism towards those hunted by the new regime. In a sense, Pinel found himself invested with an extraordinary moral power. In classical unreason, there was no incompatibility between madness and simulation, nor between madness recognized from without and madness objectively assigned. It was rather the case that there was something of an essential link from madness to the illusory forms and the guilt hidden beneath it. Pinel's political task was to unravel the knot, and operate a division so that a single rigorous unity emerged for discursive knowledge, madness, its objective truth and its innocence. It was to be shorn of all the fringes of non-being where the games of unreason unfolded, and where it was accepted both as persecuted non-madness and as hidden non-madness, without ever ceasing to be madness on that account. What then was the exact meaning of freeing the enchained? Was it the pure and simple application of ideas that had been formulated several years previously, which were part of the reorganization process of which Cabanis was the best example, 1 year before Pinel's arrival at Bicetre? Removing the fetters of the madmen in the cells meant opening for them a domain of liberty that was also the domain of verification, allowing them to appear in an objectivity that was no longer veiled by persecution or the frenzy that it provoked in return. It was the invention of the asylum in its pure state, just as Cabanis had defined it, and which the convention wanted to see established for political reasons. But there are perhaps also grounds for believing that in doing what he did, Pinel was dissimulating a political operation of the opposite tenor. When he liberated the mad, they blended in with the whole population of Bicetre, engendering further, inextricable confusion, abolishing the criteria that might have permitted a division. Was it not the constant concern of the Bicetre administration at this time to prevent the separation that the political authorities were demanding? 22 Whatever the truth, Pinel was moved to La Salpêtrière on May 13, 1795, several months after Thermidor, as the political climate was relaxing. 23. It is probably impossible to know exactly what Pinel was intending to do when he decided to free the alienated. It matters little, for the key point is precisely that ambiguity that was to mark the rest of his work, and the meaning it was to take on for the modern world, the constitution of a domain in which madness appears in its pure truth, both objective and innocent, but a constitution indefinitely delayed, each of the figures of madness blending in with non-madness in an inextricable proximity. What madness gained in precision through its scientific outline, it lost in the vigor of concrete perception. The asylum, where it was to rejoin its truth, was not a place from which it could be distinguished from that which was not its truth. The more objective it became, the less certain it was. The gesture that set it free in order to investigate it was also the operation that disseminated it, and hid it in all the concrete forms of reason. Asterisk. Tooke's work was carried along by the readjustment of English social welfare legislation that took place at the end of the 18th century, Pinel's by the ambiguity of the situation of the mad at the moment of the Revolution. But that in no way diminishes their originality. There was a decisiveness in their work that cannot be reduced, and which comes through quite clearly, barely transposed in the myths that have transmitted its sense. It was important that Tooke was a Quaker. Just as important was the fact that the retreat was a country house. The air also is healthy, and much more free from smoke than situations near manufacturing towns. 24 The house opened through unbarred windows onto a garden. The retreat is situate on an eminence, at the distance of about half a mile from the eastern gate of the city of York. It commands a very delightful prospect, extending, on the south, as far as the eye can reach, over a wooded, fertile plain. The neighboring land was given over to livestock and arable farming, and the garden furnishes abundance of fruit and vegetables. It also affords an agreeable place for recreation and employment. To many of the patients 25 exercise in the open air, regular walks and work in the garden were thought to be of great benefit. The general effects of fine air upon the animal spirits, would induce us to expect a special benefit from it, in cases of mental depression. Several instances have occurred, in which melancholy patients have been much improved by their journey to the retreat. 26. All the imaginary powers of the simple life, the happiness of the countryside and the return of the seasons were called together here to preside over the curing of different forms of madness. Madness, in the view of the 18th century, was a disease, not of nature nor of man himself, but of society. Emotions, uncertainties, agitation, and artificial food were all causes of madness for Tooke, and his contemporaries shared those beliefs. Madness was only ever of the order of a consequence, the product of a life that had strayed from the path of nature. It never called into question what was fundamental in man, his immediate belonging to nature. It left intact man's nature, which was also his reason, like a secret that had been forgotten. That secret could reappear under strange conditions, just as it could reappear by ruse or fraud, the result of a chance disturbance. Tooke quotes the case of a young woman in a state of perfect idiocy. She remained in the state for many years, with no alteration in her condition, until one day she was attacked by a typhus fever. As the fever mounted, her mind. For William Hogarth, 1697–1764, Scene in a Madhouse, from a Rake's Progress, 1735. 5. Francisco José de Goya y Lucians, 1746–1828, The Madhouse, 1812–1815, Oil on Canvas. Real Academia de Bellas Artes de San Fernando, Madrid. 6. Tony Robert Fleury, 1837–1912, Philippe Pinel freeing the insane from their chains at the Salpêtrière in Paris in 1795, color lithograph or oil painting, Bibliothèque d'Arts Décoratifs, Paris, France. Became clearer, more limpid, and lively. Throughout the acute period during which patients normally suffer from delirium, the patient was entirely reasonable, recognizing her entourage and recalling events to which she had seemed to pay no attention at the time. But, alas, it was only the gleam of reason. As the fever abated, clouds again enveloped the mind, she sunk into her former deplorable state, and remained in it until her death, which happened a few years afterwards. 27. What we have here is a whole mechanism of compensation. In madness, nature is forgotten, not abolished, or rather it migrates from the mind to the body, in such manner that dementia is in some sense a guarantee of solid health, but if illness strikes, nature is shaken from the body and returns to the spirit, purer and clearer than it has ever been. So much proof that one should not consider the mad as absolutely deprived of reason, but rather evoke in them, through the play of resemblances and proximities, that part of nature that invariably slept beneath the agitation of their madness. The seasons and the days, the great plain of York and the wisdom of gardens, where nature coincides with the order of men, were to recall reason and awaken it from its momentary slumber. Inside this life of tending the vegetable patch that was imposed on patients at the retreat, under the sole guidance of an unshakable confidence, a magical operation was concealed, where nature helped nature triumph by a process of resemblance, rapprochement, and mysterious penetration, while the anti-nature that society had infused into man was simultaneously exorcised. Behind such images a new myth was beginning to take shape, which was to become one of the great organizing forms of the psychiatry of the 19th century, the myth of the three natures, nature as truth, nature as reason, and nature as health. It was in this space that the movement of alienation and its cure were developed. If nature as health could be abolished, nature as reason could only ever be obscured, while nature as the truth of the world always remained adequate to itself, and it was from the last that nature as reason could be woken and restored, and the exercise of reason, when it coincided with truth, permitted the restoration of nature as health. And it was in that sense that Tuke preferred to the English word insane the French term mental alienation. I adopt this term from an opinion, that the aliéné, of the French, conveys a more just idea of this disorder, than those expressions which imply, in any degree, the abolition of the thinking capacity. 28. The retreat placed patients in a simple dialectic with nature, but it also built up a social group at the same time. It did that by strangely contradictory means. It was founded by subscription, and it had to function as an insurance system like the many friendly societies that came into being at that time. Each subscriber could designate a patient whom he would follow and who would pay a reduced rate, while other patients paid the amount in full. The retreat was a contractual coalition, a convergence of interests organized along the lines of a simple society. 29 But at the same time it took its place in the myth of the patriarchal family. It aimed to be a great fraternal community of patients and helpers, under the authority of the directors and the administration. It was a rigorous family, without weakness or complacency, but fair, in accordance with the great image of the biblical family. The study of the superintendents to promote the comfort of the patients with all the assiduity of parental, but judicious attention, has been, in numerous instances, rewarded by an almost filial attachment. 30 And in this common affection, without indulgence but without injustice, patients were reunited once more with the calm happiness and security of a family in its pure state. They were the children of the family in its primitive ideality. With its contracts and families, its unstated interests and its natural affection, the retreat combined the two great myths through which the 18th century had sought to define the origin of societies and the truth about man in the state of society. It was both individual interest renouncing itself in order to regain itself and spontaneous affection that nature creates among the members of a family, thereby proposing a sort of immediate and effective model to all possible society. At the retreat, the human group was brought back to its original, purest form. Men were put back into elementary social relations, which conformed absolutely to their origins, which was to say that they had to be both rigorously founded and rigorously moral. Patients were taken back to the point at which society had freshly emerged from nature, where it accomplished itself with an immediacy that the whole history of mankind had subsequently clouded. The idea was that here all the artifice, the vain worries, the unnatural links and obligations that society had instilled in man would be effaced from the alienated mind of the patient. Such were the mythical powers of the retreat, powers that mastered time, contested history, led men back to their essential truths, and identified them to the first natural man and the first social man in an immemorial space. The distance that separated them from this primitive being was abolished, and the thick layers of society cut away, and at the end of their retreat, beneath the alienation the inalienable at last appeared, nature, truth, reason, and pure social morality. Tuke's work seemed to be carried, as well as explained, by a long process of reforms that had preceded it. It actually was, but what made it both a rupture and an initiation was the mythical landscape in which it was set from its inception, and which it managed to inject into the old world of madness and confinement. In place of the simple linear division that confinement had operated between reason and unreason, it brought a dialectic, whose movement could only originate in the mythic space that had been constituted. In this dialectic, madness became alienation, and its cure was the return to the inalienable, but at its core was a new power that was invested in confinement for the first time, at least in the manner in which it was dreamt of by the founders of the retreat. Thanks to that power, at the very moment when madness revealed itself to be alienation, and as a result of that discovery, men were brought back to the inalienable. The myth of the retreat makes it possible to establish both the imaginary procedure of the cure as it was then obscurely conceived, and the essence of madness, such as it was to be implicitly transmitted to the 19th century. The role of confinement is to reduce madness to its truth. The truth of madness is what it is, minus the world, minus society, and minus the anti-natural. This truth of madness is man himself, in all that can be most primitively inalienable in him. All that is most inalienable in man is a blend of nature, truth, and morality, i.e. reason itself. The retreat has the power to heal because it brings madness back to a truth that is both the truth of madness and the truth of man, and to a nature that is both the nature of sickness and the serene nature of the world. We can now see how positivism was able to take root in this dialectic, despite the fact that nothing seemed to herald its coming, as the talk was all of moral experiences, philosophical themes, and dreamlike images of man. But positivism was really the contraction of this movement, the reduction of this mythical space. From the outset, it took for granted, as objectively obvious, that the truth of madness was man's reason, entirely reversing the classical scheme where the experience of unreason in madness called into question the possibility that man might bear any kind of truth. Henceforth, any objective grasp of madness, all knowledge and all truth formulated about it was to be reason itself, reason restored and triumphant, the undoing of alienation. Asterisk. In the traditional telling of the liberation of the prisoners in chains at Bicetra, one point has never been established with any certainty: the presence of Couthon. Some have claimed that his visit could not have taken place, and that there must have been confusion with a member of the Paris Commune who was also Paralysed, and his infirmity coupled with Couthon's sinister reputation meant that the one was taken for the other. 31 Leaving that aside, what is more important is that the confusion happened and has been passed on, and the fact that the image that came to dominate with such force was that of an invalid retreating in horror before the mad, abandoning such animals to their fate. At the heart of the scene is a paralytic carried by other men, and it was preferable that this paralytic was a fearsome figure of the convention, known for his cruelty and infamous for condemning so many to their death. Consequently it was Couthon who visited Bicetre, and who for a moment was the master of the fate of the mad. The imaginary force of history willed it so. What this strange tale hides is a decisive chiasm in the mythology of madness. Couthon visited Bicetre to see if the mad that Pinel wished to liberate were in fact suspects. He hoped to find reason in hiding, but what he found was animality, which displayed the full force of its violence. He gave up looking for signs of intelligence and simulation there, and decided to leave the mad to their own devices, and allow madness to resolve itself in its essential savagery. It was precisely here that the metamorphosis was operated. Couthon, the paralytic revolutionary, the sick man who cut off heads, just as he was treating the mad as animals, through the double stigmata of his sickness and his crimes, unknowingly became the incarnation of all that was most monstrous in humanity. For that reason, it was his presence that the myth required, and not the presence of someone less infirm or less cruel, so that he could pronounce the last words which, for the last time in the Western world, consigned madness to its own animality. When he left Bicetre, carried by his helpers, he thought that he had consigned the insane to their bestial nature, but in fact he was the one who carried the charge of animality, while the freedom that the mad were offered allowed them to demonstrate that they had lost nothing of all that was essential in man. When he had formulated the animality of the mad, and given them the freedom to move around in it, he liberated them from it but revealed his own, and enclosed himself within it. His rage was more insane, more inhuman than the madness of the demented. Madness had thus emigrated to the side of its keepers. Those who locked up the mad like animals were now possessed by the animal brutality of insanity, and it was in them that the beast raged, while the beast that showed its face in the demented was no more than a cloudy reflection of that rage. A secret was revealed: animality was not to be found in the animal, but in its taming. The latter, by its rigor alone, was enough to bring it into being. The mad were thus purified of their animality, or at least of that part of animality which is violence, predation, anger, and savagery, and what remained was a docile animality, which did not respond to constraints and attempts to tame it by violence. The legend of the meeting of Couthon and Pinel recounts this process of purification, or more exactly, demonstrates that the purification had already taken place when the legend was written. Once Couthon had left, the philanthropist immediately set to work. He decided to unchain 12 patients who were kept in irons. The first was an English captain who had been locked up in a Bicetre dungeon for 40 years. He was considered the most terrifying of all the alienated. In a rush of frenzy, he had once hit an attendant on the head with one of his handcuffs, who had fallen down dead. Pinel approached him, requested that he be reasonable, and harm no one. If he complied, his chains would be removed and he would be granted the right to walk around the courtyard. "Take my word. Be calm and confident, and I shall restore your liberty." The captain listened to the speech, and remained calm when his irons were removed. As soon as he was free, he rushed out to admire the sunlight, crying out ecstatically, "How beautiful! How beautiful!" Throughout this first day of recovered liberty, he constantly ran around, rushing up and down the stairs, exclaiming, "How beautiful! How beautiful!" again and again. That evening, he returned to his cell and slept peacefully. During the 2 further years that he remained at Bicetre, he never again suffered from frenzy, and even became useful around the house, exercising a certain degree of authority over the other inmates whom he controlled as he wished, almost taking on the status of a guard. Another liberation, equally well known in the chronicles of medical hagiography, was that of the soldier Chevenge. He was a drunkard with delusions of grandeur, who took himself for a general, but Pinel had seen an excellent nature behind the irritation. He undid his chains, declaring that he was taking him into his service, and that he would require of him all the fidelity that a good master should expect from a grateful servant. The miracle happened, and the virtues of a faithful valet were awoken in that troubled soul. Never was a revolution operated more quickly nor more completely in a human intelligence. As soon as he was delivered, he was attentive to his every gesture. Bad-tempered, but tamed by so much generosity, he took it upon himself to face and appease the fury of others for his new master. He spoke the language of reason and goodness to the alienated, he who had been on their level until so recently, but above whom he now felt elevated by the height of his liberty. 32 In the legend that grew up around Pinel, this good servant was to play his role to the full. He devoted himself body and soul to his master, and he protected him when the people of Paris came to break down the doors of Bicêtre to mete out justice on the enemies of the nation. He shielded him with his body, exposing himself to the blows to save Pinel's life. So the chains came off and the mad were free. And at that moment, they recovered their reason. Or rather, they did not. It was not so much that reason reappeared in and for itself, but rather fully fledged social species that had slept for so long in madness were suddenly awakened, and stood up straight, in perfect conformity with all that they represented, without alteration or grimaces. As though the madman, freed from the animality to which his chains confined him, could only rejoin humanity as a recognized social type. It would not have sufficed for the first man delivered to have become a normal healthy man. He had to become an officer, an English captain, loyal to the man who set him free, like a man kept in bondage to a conqueror by his word, a figure of authority for others on whom he exercised his prestige as an officer. His health was only restored in the social values that were both its sign and its concrete presence. His reason was not of the order of knowledge or happiness, nor of the good functioning of his mind. Here, reason was honor. For the soldier, it was to be fidelity and sacrifice. Chevenge became not a reasonable man but a manservant. In his story, there are more or less the same mythical meanings as there are between Man Friday and Robinson Crusoe. The relationship that Defoe set up between the white man isolated in nature and the good savage is never a man-to-man relationship, totally comprised in its immediate reciprocity, but an instance of the master-servant relation, of intelligence versus devotion, of wise strength against brute force, of reflective courage versus heroic unconsciousness, a social relation, in short, with its literary status and all its ethical coefficients, is transposed to a natural state, and becomes an immediate truth in that two-man society. The same values are to be found in the story of the soldier Chevenge. His encounter with Pinel was less the meeting of two like forms of reason than of two clearly defined social characters who instantiate their type perfectly and strike up a rapport in accordance with preordained social structures. It is quite clear here that the force of the myth is far more important than any psychological truth or rigorous medical observation. If the subjects freed by Pinel were really insane, it is clear that they were not cured by the simple gesture of liberation. Their conduct must have long been marked by traces of alienation. But that was unimportant to Pinel. What mattered to him was that reason be signified by crystal-listed social types very early on, from the very moment when the mad were no longer treated as outsiders, animals, figures that were absolutely foreign to men and the relations that existed between them. What constituted the curing of the mad for Pinel was their installation in a recognized social type that was morally recognized and approved. What is most important then is not the fact that the chains were removed. That measure had been taken on many occasions in the 18th century, and particularly so at St. Luke's, but the myth that gave meaning to this liberation, opening it onto a reason peopled by social and moral themes and figures long recognized in literature, thereby creating in the imaginary an idealized form of the asylum. An asylum that was no longer a cage for man abandoned to his savagery, but a dream republic where relations were only ever established in a virtuous transparency. Honor, fidelity, courage, and sacrifice reign here in a pure state, and designate both the ideal forms of society and the criteria of reason. And the myth takes its strength from the fact that it is more or less explicitly opposed, and here again the presence of Couthon is indispensable to the myths of the Revolution, such as they were formulated after the Terror. The Republic of the Convention is a republic of violence, passion, and savagery, and it was that republic, without even being aware of it, that harbored the various forms of insanity and unreason. The republic that spontaneously came into being among the mad who were left to their own violence was pure of passion, and was the city of essential obedience. Kuthon was the symbol of this bad liberty that had unleashed passions in the people, bringing the tyranny of the Committee of Public Safety, a liberty in whose name the mad were left in chains. Pinel was the symbol of good liberty, which delivered the most insane and violent of men, taming their passions and introducing them to the calm world of traditional virtue. Between the people of Paris who came to Bicêtre on a hunt for the enemies of the nation, and Chevange, the soldier who saved Pinel's life, the more insane and the less free was not the one who had been locked up for years for drunkenness, delirium, and violence. The myth of Pinel, like that of Tuke, hides a whole discursive movement that holds good both as a description of alienation and as an analysis of its suppression. In the inhuman, animal relation that classical confinement imposed, madness did not reveal its moral truth. That truth, when it was allowed to appear, revealed itself to be a human relation filled with virtuous idealism, such as heroism, fidelity, sacrifice, etc. But madness was vice, violence, and wickedness, as the rage of the revolutionaries made all too clear. Liberation within confinement, to the extent that it is a reconstruction of society along the lines of conformity to types, could not fail to bring a cure. The myth of the retreat and that of the deliverance of men in chains correspond exactly to each other in an immediate opposition. The one brings out all the themes of primitivism, and the other puts transparent images of social virtues into circulation. One looks for the truth and the suppression of madness in a place where man is barely emerging from nature, the other requires a sort of social perfection, and an ideal functioning of human relations. But the two themes were still too close and had been too often blended together in the 18th century for them to have radically different meanings for Pinel and Tuke. Here and there, traces of a single effort to integrate certain confinement practices into the great myth of alienation can be found, as in the work of Hegel writing a few years later, which rigorously filled out the conceptual lesson of all that had happened at the retreat and at Bicêtre. The right psychical treatment therefore keeps in view the truth that insanity is not an abstract loss of reason, neither in intelligence nor in will and responsibility, but a simple derangement, a contradiction in a reason that still survives, just as physical disease is not an abstract or total loss of health, that would be death, but a contradiction in it. The humane treatment, benevolent and reasonable in equal measure. The services of Pinel here deserve the highest acknowledgement, presupposes the patient's rationality, and that assumption provides a sound basis for dealing with him on this side. 33. Classical confinement had created a state of alienation, which only existed from the outside, for those who interned and only recognized the interned as an outsider or an animal. Pinel and Tuke, in those simple gestures that were to provide its paradoxical origin to positive psychiatry, interiorized alienation and installed it inside confinement, delimiting it as the distance from a madman to himself, and thereby invented the myth of alienation. For it is indeed of myth that we must speak when attempts are made to pass off concepts as nature, the reconstitution of a whole moral system as the liberation of truth, and to present as a spontaneous cure for madness what is perhaps no more than its secret insertion into a deceitful reality. Asterisk. The legends of Tuke and Pinel transmit mythical values, which the psychiatry of the 19th century came to accept as natural truths. But beneath the myths themselves was an operation, or rather a whole series of operations that silently organized the world of the asylum, the methods of cure, and the concrete experience of madness. First of all, Tuke's action. Because he was a contemporary of Pinel, and because he was known to be part of a philanthropic movement, his gesture was always seen as a liberation of the mad. In fact, it was something quite different. There has also been particular occasion to observe the great loss, which individuals of our society have sustained, by being put under the care of those, who are not only strangers to our principles, but by whom they are frequently mixed with other patients, who may indulge themselves in ill language, and other exceptionable practices. This often seems to leave an unprofitable effect upon the patients' minds, after they are restored to the use of their reason, alienating from those religious attachments which they had before experienced, and, sometimes, even corrupting them with vicious habits, to which they had been strangers. 34. The retreat was to act as an instrument of segregation, moral and religious segregation, which sought to rebuild around madness an atmosphere that resembled a Quaker community as closely as possible. And that for two reasons. First of all, because the spectacle of evil was a source of suffering for any sensitive soul, and the origin of harmful passions like horror, hatred, and spite, which engendered or perpetuated madness. It was thought, very justly, that the indiscriminate mixture, which must occur in large public establishments, of persons of opposite religious sentiments and practices, of the profligate and the virtuous, the profane and the serious, was calculated to check the progress of returning reason, and to fix, still deeper, the melancholy and misanthropic train of ideas. 35. But the main reason was elsewhere. Religion could play the double role of nature and rule, as it had taken on, in its ancestral habits, education, and everyday exercise, the depth of nature, while remaining at the same time a constant principle of coercion. It was both spontaneity and constraint, and to that extent, it was the only means of counteracting the limitless violence of madness during the eclipse of reason. Where these its precepts have been strongly imbued in early life, they become little less than principles of our nature, and their restraining power is frequently felt, even under the delirious excitement of insanity. To encourage the influence of religious principles over the mind of the insane, is considered of great consequence, as a means of cure. 36. In this dialectic of alienation, where reason hid without ever disappearing, religion was the concrete form of that which cannot be alienated. It contained all that was invincible in reason, which subsisted beneath madness as a quasi-nature, and around it was a constant invitation from the milieu. During lucid intervals, or the state of convalescence, the patient might enjoy the society of those who were of similar habits and opinions. 37. It assured the secret watch of reason over madness, making nearer and more immediate the constraints that had already been operative inside classical confinement. There, the religious and moral milieu was imposed from without, so that madness, without ever being cured, had a restraint placed upon it. At the retreat, religion was part of the movement that indicated that despite appearances there was reason in madness, and it brought people back from alienation to health. Religious segregation had a quite precise meaning. It was not there to preserve the sick from the profane influence of non-Quakers, but placed the alienated in a moral environment where they entered into debate with themselves and their surroundings. The aim was to constitute a milieu in which, far from being protected, he was maintained in a state of perpetual unease, constantly threatened by law and guilt. The principle of fear, which is rarely decreased by insanity, is considered as of great importance in the management of the patients. 38. Fear appears as an essential character of the asylum. It was probably a familiar figure already, if one considers the terrors of confinement. But confinement imposed fear on madness from without, marking the boundary between reason and unreason, and playing on a double power on the violence of frenzy, in order to contain it, and on reason itself, in order to keep it outside. The result was a fear that was a surface phenomenon. Fear at the retreat was a much deeper affair. It was a mediating link between reason and madness, the evocation of a nature that was still shared, which could be used to solder the connection between the two. The terror that reigned was the most visible sign of the alienation of madness in the classical world. Fear now was granted the power of disalienation, restoring a sort of primitive complicity between the mad and men of reason. Fear was to renew the solidarity between the two. Madness was no longer to strike fear into people's hearts, nor would it be able to. It was itself to be afraid, helplessly, irrevocably afraid, entirely enthralled to the pedagogy of good sense, truth, and morality. Samuel Tuke recounts the arrival of a maniac at the retreat, a young man of prodigious strength, whose attacks brought panic to his entourage and even among his guards. He arrived at the retreat handcuffed and in chains, with his clothes tied on with ropes. As soon as he entered, his fetters were removed, and he was allowed to eat with the superintendents, and his agitation disappeared immediately. His attention appeared to be arrested by his new situation. He was led to his room, and the superintendent explained how the house was set up for the greater freedom and comfort of all, and that he would never be restrained unless he broke the rules of the house, or went against the general principles of human morality. The superintendent assured him that he had no desire ever to use the means of coercion that he had at his disposal. The maniac was sensible of the kindness of his treatment. He promised to restrain himself. On occasion he still became agitated, raising his voice and frightening his companions. The superintendent then repeated the threats and promises of the first day, saying that unless he calmed down, they would be forced to return to older means of punishment. The patient's agitation would increase slightly, and then rapidly decline. He would listen with attention to the persuasions and arguments of his friendly visitor. After such conversations, the patient was generally better for some days or a week. After 4 months, he was released from the retreat, entirely cured. 39 Fear here was directed straight at the patient, not through any instrument but purely by means of discourse. There was no question of limiting a raging liberty, but of defining and exalting a region of simple responsibility, where any manifestation of madness would be linked to a punishment. The obscure guilt that in the past had linked transgression and unreason was thus displaced, and the madman, as a human being originally blessed with the faculty of reason, was no longer guilty of being mad, but the madman, as an insane person, and within the sickness for which he was no longer to feel guilty, was forced to feel responsible for all within it that could trouble morality and good society, and only blame himself for any punishment that he received. The assignation of guilt was no longer the mode of relation between the mad and the man of reason in purely general terms. It became instead at the same time the form of the concrete coexistence of each madman and his guardian, and the form of consciousness that an alienated man was to have of his own madness. A re-evaluation of the significance usually attributed to Tuke's work is therefore necessary. The liberation of the alienated, the abolition of constraints, and the constitution of a human milieu were mere justifications. The real operations were quite different. In fact, Tuke created an asylum where he substituted the stifling responsibility of anguish for the free terror of madness. The fear was no longer of what lay on the other side of the prison door, but what raged instead beneath the seals of conscience. The secular terrors in which the alienated found themselves caught up were transferred by Tuke to the heart of madness. True, the asylum no longer sanctioned the guilt of the madman, but it did more, it organized it. It organized it for the madman as self-consciousness, in a non-reciprocal relation with his keeper, and it organized it for men of reason as a consciousness of the other, and a therapeutic intervention into the madman's existence. Through this guilt, the madman became an object of punishment always offered to himself and the other, and from that recognition of his status as object, and his consciousness of his own guilt, the madman was to return to his consciousness as a free, responsible subject, thereby regaining reason. This movement where, by becoming an object for another, the alienated person returned to his own freedom, was a process to be found in work as well as in the gaze. It must be remembered that this was a Quaker universe, where God blessed men with the signs of their prosperity. Work was of primary importance in the moral treatment that was practiced at the retreat. In itself, work has a power to constrain which was superior to all other forms of physical coercion, as the regularity of the hours, the demands it made on attention, and the obligation to achieve a result removed what would otherwise have been a harmful liberty of thought, fixing patients in a system of responsibility. Of all the modes by which the patients may be induced to restrain themselves, regular employment is perhaps the most generally efficacious, and those kinds of employment are doubtless to be preferred, both on a moral and physical account, which are accompanied by considerable bodily action, that are most agreeable to the patient, and which are most opposite to the illusions of his disease. 40. By such means man entered once more the order of God's commandments. He submitted his liberty to laws that were both those of reality and those of morality. For the same reasons mental work was not discouraged, although all exercise of the imagination was to be banned, as it always involved complicity with passion, desire, and all forms of delirious illusion. On the other hand, the study of all that is eternal in nature, and conforms most closely to the wisdom and bounty of Providence, was tremendously efficacious when it came to limiting the excessive freedom of the mad and helping them to discover the different forms of their responsibility. The various branches of the mathematics and natural science furnish the most useful class of subjects on which to employ the minds of the insane. 41 In the asylum, work was stripped of any production value, it was only imposed as a moral rule. It was a limitation of liberty, submission to order, and engagement to responsibility, of which the only goal was the tethering of a spirit that roamed too freely in the excess of a liberty which physical constraints only limited in appearance. More useful still than work was the gaze of others, which Tuke termed the desire of esteem, this principle in the human mind, which doubtless influences, in a great degree, though often secretly, our general manners, and which operates with peculiar force on our introduction to a new circle of acquaintance. 42 In classical confinement too the madman had been exposed to the gaze, but it had little power of penetration, going no deeper than the monstrous surface of his visible bestiality, and it had a degree of reciprocity, as healthy men could read there, as in a mirror, the imminent movement of their own fall. The gaze that Tuke instituted as one of the primary components of life in the asylums was at once more profound and less reciprocal. It was to track the least perceptible indications of madness in patients, hunting for the point where madness was secretly attached to reason, and barely began to drift apart from it, and it was a gaze that the madman could never return in any form, for he was only ever the observed, he was like a newcomer, the last settler in the world of reason. Tuke organized a whole ceremony articulated around the processes of the gaze. These were English-style evenings, where everyone was to observe the minutiae of social conduct in the strictest possible terms, and where the only object in circulation was an inquisitorial gaze on the lookout for any infringement of the codes, any disorder, incongruity, or ineptness that betrayed a sign of madness. The directors and the keepers at the retreat would thus regularly invite some of the patients to tea parties. All who attend, dress in their best clothes, and vie with each other in politeness and propriety. The best fare is provided, and the visitors are treated with all the attention of strangers. The evening generally passes in the greatest harmony and enjoyment. It rarely happens that any unpleasant circumstance occurs, the patients control, in a wonderful degree, their different propensities, and the scene is at once curious, and affectingly gratifying. 43. Curiously, this ritual is not one of intimacy, of dialogue, or of mutual knowledge, it is the organization around the madman of a whole world where everything seems similar and accessible, but to which he is a perpetual outsider, the stranger par excellence judged not only on appearances, but on all that they might reveal and betray despite themselves. Constantly recalled to this empty role of the unknown visitor, and challenged in everything that can be known of him, attracted to his own surface by the social type whose form and mask are silently imposed upon him by the gaze, the madman was invited to turn himself into an object for the eyes of reasonable reason, as the perfect stranger, i.e. he whose foreignness is never perceptible. The city of reasonable men only welcomes him to the extent that he conforms to that anonymous type. We can see that the partial suppression of physical constraint at the retreat was part of a whole, of which the essential element was the constitution of self-restraint, where the freedom of the mad, checked by work and by the gaze of others, was constantly threatened by an acknowledgement of guilt. 44 What at first glance seemed to be a simple negative operation that loosened bonds and freed the profound nature of madness turned out to be a positive operation that enclosed madness in a system of rewards and punishments, including it into the movement of moral consciousness. It was the passage from a world of censure to a universe of judgment. But at the same time a psychology of madness became possible, for before the gaze, on its own surface, madness is constantly made to deny its own dissimulation. It is judged on its actions alone, its intentions are not put on trial, and no attempt is made to plumb its secret depths. It is only answerable for the part of itself that is visible. All the rest is reduced to silence. Madness no longer exists except as that which is seen. The proximity that comes into being in the asylum, in the absence of chains and bars, does not encourage reciprocal interaction. It is simply that of a piercing gaze, observing, scrutinizing, moving pitilessly close the better to see, while remaining sufficiently distant to avoid any contamination by the values of the stranger. The science of mental illness, such as it was to develop in the asylums, was only ever of the order of observation and classification. It was never to be a dialogue. That could only begin once psychoanalysis had exorcised the phenomenon of the gaze, so essential to the 19th century asylum, substituting its silent magic with the powers of language. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say that psychoanalysis doubled the absolute gaze of the watcher with the indefinite monologue of the surveyed, thus keeping in place the old asylum structure of a non-reciprocal gaze, but balancing it out, in a non-symmetrical reciprocity, with the new structure of a language without response. Surveillance and judgment, a new type of personage was coming into being, who would be essential for the functioning of the 19th century asylum. Tuke himself outlined his profile, when he told the story of a maniac who was subject to fits of irrepressible violence. One day, when he was walking with the superintendent in one of the gardens of the house, the patient suddenly had an attack, and ran off to pick a large stone, which he held up as in the act of throwing it at his companion. The superintendent stopped in his tracks, and stared the patient in the eye, advanced a few paces and, in a resolute tone of voice, commanded him to lay down the stone. As he approached, the patient lowered his arm, and dropped the weapon. He then submitted to be quietly led to his apartment. 45-something was born here, which was not repression but authority. Until the end of the 18th century, the world of the mad had been peopled only by the abstract, faceless power that kept patients locked up. Inside these limits, it was a void, a world empty of anything that was not madness itself, where even the keepers were often recruited among the patients. What Tuke instituted was a mediating element between guardians and patients, between reason and madness. The space reserved by society for alienation was now haunted by figures from the other side, representing both the prestige of the authority that confined, and the rigors of the reason that judged. The superintendent intervened unarmed, with no instruments of constraint at his disposal other than the gaze and language. He advanced towards madness, stripped of anything that might protect him or turn him into a figure of menace, risking an immediate confrontation with no possible retreat. And yet it was not as a concrete person that he confronted madness, but rather as the incarnation of reason, bearing the full force of the authority invested in him by the fact of his not being mad. In previous times, the victory of reason over unreason was assured only by material force, in a combat of sorts that was quite genuine. But now the battle was always won in advance, and the defeat of unreason was already inscribed in the concrete situation where the mad and the non-mad met. The absence of constraint in the asylums of the 19th century was not the liberation of unreason, but madness mastered in advance. For this new reason that reigned in the asylums, madness was less an absolute form of contradiction than a minority status, an aspect of itself that had as yet no right to autonomy, which could only exist grafted onto the world of reason. Madness was childhood, and at the retreat, everything was organized so that the insane might be treated as minors. They were considered as children, who have too much strength, and who make a dangerous use of it. Their punishments and rewards must be immediate, since that which is distant has no effect on them. A new system of education must be adopted to give a fresh course to their ideas. Subject them at first, encourage them afterwards, employ them, and render their employment agreeable by attractive means. 46. In the eyes of the law, the alienated had long been considered minors, but that was a legal situation, abstractly defined by interdiction and trusteeship. It was not a concrete means by which men related to each other. For Tuke, that minority status became a style of existence for the mad, and a mode of sovereignty for their guardians. Much was made of the big family atmosphere formed by the community of the insane and their keepers at the retreat. The belief was that the family placed the patient in a milieu that was both normal and natural. The reality was that it alienated them still further. The mad were accorded the legal status of minors to protect them as subjects before the law, but when this ancient structure became a form of coexistence, it meant that they were entirely controlled, as psychological subjects, by men of reason, who became for them the incarnation of adulthood, i.e. both domination and destination. In the great reorganization of relations between madness and reason, the family, at the end of the 18th century, played a decisive role. It was both an imaginary landscape and a real social structure. The family was both the origin and the destination of Tuke's work. Lending it the prestige of primitive values not yet compromised in the social, Tuke had it play a role of disalienation. In its mythology, it was the antithesis of the milieu in which the 18th century saw the origin of all madness. But he also introduced it in a very real way to the world of the asylum, where it appeared as both truth and norm for all the relations that could be struck up between madmen and men of reason. Thus minority under family tutelage, a juridical status in which the civil rights of the mad were alienated, became a psychological situation where their concrete liberty was alienated. The whole existence of madness, in the world that was now being prepared for it, was enveloped in what we might describe by anticipation as a parental complex. The privileges of patriarchy were revived once more around it in the bourgeois family unit. It was this historical sedimentation that psychoanalysis would later bring up to date, with the institution of a new myth that gave it the meaning of a destiny, traceable through the civilization of the West, and perhaps all civilization, whereas the process had in fact been much more gradual, and its bedrock had only recently solidified, during this fin de siècle period when madness found itself twice alienated inside the family by the myth of a disalienation in the purity of patriarchy, and then again by a genuinely alienating situation in asylums closely modeled on the family unit. From this point onwards, and for a period whose end is still impossible to see, the discourses of unreason became inextricably linked to the half-real, half-imaginary dialectic of the family. And in the place where, in their violence, we previously saw profanation and blasphemy, we must now decipher endless attacks against the Father. All of which means that in the modern world, what was once been the great, irreparable confrontation between reason and unreason has become instead the dull thud of instincts repeatedly coming up against the solidity of the institution of the family and its most archaic symbols. There is an astonishing convergence between the development of the basic institutions and this evolution of madness in the world of confinement. As we have seen, the liberal economy tended to place the onus on the family rather than the state when it came to assistance to the poor and the sick, so that the family became the place of social responsibility. But if a sick patient could be entrusted to a family, a madman could not, as he was too foreign and inhuman. Tuke's innovation was to create a simulacrum of the family around the mad, an institutional parody that was nonetheless a real psychological situation. Where family was lacking, he substituted a fictitious familial decor through signs and attitudes. But by a curious crossover, the day was to come when the family was discharged of its role in assisting the poor and alleviating the suffering of the sick, but still kept its fictitious values regarding madness, and long after the sickness of the poor had again become an affair of the state, asylums maintained the insane in a fictional family imperative. The mad remained minors, and for a long while to come reason bore for them the attributes of a father. With these fictitious values locked up inside it, the asylum was sheltered from the forces of history and social change. Tuke's intention was to create a milieu that imitated the most ancient, pure, and natural forms of coexistence. The milieu was to be as human as possible, while remaining as unsocial as possible. What he did in practice was to cut out the structure of a bourgeois family, symbolically recreate it inside the asylum and set it adrift in history. Always oriented towards anachronistic symbols and structures, the asylum was outside time and ill-adapted par excellence. And in this place where animality manifested a presence without history, constantly beginning anew, the immemorial signs of ancient hatreds and ancient familial profanations, the forgotten signs of punishment and incest, would slowly surface once more. Asterisk. There was no such religious segregation in the work of Pinel. Or rather, the segregation went in the opposite direction to everything practiced by Tuke. The benefits of the new model asylums were open to all, or almost all, with the exception of fanatics who believe that they are inspired, and constantly search for new adherents to spread their gospel. Bicetra and the Salpetriera, as Pinel saw them, formed a kind of complementary figure to the retreat. Religion was not to be a moral substratum of life in the asylum, but purely and simply an object of medicine. Religious opinions, in a hospital for the alienated, should only ever be examined from the point of view of medicine, so any considerations related to public cults or to politics should be swept aside, and all that should be considered is whether it is important to oppose the exalted ideas or feelings that derive from such sources, in order to help cure certain patients. 47. Catholicism, a source of powerful emotions and haunting images born of the terrors of an afterlife, often provoked insanity, giving birth to delirious beliefs and hallucinations, leading people into despair and melancholy. Pinel was not surprised that looking down the list of alienated patients at Bicetra, we find the names of many priests and monks, as well as country folk frightened out of their wits by terrifying paintings of the future. 48 And he was even less surprised to see how the figures for religious madness varied down the ages. Under the Ancien regime and during the Revolution, the strength of superstitious beliefs and the violence of the struggles that pitted the Republic against the Catholic Church caused melancholia of religious origin to multiply. With the return of peace, the Concordat smoothed over the differences, and such forms of delirium disappeared. In the year X, 50% of the melancholics at the Salpetriera were still diagnosed as suffering from madness. The following year that number had fallen to 33%, and by the year 12 they were a mere 18%. 49 The asylum was thus to be freed of religion and its imaginary correlates. Those who were melancholic by devotion had their pious books removed, as experience had shown that allowing them was the surest way of perpetuating their alienation, and even rendering it incurable. The more such permission is granted, the less their worries and scruples can be calmed. 50 Nothing could be further from Tuke and his dreams of a religious community that would also be a privileged place for the curing of the mind than this idea of a neutral asylum, purified of all the images and passions that Christianity had brought into existence, and which led the mind to error, delusion, and ultimately delirium and hallucinations. But Pinel's aim was to reduce the imaginary forms, not the moral content of religion. For once such images had been filtered, religion had a power of disalienation, dissipating images, calming passions, and restoring to man all that was immediate and essential in his being. It could help him approach his moral truth. And for that reason it was often capable of bringing about a cure. Pinel tells several stories that are reminiscent of Voltaire. He writes of one young 25-year-old woman, of a strong constitution, united in marriage to a man who was weak and delicate. She suffered from violent crises of hysteria, and imagined that she was possessed by a demon which, she claimed, took on a variety of forms, sometimes imitating the singing of birds, or making low, lugubrious sounds, and sometimes uttering piercing cries. Luckily, the local priest preferred natural religion to exorcism, and put his trust in the benevolence of nature to cure her. This enlightened man, of a calm, persuasive disposition, gained some sway over the mind of the patient, and managed to convince her to leave her bed, so that she returned once more to her domestic chores, and even to digging her garden. This was followed by even more successful results, and a cure that lasted 3 years. 51. Brought back to the extreme simplicity of its moral content, religion invariably went hand in hand with philosophy, medicine, and all the forms of wisdom and knowledge that could restore reason to the wandering mind. There were even cases where religion could serve as a preliminary treatment and prepare what was to be done at the asylum. One example was a young girl of an ardent temperament, although well behaved and very pious, who was torn between the inclinations of her heart and the severe principles of her conduct. Her confessor, after advising her in vain to attach herself to God, showed her cases of firm, measured saintliness, counseling her to trust in the traditional remedies to the great passions, patience and time. Taken to the Salpetriera, she was treated under Pinel's orders, using the same moral principles, and her sickness was of short duration. 52 The asylum thus took on not the social theme of a religion where men felt like brothers in one communion and one community, but a moral power of consolation, confidence, and docile faithfulness to nature. It was to do the moral work of religion, ignoring the fantastical text and concentrating on the levels of virtue, work, and social life. The asylum was thus a religious domain stripped of religion, a domain of pure morality and ethical uniformity. All that retained the imprint of the old differences was slowly effaced, and the last memories of the sacred were gradually extinguished. Previously, houses of confinement had inherited, in the social space, the almost absolute limits of the lazar houses, and had been foreign territory. The asylum was now to figure the great continuity of social morality, and was ruled by the values of family and work and all recognized virtues. And that in two ways. First, they reigned in fact, at the heart of madness itself, under the violence and disorder of alienation, the solid nature of essential virtues remained unbroken. A primitive form of morality remained, ordinarily untouched even by the most extreme forms of dementia, and it was this that both appeared and operated during the cure. I must state my unstinting admiration for the pure virtues and severe principles that invariably come to light in the course of the cure. Nowhere else, other than in novels, have I come across husbands more worthy of being cherished, fathers and mothers more tender, lovers more passionate, or people more attached to their duties than most of the alienated who are happily brought to the period of convalescence. 53. This inalienable virtue is both the truth and the resolution of madness. For that reason, if it reigned in fact, it also had to do so. The asylum was to reduce difference, repress vice, and eliminate irregularity. It denounced anything that was opposed to the essential virtues of society, like celibacy. The number of young girls who fell into idiocy is 7 times greater than the number of married women between year 11 and year 13. For dementia, the proportion is a factor of 2 or 4 times. It can therefore be presumed that for women, marriage offers considerable protection against the two most inveterate, and often incurable, forms of alienation. 54. Debauchery, bad behavior, and extreme perversity of morals got the same treatment. The habit of vice, like that of drunkenness, unrestrained and promiscuous lechery, bad behavior and general apathetic insouciance can slowly chip away at reason, and often result in a clear case of alienation. 55. Laziness was the most constant and unanimous result of the experience that in public asylums, as in prisons and hospices, the most certain and perhaps the sole guarantor of health, good morals and social order is the law of a mechanical work, rigorously executed. 56. The asylum's aim was the homogeneous reign of morality, and its rigorous extension to all those who attempted to escape it. But by that fact, it allowed difference to creep in. If the law did not reign universally, then that was because there were men who did not recognize it, a social class that lived in disorder, negligence, and something approaching illegality. If on the one hand we see families prospering for many years in peace and harmony, how many others do we also see, particularly in the lower strata of society, offending our sight with a repugnant vision of debauchery, dissent, and shameful distress? Day after day, my notes indicate that this is the most common source of alienation that we are called upon to treat in the hospices. 57. In a single movement, the asylum, in the hands of Pinel, becomes an instrument of moral uniformity and social denunciation. The intention was to erect one form of morality as universal, which was to be imposed from within on other forms of morality that were foreign to it, and which contained the alienation that would inevitably affect people in the end. In the first case, the asylum was to act as an awakening and a reminder, invoking a forgotten nature. In the second, it was to act as social displacement, to uproot individuals from their condition. The operation as practiced at the retreat was still simple, a religious segregation for the purposes of moral purification. What Pinel practiced was relatively complex, as he tried to operate moral syntheses, assuring an ethical continuity between the worlds of madness and reason, but enacting a form of social segregation all the while that guaranteed bourgeois morality a de facto universality, enabling it to impose itself as a system of law over all forms of alienation. In the classical age, poverty, laziness, vice, and madness all blended into a single culpability inside unreason. The mad were locked up in the great confinement of poverty and unemployment, but all were promoted to the vicinity of sin, close to the essence of the fall. But madness now became more of a social fall, confusedly perceived as its cause, model, and limit. Within the space of half a century, mental illness would be treated as a form of degeneration. And from then on, the essential madness, and the real threat, was something that floated up from the lower depths of society. Pinel's asylum was not to be a retreat from the world, a space of nature and immediate truth like that of Tuke, but a uniform domain of legislation, a place of moral synthesis where the nascent alienation that came into being on the fringes of society was to be eliminated. 58 The lives led by the internees, and their behavior towards doctors and guards, were organized by Pinel in such manner that these moral syntheses should be carried out. This he did by three principal means. 1. Silence. The fifth chained prisoner freed by Pinel was a defrocked priest whose madness had caused him to be expelled from the church. He suffered delusions of grandeur, and imagined himself to be Jesus Christ. This was the sublime of human arrogance in delirium. He had been admitted to Bicetre in 1782, and had been in chains for 12 years. His proud bearing and grandiloquent speeches meant that he was one of the best appreciated spectacles in the hospital, but as he knew that he was in the midst of reliving Christ's passion, he patiently endured his martyrdom and the constant sarcasm, to which he was exposed. Pinel chose him to be among the first dozen delivered from their chains, despite the fact that his delirium was as strong as ever. But he did not act with him in the same way as with the others. There were no exhortations, and no promises were extracted. He removed his chains without uttering a word, and expressly ordered that everyone imitate his reserve, so that not a word was said to this poor unfortunate. This rigorously observed prohibition had a more tangible effect on this man so imbued with himself than either the irons or his cell. He felt humiliated by the abandonment, and by this new form of isolation within his full liberty. Finally, after a long period of hesitation, he was seen of his own accord to mingle with the society of the other patients, and from that day on, he slowly returned to more reasonable and correct ideas. 59. Deliverance here takes on a paradoxical meaning. In the patient's delirium, the cell, the chains, the continual spectacle and the sarcasm were the element of his liberty. Thus recognized, through his very bondage, and fascinated from without by so much complicity, he could not be dislodged from his immediate truth. But the removal of the chains, the indifference and the silence of all around him confined him in the limited use of an empty liberty. He was delivered in silence to a truth without recognition, which he would demonstrate in vain since he was no longer observed, and from which he could no longer extract any form of exaltation as his humiliation had come to an end. It was the man himself, and no longer his projection into delirium, who now found himself to be humiliated, and instead of physical constraints he now had a liberty that showed him the limits of his solitude every instant. Where there had previously been a dialogue between insult and delirium, there was now a monologue that exhausted itself in the silence of others, and his parade of presumption and outrage was met with indifference. From that moment on, more genuinely confined than he could be in a dungeon or in chains, a prisoner of nothing but himself, the patient was trapped in a relation to the self that was of the order of guilt, and in a non-relation to others that was of the order of shame. The others were made innocent, and were no longer persecutors. Guilt was displaced to within, demonstrating to the madman that he was fascinated by nothing other than his own presumption. The faces of the enemy disappeared, and he no longer experienced their presence as a gaze, but rather as a refusal to pay any attention to him, a gaze averted. For him others were now nothing but a limit that constantly retreated as he advanced. Freed from his chains, he was now truly a prisoner, by virtue of silence, in sin and shame. Before, he felt himself to be punished, and saw there the signs of his innocence. Now, free of any physical punishment, he had no option but to consider himself guilty. His torture had been his glory, his deliverance was his humiliation. In comparison to the incessant dialogue between reason and madness that had marked the Renaissance, classical confinement had been a silencing. But that silence was not total, and language was now engaged in things rather than totally suppressed. Confinement, prisons, dungeons, and even torture had set up a silent dialogue between reason and unreason, which was of the order of a struggle. That dialogue itself was now undone, and the silence was absolute. There was no longer any common language between madness and reason, and all that answered the language of delirium was an absence of language, for delirium was not a fragment of dialogue with reason, but no language at all. Its only reference, in the consciousness finally silenced, was guilt. And it was only from that point on that a common language was once more possible, after guilt had been recognized and acknowledged. Finally, after a long period of hesitation, he was seen of his own accord to mingle with the society of the other patients. The absence of language, as a fundamental structure of life in the asylums, had as its correlative the renewal of the act of confession. When Freud cautiously reinstituted the exchange in psychoanalysis, or rather began to listen once more to this language, now eroded into monologue, was it any wonder that the formulations he heard were always a reference to guilt? In this inveterate silence, guilt had taken over the very source of language. To recognition as mirror. At the retreat, the mad were observed, and made aware of it, but, for madness, that direct gaze was only a sideways glance and it had no immediate grasp on itself. With Pinel, by contrast, the gaze only worked inside the space defined by madness, without surface or exterior limits. It saw itself and was seen by itself, as both pure object of spectacle and absolute subject. Three alienated men, who each believed themselves to be sovereigns, and had all taken the title of Louis XVI, were arguing one day about their rights to royalty, which they were seeking to assert with slightly excessive enthusiasm. The guard approached one of them and took him to one side. "Why," she said, "are you bothering to argue with those people, who are obviously mad? Doesn't everyone know that you should clearly be recognized as Louis XVI?" The patient was flattered by this treatment, and withdrew, looking down his nose at the other two with considerable disdain. The same tactic worked with the second patient. And from that point on there were no more arguments. 60. This was the first moment, the period of exaltation. Madness is called upon to examine itself, but in others, and it appears in them as unfounded pretension, i.e. as derisory madness, and yet in this gaze that condemns others, the madman assures his own justification, and the certainty of being equal to his own delirium. The cleavage between presumption and reality can only be recognized in the object. It remains entirely veiled in the subject, who becomes immediate truth and absolute judge. An exalted sovereignty denounces the fake sovereignty of the others and dispossesses them, thereby confirming the unbroken surface of its own presumption. Madness, as simple delirium, is projected onto others, and as perfect unconsciousness is entirely accepted. But at that moment the complicitous mirror becomes a means of demystification. Another Bicetre patient still believed himself to be king, and still expressed himself with the commanding tone of supreme authority. One day when he was less agitated, the guard approached him and asked him, if he was king, why he didn't bring his detention to an end, and how it was that he allowed himself to be kept together with the other inmates. Repeating this speech day after day, he gradually caused him to see the ridiculous nature of his exaggerated pretensions, showing him another alienated patient who had also long been convinced that he was invested with supreme power and yet had become an object of derision. The maniac felt shaken at first, and soon began to doubt his own title as sovereign, and finally managed to recognize the chimerical nature of his imaginings. This highly unexpected moral turnaround happened in about 2 weeks, and after a few months of tests, this dutiful father was returned to his family. 61. This then was the stage of abasement, presumptuously identified with the object of his delirium. The madman recognized himself in the mirror of the madness whose ridiculous pretension he had already denounced. the solidity of his sovereign subjectivity crumbled in the object that he had demystified by taking it as his own identity. He found himself the unpitied object of his own gaze, and faced with the silence of those who represented reason and did nothing other than hold out a dangerous mirror, he recognized himself as objectively mad. We have already seen the means and the mystifications employed in the therapeutic practices of the 18th century to persuade the mad of their insanity, the better to free them from it. 62 Here the movement is of a quite different nature. It is not that error is dissipated by the imposing spectacle of truth, or its counterfeit, the aim is to attack the arrogance of madness rather than its aberration. The classical mind condemned in madness a certain blindness to the truth. From Pinel onwards, it recognized in it an impulse from the depths which exceeded the juridical limits of the individual, ignoring fixed moral limits and tending towards an apotheosis of the self. For the 19th century, the initial model of madness was to believe oneself to be God, whereas for preceding centuries it had been to turn one's back on God. Madness was thus to find its salvation in the spectacle of itself as unreason humiliated, when, fascinated by the absolute subjectivity of its delirium, it glimpsed its derisory and objective image in an identical madman. The truth insinuated itself as though by surprise, not by violence, as had been the case during the 18th century, into this game of reciprocal glances, where it only ever saw itself. But the asylum, in this community of madmen, ensured that mirrors were positioned in such fashion that eventually the mad could not fail to see themselves for what they were. Freed from the chains that had ensured it was a pure object of the gaze, madness was paradoxically stripped of its essential liberty, which was that of solitary exaltation. It became responsible for what it knew of its truth, and was imprisoned in its own gaze, which was constantly turned back on itself, finally chained to the humiliation of being an object for itself. Realization, or gaining consciousness, was now linked to the shame of being identical to that other, compromised in him and scorned by oneself even before reaching recognition and knowledge of oneself. 3. Perpetual judgment. In this mirror game, as was the case with silence, madness was constantly called upon to become its own judge. But in addition, it was at each moment judged from without, judged not by a moral or scientific consciousness, but rather by a sort of invisible court that was permanently in session. The asylum Pinel dreamt of, and which he realized in part at Bicetra, and even more so at the Salpetriera, was a judicial microcosm. In order to be effective, this justice needed a fearsome aspect. All the imaginary paraphernalia of judge and executioner needed to be present in the mind of the alienated, so that they understood completely the universe of judgment in which they found themselves. The ceremony of justice, the full terror of its implacability, was therefore to be a part of the treatment. One of the inmates at Bicetra suffered from a religious delirium that revolved around a panicked fear of hell, and he believed that the only manner in which he would escape eternal damnation was by observing a rigorous abstinence. It was necessary for that fear of a distant justice to be compensated by the presence of an immediate form of justice that was more redoubtable still. Could the irresistible course of his sinister ideas be counterbalanced other than by an intense, deep-seated impression of fear? One night, the director turned up at the patient's door. With an appearance designed to terrify him, his eyes aflame, and with a thundering tone of voice, surrounded by a group of men carrying heavy chains, which they shook loudly. They placed some soup in front of the alienated patient, and ordered him to eat it during the night, unless he wished to experience the most terrible treatment. Then they retreated, leaving the patient painfully oscillating between the fear of an immediate punishment and the terrifying prospect of eternal torment in the life to come. After an inner struggle that went on for several hours, the first idea carried the day, and he decided to eat the food. 63. As a judicial instance, the asylum recognized no other. It judged immediately, and there was no appeal. It had its own instruments of punishment, and it used them as it saw fit. The old confinement, on the whole, had taken place outside of the normal juridical forms. But it imitated the punishments of those on whom sentence was passed, using the same prisons and dungeons, the same physical punishments. The justice that reigned in Pinel's asylum owed nothing to other forms of repression, and invented its own instead. Or rather, it employed the therapeutic means that had become more widespread during the 18th century, reinventing them as forms of punishment. This conversion of medicine into justice, and therapeutics into repression, ranks not lowest among the paradoxes in the achievements of this liberator and philanthropist. In the medicine of the classical age, baths and showers were used as remedies, as a result of physicians' dreams about the nature of the nervous system. The idea had been to refresh the system, relaxing the burning, desiccated fibers. 64 And it was doubtless true that among the fortunate consequences of the cold shower there was also the psychological effect of a disagreeable surprise, which broke the chain of thoughts and changed the nature of feelings, but here we are still in the domain of medical dreams. With Pinel, the use of the cold shower became openly judicial, and a shower was the usual punishment meted out by the simple police tribunal that permanently sat in the asylums. Considered as a means of repression, they are often enough to force an alienated woman to submit to the general law of manual labor, and will also conquer refusals to take food, and calm alienated women who are carried away by a sort of turbulent and reasoned humor. 65. Everything is organized so that the mad recognize themselves in the world of judgment that envelopes them from all sides. They are to know that they are observed, judged, and condemned. The link between the crime and its punishment was to be clear, and guilt was to be acknowledged by all. Advantage is taken of the circumstances surrounding the bath, and the fault that has been committed or the omission of the important duty is recalled, and with the help of a tap a quick burst of cold water is directed at the head, often disconcerting the alienated patient, or freeing her from a dominant idea with this strong and unexpected sensation. If she is obstinate, the cold shower is repeated, but care is taken to avoid a harsh tone or words that might shock or offend. She is made to understand that it is for her good and that recourse is regretfully made to measures of such violence. Sometimes a joke is made of it, although care must be taken that it does not go too far. 66. The almost arithmetical obviousness of the punishment, repeated as often as necessary, and the recognition of fault by the repression that was exerted were all intended to bring about an interiorization of the judicial instance, leading to the beginnings of remorse in the patient's mind. Only then did the judges agree to bring the punishment to an end, as they were sure that it would continue indefinitely inside the patient's conscience. One maniac was in the habit of tearing at her clothes and breaking any object within her reach. She was given the cold water treatment, and then tied up in a straitjacket, and appeared at last humiliated and deeply concerned, but fearing that her feelings of shame were merely transitory and her remorse too superficial, the director spoke to her in the strongest terms to ensure that she experienced a feeling of real terror. He did not show anger, but he informed her that henceforth she would always be treated as severely as possible. The expected result was not long in coming. Her repentance began in a torrent of tears, which she shed for nearly 2 hours. 67 The cycle was doubly complete, the fault was punished, and its author had acknowledged her guilt. There were, however, alienated patients who escaped this movement and resisted the moral synthesis it operated. Such people were to be locked away inside the asylum, making a new confined population that was even out of the reach of justice. When people speak of Pinel and the liberation he initiated, this second form of incarceration is too often ignored. We have already seen him refusing the benefits of asylum reform to religious fanatics who believe themselves to be inspired, and who constantly seek to convert others to their cause, and take a perfidious pleasure in fomenting dissent amongst other alienated patients, on the pretext that they should obey God rather than man. But reclusion and the dungeon were equally obligatory for those who refused to cooperate with the general law of work and who, in malicious activity, enjoy tormenting the other inmates, provoking them and inciting them to revolt, and for women who during their attacks, have an irresistible propensity to steal anything that comes into their grasp. 68 Disobedience on account of religious fanaticism, resistance to work, and theft, the three great sins against bourgeois society, three major attacks on its essential values, were all inexcusable, even in the mad. Such faults demanded imprisonment pure and simple, and exclusion in the most rigorous form possible, as all three crimes demonstrated the same resistance to moral and social uniformity, which were the raison d'etre of the asylum such as it was conceived by Pinel. In previous times, unreason was placed outside judgment, to be arbitrarily handed over to the powers of reason. Now, it was judged, and not just once, on entry to the asylum, so as to be recognized, classified and declared innocent forever. Instead it was caught in a perpetual judgment, which never ceased to hound it and apply its sanctions, proclaiming faults and demanding a frank admission of wrongdoing, banishing anyone whose errant ways risked compromising the social order for a long time. Madness escaped arbitrariness only to fall into a sort of endless trial, for which the asylum provided the police, the prosecutors, the judges, and the executioners. This was a trial where any error in life, by a virtue proper to life in the asylum, became a social crime, observed, sentenced and punished, a trial that had no issue other than in a perpetual recommencement in the interiorist form of remorse. The mad who were delivered by Pinel, and, in their wake the madmen of the modern confinement, are characters on trial, if they have the privilege of no longer being locked up or confused with other prisoners. They are still condemned at each instant to be the subject of a process of accusation which never takes place in public, for it is formulated by their whole asylum life. The asylum of the positivist age, which Pinel is credited with having founded, is not a free domain of observation, diagnosis, and therapeutics. It is a judicial space where people are accused, judged, and sentenced, from which they can only be freed by a translation of this judicial process into the depths of psychology, i.e. through repentance. Madness was to be punished in asylums, even if its innocence was proclaimed outside. For a long time to come, and at least until today, it was imprisoned in a moral world. Asterisk. A fourth structure, proper to the world of the asylum as it came into being at the close of the 18th century, should also be added to silence, the recognition in a mirror and perpetual judgment. This is the apotheosis of the medical character, personage medical. This is perhaps the most important of all, as it was to authorize not only new contacts between doctors and patients, but also a new relation between alienation and medical thought, which was finally to take command of the whole modern experience of madness. Until now, what had been found in the asylum was essentially a repetition of the structures of confinement, although displaced and deformed. With the new status of the medical character, it was the deepest meaning of confinement that was abolished. Mental illness, with all the connotations that are familiar to us today, then became possible. The works of Tuke and Pinel, which were so different in spirit and values, come together in this transformation of the medical character. As we saw above, physicians had no role to play in the life of confinement. But they became essential figures in the asylum. They presided over entry, as the rules of the retreat made clear. On the admission of patients, the committee should, in general, require a certificate signed by a medical person. It should also be stated, whether the patient is afflicted with any complaint independent of insanity. It is also desirable, that some account should be sent, how long the patient has been disordered, whether any, or what sort of medical means have been used. 69. Since the end of the 18th century, a medical certificate had been more or less obligatory for the confinement of the mad. 70. But inside the asylum, the doctor had pride of place, since it was he who transformed the space into a medical institution. Despite that, and this was the key point, the intervention of the doctor was not done on the basis of some skill or medical power as such that he alone possessed, justified by a body of objective knowledge. It was not as a scientist that Homo medicus gained authority in the asylum, but as a wise man. If medical practitioners were required, then it was not for the knowledge that they brought, but rather as a moral and juridical guarantee of good faith. 71. Any man of good conscience and unquestionable virtue, providing he had a long experience of the asylum, could just as well take his place. 72. For medical duties were only one part of the immense moral task to be accomplished inside the asylum, and which alone could guarantee the insane a cure. Must it not be an inviolable law in the administration of any public or private establishment for the insane that maniacs should be given the maximum of liberty that their safety and that of others permits, so that repression should be proportional to any danger that their behavior might pose? And that any facts that might aid the doctor in his choice of treatment should be carefully recorded, and particular differences in behavior or temperament studied precisely so that gentleness or firmness, conciliatory terms, or an imposing, authoritative tone and inflexible severity should be used according. 73. According to Samuel Tuke, the first doctor who was assigned to the retreat was to be commended on his indefatigable perseverance. Admittedly, he had no particular experience of mental illness when he arrived at the institution, but he entered on his office with the anxiety and ardor of a feeling mind, upon the exertion of whose skill depended the dearest interests of many of his fellow creatures. 74 He tried the remedies that his good sense and the experience of his predecessors suggested. But he was quickly disappointed, although not because the results were bad or because the number of cures was minimal. Although the proportion of cures, in the early part of the institution, was respectable, yet the medical means were so imperfectly connected with the progress of recovery, that he could not avoid suspecting them to be rather concomitants than causes. He then realized that the known medical methods of the time were of little use. A concern with humanity was of much greater importance, and he decided to forego any form of medicine that patients found disagreeable. But this was not to say that the doctor had only a minor role to play at the retreat. The regular visits that he made to patients, the authority that he exercised in the house, which placed him above the guards, meant that the physician, from his office, sometimes possesses more influence over the patient's minds than the other attendants. 75. It is generally believed that Tuke and Pinel opened up the asylum to medical knowledge. But it was not science that they introduced so much as a new character, who borrowed little more than the disguise offered by that knowledge, or at best used it as a justification. These powers, by their nature, were of an order that was moral and social. They had their roots in the status of the mad as minors, and in the alienation of their character rather than their minds. If the medical character could circumscribe madness, it was not because he knew it but because he mastered it, and what positivism came to consider as objectivity was nothing but the converse, the effects of this domination. It should be the great object of the superintendent to gain the confidence of the patient, and to awaken in him respect and obedience, but it will readily be seen, that such confidence, obedience, and respect can only be procured by superiority of talents, discipline of temper, and dignity of manners. Imbecility, misconduct and empty consequence, although enforced with the most tyrannical severity, may excite fear, but this will always be mingled with contempt. In speaking of the management of insane persons, it is to be understood that the superintendent must first obtain an ascendancy over them. When this is once effected, he will be enabled, on future occasions, to direct and regulate their conduct, according as his better judgment may suggest. He should possess firmness, and when occasion may require, should exercise his authority in peremptory manner. He should never threaten, but execute, and when the patient has misbehaved, should confine him immediately. 76. The doctor could only exert his absolute authority over the world of the asylum in so far as he was, from the beginning, father and judge, family and law, and for a long time his medical practice did little more than offer a commentary on the ancient rights of order, authority, and punishment. Pinel recognized very well that doctors cure when, outside modern therapeutics, they bring these immemorial figures into play. He quotes the case of a young 17-year-old girl who had been brought up by her parents in a most indulgent fashion. She had fallen into a gay, dreamy delirium, for no reason that could be determined. In hospital she had been treated with the utmost gentleness, but she had always had a slightly haughty air that could not be tolerated inside the asylum, and she only ever spoke of her parents with bitterness. It was decided that she should be submitted to a regime of strict authority. In order to break her inflexible character, the keeper chose his moment at bath time, and expressed himself quite forcibly about certain unnatural people who dared go against their parents and question their authority. He warned her that she was to be treated henceforth with all the severity that she deserved, since she had clearly set herself against a cure and was seeking to disguise the original cause of her malady with insurmountable obstinacy. Faced with the rigors of this new threat, the patient felt herself to be deeply moved, and wound up admitting the error of her ways, and made a frank confession that she had fallen into her unreasoned state as a result of heartbreak, even naming the person who had been its object. After that first confession, the cure became easy, a most favorable change came over her. And she was quite relieved, and filled with gratitude towards the keeper who had put a term to her suffering, restoring tranquility and calm to her heart. Every moment of this story could be readily transposed into a psychoanalytical narrative, so true is it that the medical character in Pinel's definition was to act not in accordance with an objective definition of the sickness or a diagnosis based on a classification, but rather by using the sort of prestige that envelops the secrets of family, authority, punishments, and love. By bringing these powers into play, and taking on the mantle of the Father and Lord of Justice, the doctor, by one of those sudden shortcuts that bracket his medical competence, became the almost magical practitioner of the cure, taking on the appearance of a worker of miracles. It was enough for him to look and talk for secret faults to appear, insane presumptions to vanish, so that madness would finally toe the line of reason. His presence and his language possessed that power of disalienation, which at a stroke revealed faults and restored the moral order. It is a curious paradox to see medical practice enter the uncertain domain of the quasi-miraculous just as the science of mental illness was trying to assume a sense of positivity. On the one hand, madness is placed at a distance in an objective field where the threats of unreason disappear, but at the same moment the madman and the doctor begin to form a strange sort of couple, an undivided unity where complicity is forged along very ancient lines. Life in the asylums, such as it was constituted by Tuke and Pinel, enabled the growth of this subtle structure that was like the root cell of madness, a structure forming a microcosm where all the great, massive structures of bourgeois society and its values had their own symbol, the relationship between family and children structured around the theme of paternal authority, the relationship between fault and punishment around the theme of immediate justice, and the links between madness and disorder around the theme of social and moral order. It was here that the origins of the doctor's power to cure were to be found, and it was in so far as the patient found himself, through so many ancient links, already alienated in the doctor, inside the doctor-patient couple, that the doctor had an almost miraculous ability to cure him. There was nothing extraordinary about that power in the days of Pinel and Tuke, as it could be explained and demonstrated by the sole efficacy of moral conduct. It was no more mysterious than the power of an 18th-century physician when he diluted fluids or relaxed fibers. But very quickly, the meaning of this moral practice escaped doctors, as they began to wrap up their knowledge in the norms of positivism. By the early 19th century, psychiatrists no longer understood the nature of the power that they had inherited from the great reformers, whose effectiveness seemed so distant from the idea that they had of mental illness, and the medical practice of all other doctors. This dense mystery that surrounds psychiatric practice, which is obscure even to those who used it, is largely responsible for the strange situation of the mad inside the medical world. First, because mental medicine, for the first time in the history of Western science, was to take on almost complete autonomy. Since the Greeks, it had only been one chapter in medicine, and as we saw above, physicians like Willis studied madness under the rubric diseases of the head. After Pinel and Tuke, psychiatry was to become medicine of a particular style. Even those most determined to find the origins of madness in organic causes or in hereditary dispositions would not escape this style. All the more so as this particular style involving the use of continuously more obscure moral powers was at the origin of a sort of bad conscience. The more they felt that their practice escaped the confines of positivism, the more rigorously they attempted to pursue it. As positivism imposed itself on medicine, and above all on psychiatry, the practice became more obscure, the power of the psychiatrist more miraculous, and the coup sank ever deeper into a strange world. In the eyes of the patient, the doctor was a miracle worker, and the authority that he borrowed from order, morality, and the family he now seemed to derive from himself. It was as a doctor that he was believed to have such powers, and whereas both Pinel and Tuke underlined quite clearly that their moral actions were not necessarily linked to any scientific competence, it was generally believed, above all by patients, that it was some esoteric, almost demoniacal secret in his knowledge that gave him the power to undo alienation. Patients increasingly accepted this abandonment in the hands of a doctor who was both divine and satanic, or in any case beyond human measure, the more they were alienated in the doctor, accepting entirely in advance all his prestige, and submitting immediately to a will that they felt to be magical and to a form of science which seemed endowed with prescience and divination, the more such patients became the ideal and perfect correlate of the powers that were projected onto the physician, pure objects with no resistance other than inertia, ripe to become precisely the hysterical woman in whom Charcot exalted the marvelous powers of the doctor. Anyone who wants to pursue an analysis of the deep structures of objectivity in the knowledge and the psychiatric practice of the 19th century, from Pinel to Freud 77 needs to show that, from the very beginning, objectivity was a reification of a magical type, which could only be accomplished with the complicity of the patients themselves, starting out from a transparently clear moral framework which was slowly forgotten as positivism imposed the myth of scientific objectivity. The origins and the meaning of the practice were forgotten, but its use persisted and it was always present. What we call psychiatric practice is a certain moral tactic contemporaneous with the late 18th century, which is preserved in the rituals of life in asylums, covered over by the myths of positivism. But if doctors soon became miracle workers in the eyes of patients, to their own eyes they could never be anything other than positivist physicians. A status still had to be found for this dark power whose origins had disappeared, where the complicity of the patient could not be deciphered, as doctors refused to recognize the ancient powers that lent it its strength. As there was nothing in positive knowledge that could justify such a transfer of will, or these operations that seemed to take place at a distance, the moment would soon come when madness itself was to be held responsible for these anomalies. Cures without any solid basis, yet whose reality was undeniable, were quickly transformed into real cures of false illnesses. Madness was not what one thought, nor what it claimed to be, it was infinitely less than itself, a blend of persuasion and mystification. We can see here the genesis of Babinski's Pythiatism. 78 And by a strange return, thoughts went back nearly 2 centuries to the time when the distinctions between madness, false madness, and simulated madness were far from clear, and all that held them together was the knowledge that they were all linked to guilt in some manner. Going back further still, medical thought finally operated a process of assimilation that all Western medicine had refused since the Greeks, the assimilation of madness and madness, i.e. of the medical and the critical concepts of madness. During the late 19th century, in the thought of Babinski's contemporaries, we find the first daring formulation of the idea that medical thought had so long refused that madness, after all, was perhaps just madness. Thus, while the mentally ill person is wholly alienated in the real person of his doctor, the doctor dissipates the reality of mental illness in the critical concept of madness. So much so that beyond the empty forms of positivist thought, all that remains is a single concrete reality, the doctor-patient couple, in which all alienations are summed up, formed and resolved. It is in that respect that all the psychiatry of the 19th century really does converge on Freud, who was the first to accept the seriousness of the reality of the doctor-patient couple, and who consented never to avert his gaze and his research from this link, and who sought not to mask it in a psychiatric theory merely attempting to keep in harmony with the rest of medical knowledge. He was the first to have followed the rigor of these consequences very closely. Freud demystified all the other asylum structures, he abolished silence and the gaze, and removed the recognition of madness by itself in the mirror of its own spectacle, and he silenced the instances of condemnation. But, on the other hand, he exploited the structure that enveloped the medical character, he amplified his virtues as worker of miracles, preparing an almost divine status for his omnipotence. He brought back to him, and to his simple presence, hidden behind the patient and above him, in an absence that was also a total presence, all the powers that had been shared out in the collective existence of the asylum. He made him the absolute gaze, the pure, indefinitely held silence, the judge who punishes and rewards in a judgment that does not even condescend to language, and he made him the mirror in which madness, in an almost immobile movement, falls in and out of love with itself. Freud made sure that all the structures integrated by Pinel and Tuke into confinement were appropriated by the doctor. He freed the patient from that asylum existence to which his liberators had condemned him, but he failed to spare him the essential components of that existence. He concentrated its powers, stretched them to the limit, and placed them in the hands of the doctor. He created the psychoanalytic situation, where, in the short circuit of a stroke of genius, alienation became disalienating because, in the doctor, it became subject. The doctor, as an alienating figure, remains the key to psychoanalysis. Perhaps because it has never suppressed that ultimate structure, but included all the others in it instead, psychoanalysis cannot and will never be able to hear the voices of unreason nor decipher on their own terms the signs of the insane. Psychoanalysis can untangle some forms of madness, but it is a perpetual stranger to the sovereign work of unreason. It cannot liberate or transcribe, and a fortiori explain, what is essential in that work. Since the late 18th century, the life of unreason has only manifested itself in the incendiary work of a small number of writers such as Hölderlin, Nerval, Nietzsche, and Artaud, works that could never be reduced to these alienations that cure, resisting, through their own strength, that gigantic moral imprisonment that became known, ironically perhaps, as Pinel and Tuke's liberation of the mad. V. The anthropological circle. There is no question here of concluding. The work of Pinel and Tuke is not a destination. All that becomes manifest there a sudden new figure is a restructuring, whose origins were hidden in an unbalance inherent to the classical experience of madness. The liberty of the mad, that liberty which Pinel, like Tuke, thought he had given to the mad, had long belonged to the domain of their existence. True, it was never given, nor offered, in any positive gesture. But it quietly wove its way round certain practices and concepts, a truth that was glimpsed, a faltering request, on the margins of what was said, thought, and done about the mad, a stubborn presence that never allowed itself to be entirely grasped. And yet was it not solidly implied in the very notion of madness, if the will had been to push it to its limits? Was it not linked, and necessarily so, to that great structure that stretched from the excesses of a passion always complicitous with itself to the rigorous logic of delirium? In that affirmation which, transforming the images of dreams into the non-being of error, made madness, how could it be denied that there was an element of liberty? Madness, at bottom, was only possible in so far as it had that latitude around it, the leeway that allowed the subject to speak the language of his own madness, and constitute himself as mad. Sauvages described this fundamental liberty of the madman in the naivete of a marvelously fecund tautology, how little we care to seek out the truth and cultivate our judgment. 1. And what of the liberty that confinement denounced in the act of suppressing it? Liberating individuals from the infinite tasks and consequences of their responsibility, it certainly did not place them in a neutralized environment where everything was flattened out in the monotony of a single determinism. It is true that people were often confined so that they might escape judgment, but they were confined to a world where all was a matter of evil and punishment, libertinage and immorality, penitence and correction. A whole world where, beneath those shadows, liberty is hidden. Doctors first came across this freedom when they began to engage with the insane for the first time, in the mixed world of body images and organic myths, where they discovered, engaged in so many mechanisms, the dull, insistent presence of guilt. Here was passion, disorder, laziness, the complacent life of cities, overeager reading, the complicity of the imagination, sensibility overly curious for excitement and excessive concerns for the self, so many dangerous games for liberty, where reason ventures at its peril into madness. This was an obstinate but precarious form of liberty. It always remained on the horizon of madness, but vanished as soon as one attempted to pin it down. It was only present and possible in the form of an imminent abolition. Glimpsed in the extreme regions where madness could speak for itself, when fixed by the gaze it only ever reappeared as engaged, constrained and reduced. The liberty of the madman is only ever in that instant, that imperceptible distance that makes a man free to abandon his liberty and chain himself to his madness. It is there only in that virtual point of choice, where we elect to put ourselves in the impossibility of using our freedom and correcting our mistakes. Point 2. Thereafter it becomes no more than a mechanism of the body, a sequence of fantasies, the necessities of delirium. Saint Vincent de Paul, who darkly acknowledged that freedom in the very gesture of confinement, was still careful to make a distinction between responsible libertines, children of pain, the opprobrium and ruin of their houses, and the mad, who were properly deserving of compassion. Not being the masters of their will, and having neither judgment nor liberty. Point 3. The freedom which made classical madness possible was suffocated inside this madness itself, and collapses in that which manifested its contradictions most cruelly. This must be the paradox of that constitutive freedom. The means through which the mad become mad are also the means through which, madness having not yet come into being, the mad can communicate with non-madness. From the outset, the madman escapes himself and his madman's truth, approaching, in a region that is neither truth nor innocence, the risk of wrongdoing, crime, or comedy. The freedom that causes the mad, in this originary and obscure moment of departure and separation which is so difficult to pin down and identify, to renounce the truth, nevertheless prevents them from ever becoming prisoners of their own truth. A madman is only mad to the extent that his madness is never exhausted in his own truth as a madman. For that reason, in the classical experience, madness can at the same time be slightly criminal, slightly faked, slightly immoral and slightly reasonable too. This is not a confusion of thought, or a lesser degree of elaboration, but only the logical effect of a very coherent structure. Madness is only possible as a result of a very distant but very necessary moment where it splits from itself in the free space of its non-truth, constituting itself by that very process as truth. This is exactly where the operations of Pinel and of Tuke fit into the classical experience. That liberty, a constant horizon for the concepts and practices at stake, a demand that disguised its own being and abolished itself as though of its own accord, that ambiguous liberty that was at the heart of the madman's existence, was now actually demanded in facts themselves as the framework of his real life and the element necessary for the appearance of his truth as a madman. The effort was made to ensnare it in an objective structure. But just when people believed they could grasp it, affirm it, and proclaim its value, all that was actually harvested was the irony of contradictions. The liberty of the madman was given a free rein, but in a space that was more enclosed and more rigid, less free than the always slightly indecisive space of confinement. The madman was freed from his association with crime and evil, only to be locked into the rigorous mechanisms of a determinism. He was only completely innocent in the absolute of a non-freedom. The chains that hindered the exercise of his free will were removed, but only so that he could be stripped of that will itself, which was transferred to and alienated in the doctor's will. The madman was henceforth completely free, and completely excluded from freedom. Previously he was free in that tenuous instant in which he began to abandon his liberty, now he was free in the open space where his liberty had already been lost. What the late 18th century witnessed was not a liberation of the mad but an objectification of the concept of their liberty. That objectification had three consequences. First of all, it meant that liberty now became the key issue where madness was concerned. Not the sort of liberty that might be glimpsed on the horizon of the possible, but a freedom that was to be hunted down in things and through mechanisms. In thinking on madness, and even in the medical analyses that were carried out, it would no longer be a question of error and non-being but of freedom in its real determinations, desire and will, determinism and responsibility, automatisms and spontaneity. From Esquirol to Janet, as from Rail to Freud or from Tuke to Jackson, the madness of the 19th century would tirelessly recount the winding journeys of freedom. The night of the modern madman was no longer that oniric night ablaze with the false truths of images. It was a night of impossible desires and the savagery of a will, less free than any other to be found in nature. On the level of facts and observations, this objective freedom found itself exactly divided between a determinism that denied it completely and specific guilt that exalted it. The ambiguity of classical thought about the relationship between fault and madness was now to come apart, and the psychiatric thought of the 19th century was both to search for a total determinism and to attempt to pin down the point at which culpability could enter the process. Discussions about criminal forms of madness, the prestige of general paralysis, the great theme of degeneracy and the criticism of hysterical phenomena, the themes that drove medical research from Esquirol to Freud, all reflected these twin concerns. The mad of the 19th century were to be both subject to determinism and guilty. Their non-freedom was more infused with guilt than the freedom in which the mad of the classical age were able to escape from themselves. Once free, the mad were face to face with themselves, i.e. they could no longer escape their own truth, they were thrown into it, and it confiscated them entirely. Classical freedom had situated the madman in relation to his own madness, in an ambiguous, unstable relation that was always coming apart, but which prevented the madman from making one identical, single thing of his madness. The freedom that Pinel and Tuke imposed on the mad locked them into a certain truth about madness that they could only passively escape if they were liberated from their madness. From that point on, madness no longer indicated a certain relation between men and the truth, a relation which, silently at least, always implied freedom. What it indicated instead was a relationship between man and his own truth. In madness, men fell into their own truth, which was a manner of being entirely their own truth, but also of losing it. Madness was no longer to speak of non-being, but of the being of man, of the content of what he is, and the forgetting of that content. While previously he was a stranger to being a man of nothingness, of illusion, fatuous, the void of non-being and the paradoxical manifestation of that void, now he was trapped in his own truth and thus exiled from it. A stranger from himself, alienated. Madness now spoke an anthropological language, denoting, in an equivocal process that gave it its worrying power for the modern world, the truth of man and the loss of that truth, and consequently, the truth of this truth. An uncompromising language, rich in promise and ironic in its reductiveness. The language of madness rediscovered for the first time since the Renaissance. Let's listen to its first utterances. Asterisk. Classical madness belonged to the realms of silence. This language that sang its own praises had long been gagged. While it is true that numerous texts from the 17th and 18th centuries talked about madness, it was merely cited as an example, as a medical species, or because it illustrated the dull truth of error. Madness was attacked at an angle, in its negative dimension, because it was a contrario proof of what, in its positive nature, reason was. Its meaning could only appear to doctors and philosophers, i.e. to those who were capable of understanding its deep nature, who could master it in its non-being and move beyond it towards the truth. In itself, it was a silent thing. There was no place in the classical age for a literature of madness, in that there was no autonomous language for madness, and no possibility that it might express itself in a language that spoke its truth. The secret language of delirium was recognized, and these were true discourses concerning it. But it had no power, no original right to operate of its own accord a synthesis of its language and its truth. Its truth could only ever be enveloped in a discourse to which it remained a stranger. After all, such people are insane. Descartes, in his movement towards truth, made impossible the lyricism of unreason. Le Nouveau Dramo and the whole literary fashion that followed it indicated a reappearance of madness in the domain of language, a language where madness was permitted to speak in the first person, uttering in the midst of the empty verbiage and the insane grammar of its paradoxes something that bore an essential relation to the truth. That relationship now began to unfold and clarify and offer itself in its whole discursive development. What madness says of itself was, for the thought and the poetry of the early 19th century, what dreams say in the disorder of their images, a truth of man, very archaic and very near, very silent and very threatening, a truth that underlies all truth, the truth closest to the birth of subjectivity, and the most widely spread at the very level of things, a truth that is the deep retreat of man's individuality, and the inchoate form of the cosmos. That which dreams is the spirit during the instant at which it descends into matter, and matter the instant that it rises up to the level of the spirit. Dreams are the revelation of man's very essence, the most peculiar and intimate process that life has to offer. Point 4. Thus, in the discourse common to delirium and dreams, the possibility of a lyricism of desire and the possibility of a poetry of the world are bound together, as madness and dreams are both the moment of extreme subjectivity and the moment of ironic objectivity. There is no contradiction. The poetry of the heart, in the final, exasperated solitude of its lyricism, through an immediate reversal, finds itself to be the original song of things, and the world, so long silent in the face of the tumults of the heart, finds its voice once more. I question the stars and they fall silent, I address the day and the night but they do not reply. From the depths of myself, when I interrogate myself, there come strange, inexplicable dreams. 5. What is specific to the language of madness in romantic poetry is the language of the ultimate end, and that of the absolute beginning, the end of man, who sinks into the night, and the discovery, at the end of the night, of a light which is that of things as they first come into being. It is an underground cavern that slowly becomes illuminated, where out of the shadows and night, pale, gravely immobile figures who live in this limbo slowly begin to emerge. Then the picture takes shape, and a new clarity becomes apparent. Point 6. Madness speaks the language of the great return, not the epic return of long odysseys, in the undefined path traced out by the myriad roads of the real, but a lyrical return in one lightning instant, which matures at a stroke the tempest of completeness, illuminating and pacifying it in a rediscovered origin. The 13th one returns, and it's still the first 7. Such was the power of madness, announcing man's senseless secret that the lowest point of his fall is also his first morning, and that his evening finishes in his first light, and that in him the end is a beginning. After the long silence of the classical age, madness therefore found its voice once more. But this was a language pregnant with a new significance. The old tragic discourses of the Renaissance, which had spoken of a tear in the fabric of the world, the end of time, and man devoured by his animality, were forgotten. This language of madness was reborn, but as a lyrical explosion, the discovery that in man, the interior was also the exterior, that the extremity of subjectivity blended into the immediate fascination of the object, and that any ending was the promise of an obstinate return. A language in which what transpired were no longer the invisible figures of the world, but the secret truths of man. Point 8. What lyricism said, the stubbornness of discursive thought also taught, and what was known about the mad, independently of all the possible advancements of learning in the objective content of scientific knowledge, took on a significance that was quite new. The gaze that was cast on the madman, which was also the concrete experience on the basis of which medical or philosophical experience was to be elaborated, could no longer be the same. At the time of the public visits to Bicêtre and Bethlehem Hospital, when looking at the mad, men measured from the outside the whole distance that separated the truth of man from his animality. Now the mad were examined with both more neutrality and more passion. More neutrality, as it was in them that the deep truths of man were to be discovered, sleeping forms in which what they are come into being. And more passion too, as to recognize the mad was to recognize oneself, feel the same forces, hear the same voices and see the same strange lights rise up within. This gaze, which could promise itself the spectacle of a naked truth of man, at last, this is what Cabanis already had in mind when talking about the ideal asylum, could no longer avoid contemplating an immodesty that was its own. This gaze could no longer see without seeing itself. And the mad thereby found their power of attraction and fascination increased twofold, as they bore more truth than their own truths. I believe, said Cyprien, the protagonist of a Hoffmann novel. I firmly believe that through abnormal phenomena, nature allows us to peer into the most fearsome abysses, and in fact at the very heart of the terror that has often overcome me through this strange commerce with the mad, intuitions and images have often risen up in my spirit, lending it an extraordinary new life, vigor, and energy. 9. In a single movement, the madman is given both as an object of knowledge offered in his most exterior determinations, and as a theme of recognition, investing in return all those who apprehend him with all the insidious familiarities of their common truth. But while this recognition may have been welcome in lyrical experience, it could find no place in reflective thought. It protected itself, affirming with growing insistence that the mad were nothing but objects, medical things. Refracted in such fashion on the surface of objectivity, the immediate content of this recognition was dispersed in a multitude of antinomies. But we should not be deceived, beneath the speculative seriousness, what was really at stake was the relationship between man and the mad, and these faces, so long unfamiliar, now took on the virtues of a mirror. One madness unveiled the elementary truth about man, it reduced him to his primitive desires, to his simple mechanisms, to the most pressing determinations of his body. Madness was a sort of chronological and social, psychological and organic childhood of man. So many analogies between the art of directing the alienated and that of bringing up young people, remarked Pinel. 10. But the madman unveiled the terminal truth of man, he showed how far he could be pushed by the passions, life in society and everything that distanced him from a primitive nature that knew no madness. Madness was always linked to society and its discontent. According to reports from travelers, savages are not subject to disorders of the intellectual functions. 11 Madness began when the world began to age, and every face that madness took over the course of time spoke of the shape and truth of that corruption. 2 Madness operated in man a sort of atemporal caesura, sectioning not time but space. It neither advanced nor retreated in the course of human liberty, but showed an interruption, a sinking within the determinism of the body. It was the triumph of the organic, the sole truth about man that could be objectified and scientifically perceived. Madness was a disturbance of the cerebral functions. The cerebral parts are the seat of madness, as the lungs are the seat of dyspnoea, and the stomach is the seat of dyspepsia. 12. But madness differs from sicknesses of the body in that it manifests a truth not found in the latter, it reveals an inner world of bad instincts, perversity, suffering and violence, which until then had lain sleeping. It reveals a depth that gives the freedom of man its full meaning, and this depth revealed by madness is wickedness in its wild state. Evil is always latent in the heart, because the heart as immediate is natural and selfish. It is the evil genius of man that gains the upper hand in insanity. 13 Hein Roth said something similar when he stated that madness was das böse Überhaupt, mostly evil. 3 The innocence of the mad was guaranteed by the intensity and the strength of this psychological content. Imprisoned by the strength of his passions, carried away by the vividness of desires and images, the madman was therefore beyond responsibility, and his irresponsibility was a matter for medical appreciation, in that it resulted from an objective determinism. The madness of an action was to be gauged by the number of reasons that had determined it. But the madness of an action was precisely determined by the fact that no reason could ever exhaust it. The truth of madness was in an automatism that had no logic behind it, and the more an action was empty of reason, the greater the chances that it was solely the result of a determinism of madness, the truth of madness being in man the truth of all that was without reason, of all that resulted, as Pinel said, from an unreflected determination, devoid of any concern for self-interest and any motivation. For as man discovered his truth in madness, it was from that truth and from the depths of that madness that a cure was possible. The non-reason of madness contains the reason for a return, and if there was still a secret in the unfortunate objectivity in which the madman was lost, that secret was the one that made a cure possible. Just as sickness was never a total loss of health, so madness was not an abstract loss of reason, but a contradiction in the reason that remained, and consequently, humane treatment, no less benevolent than reasonable. The services of Pinel to this end deserve the highest acknowledgement, presupposes the patient's rationality, and in that assumption has the sound basis for dealing with him on this side. 14. But the human truth that madness reveals is the immediate contradiction of the moral and social truth of man. The initial moment of any treatment is thus the repression of that inadmissible truth, the abolition of the evil that reigns there, and the forgetting of this violence and these desires. The cure for madness is in the reason of the other, the madman's reason being only the truth of his madness. Let your reason be the rule for their conduct. One string alone still resonates inside them, which is the string of pain. Have the courage to pluck it. 15 Man will thus not speak the truth of his truth other than in the cure that will lead him from his alienated truth to the truth of man. By these soft, conciliatory means, even the most violent and fearsome alienated man has become most docile, and most worthy of interest for his touching sensitivity. 16. Tirelessly repeated, these antinomies accompany all 19th century thinking on madness. In the immediate totality of poetic experience, and in the lyrical recognition of madness, they were already there, in the undivided form of a duality reconciled with itself as soon as it was given. They were indicated, in the brief happiness of a language not yet shared, as a knot linking the world and desire, sense and nonsense, the night of completion and the primitive dawn. But for reflective thought, on the other hand, these antinomies only offer themselves in the extremities of dissociation. There they take on measure and distance, to be experienced in the slowness of the language of contradictions. All that was ambiguous in the fundamental and constitutive experience of madness was soon lost in a network of theoretical conflicts about the interpretation of the phenomena of madness. A conflict between a historical, sociological, and relativist view of madness, a Squirrel and Mykia, and an analysis of a structural type that looked at mental illness as involution, degeneracy, and a progressive slide to the vanishing point of human nature, Morel, a conflict between a spiritualist theory that defined madness as an alteration in the mind's relation to itself, Lang-Ehrman and Hein Roth, and materialist efforts to localize madness in a differentiated organic space, Spurzheim and Broussais, a conflict between the requirement for a medical judgment that measured the degree of irresponsibility of the mad against the degree of determinism of the mechanisms at work within them, and the immediate appreciation of the insane character of their behavior, the polemic between Elias Regnault and Mark. And a conflict between the humanitarian conception of therapeutics witnessed in the methods used by Esquirol and the infamous moral treatment that used confinement as the major means of submission and repression, Goeslane and Louret. We shall reserve the detailed exploration of these antinomies for another study, as that could only be done in a meticulous inventory of the totality of the 19th century experience of madness, i.e. in the totality of its scientifically explicated forms and its silent aspects. Such an analysis would show with no difficulty that this system of contradictions conceals a deeper coherence, the coherence of an anthropological thought that ran permanently underneath the diversity of scientific formulations. It would show that it was the constitutive but historically mobile bedrock that made possible the developments of concepts from Esquirol and Broussais to Janet, Bleuler, and Freud. And this anthropological structure had three terms: man, his madness, and his truth, which replaced the binary structure of classical unreason, truth and error, world and fantasy, being and non-being, day and night. For the moment, our intention is simply to maintain the structure against the still ill-differentiated horizon where it appears, to grasp it in some examples of diseases that reveal what the experience of madness in the early part of the 19th century might have been. It is easy to understand the extraordinary prestige of general paralysis, and the value as a model that it took on for the 19th century, and the general extension that it was given for a general comprehension of psychopathological symptoms. Guilt in the form of a sexual fault was clearly designated, and the traces that it left prevented all escape from accusation, as it was inscribed inside the organism itself. In addition to that, the dark power of attraction of the fault itself, and the familiar ramifications that stretched into the soul of those who diagnosed the condition, meant that this knowledge implied the worrying ambiguity of recognition. Deep in men's hearts, before all contamination, the blame was shared between patients and their families, between the patient and his entourage, and between patients and their doctors. The great complicity between the sexes meant that the disease was strangely close, and lent it the old lyricism of guilt and fear. But at the same time, the threats within this subterranean communication between the mad and those who recognized, judged and condemned them diminished, as the illness became more rigorously objectified, circumscribed inside the space of a body and invested in a purely organic process. Medicine thereby put an end to that lyrical recognition, hiding its moral accusations behind the objectivity of observation. Seeing this evil, this fault, this age-old complicity between men as clearly situated in exterior space, reduced to the silence of things, and punished only in others, gave knowledge the inexhaustible satisfaction of being found innocent once justice had been done, and it was protected from its own accusations by serene, distant observation. In the 19th century, general paralysis was good madness, in the same way that we speak of good form. The great structure that commanded all perceptions of madness was perfectly represented in the analysis of the psychiatric symptoms of nervous syphilis. 17 Culpability, its condemnation and its recognition, acknowledged and hidden in equal parts in an organic objectivity. This was the most felicitous expression of everything that the 19th century understood and wanted to understand about madness. Everything that was Philistine in its attitude towards mental illness can be found there perfectly represented, and until Freud or thereabouts it was in the name of general paralysis that this Philistine medical expression was to defend itself against any other form of access to the truth of madness. The scientific discovery of general paralysis was not prepared by that anthropology that had come into being some 20 years earlier, but the very precise origin of the intense significance that it took and the fascination that it exerted for more than half a century are both to be found there. But general paralysis had still another importance as well. Guilt, and all that might be hidden and interior within it, immediately found its punishment and its objective side in the organism. This theme was very important for the psychiatry of the 19th century. Madness locked men into their objectivity. Throughout the classical period, the transcendence of delirium granted madness, regardless of how manifest it was, a sort of interiority that never spread to the outside, and which locked it into an irreducible relationship to itself. Now all madness, and madness in its entirety, were to have an external equivalent, or rather, the very essence of madness was to turn men into objects, chasing them to the outside of themselves, ultimately reducing them to the level of a nature pure and simple, to the level of things. The fact that madness could be that, an objectivity with no relation to a central, hidden, delirious activity, was so opposed to the spirit of the 18th century that the idea of madness without delirium or moral madness was something of a conceptual scandal. Pinel had observed several alienated inmates at the Salpetriere who at no point showed any damage to their understanding, and who were dominated by a sort of instinct of frenzy, as though the affective faculties alone had been damaged. 18 Among such partial madnesses, a squirrel had a particular place for those whose character was not an alteration in the intelligence, and in which there was scarcely anything to observe other than a disorder in their actions. 19 According to Dubuisson, people suffering from this sort of madness judge, reason, and behave themselves well, but are carried away by the most trivial subject, often for no occasional cause and only by an irresistible urge, and by a sort of perversion of the moral affections, leading to maniacal tantrums, acts inspired by violence, and explosions of fury. 20. This is the notion that English authors, after Pritchard in 1835, termed moral insanity. The name under which this notion was to achieve its definitive success already signals the strange ambiguity of its structure quite clearly. On the one hand, it indicates a form of madness none of whose signs appear in the sphere of reason, and in that sense is entirely hidden, a form of madness that makes the absence of all unreason almost invisible, a transparent, colorless form of madness that subtly circulates inside the soul of the madman. Interiority inside interiority they do not seem mad to superficial observers, and for that reason are all the more harmful and dangerous. 21 But on the other hand, this secret madness only exists on account of its explosive objective existence, demonstrated in violence, wild gestures, and occasionally murderous acts. At bottom it only exists in the imperceptible virtuality of a free fall towards the most visible and worst of objectivities, towards the mechanical concatenation of irresponsible gestures, it is the always internal possibility of being entirely projected onto the surface of the self, and of no longer existing, at least for a certain lapse of time, other than in a total absence of interiority. Like general paralysis, moral insanity has an exemplary value. Its longevity in the course of the 19th century, and the obstinate return of the same discussions around similar themes, can be explained by its proximity to the essential structures of madness. More than any other mental illness, it manifested that curious ambiguity that made madness an element of interiority in the form of an exteriority. In that sense, it was like a model for all possible psychology. It showed, at a perceptible level, bodies, modes of behavior, mechanisms, and objects, the inaccessible moment of subjectivity, and just as that subjective moment could only have a concrete existence for knowledge in objectivity, that objectivity could only be acceptable and have meaning through what it expressed of the subject. The suddenness, properly insane, of the switch from the subjective to the objective in moral madness accomplished everything that psychology could possibly desire, far exceeding its promises. It formed a sort of spontaneous psychologization of man. And that in itself revealed one of the obscure truths that dominated all 19th century thinking about man: the essential moment of objectification, in man, is nothing less than the passage into madness. Madness is the purest, the principal, and the primary form of the movement through which the truth of man is transferred to the side of the object and becomes accessible to scientific perception. Man only becomes nature for himself to the extent that he is capable of madness. Madness, like the spontaneous passage into objectivity, is a constitutive moment in man's becoming an object. Here we find ourselves at the opposite pole to the classical experience. Madness, which was nothing but an instantaneous contact between the non-being of error and the nothingness of the image, always maintained a dimension that enabled it to elude an objective grasp, and when the attempt was made to seize it in its most intimate structure, hunting it down in the innermost recesses of its essence, the only language found to formulate it was the language of reason deployed in the impeccable logic of delirium, and that which made it accessible ensured that it also eluded any firm grasp as madness. Now, by contrast, it was through madness that man, even in his reason, could become a concrete truth and an object for his own gaze. The path from man to the true man passed through the madman. The exact geography of this path was never clearly mapped out for itself by the thought of the 19th century, but it was constantly traveled, from Cabanis to Ribbet and Janet. The paradox of positive psychology in the 19th century was to have only been possible from the moment of negativity, the psychology of the personality through an analysis of its splitting, the psychology of memory by amnesia, of language by aphasia, of intelligence by mental deficiency. The truth of man was only spoken during the moment of its disappearance, it only showed itself when it had already become something other than itself. A third notion that also appeared in the early 19th century had the origins of its importance here. The idea of a form of madness localized in one point and only developing its delirium around a single subject was already present in the classical analysis of melancholy, and for medicine was a specific form of delirium rather than a contradiction. Point 22. The notion of monomania by contrast was entirely constructed around the scandal represented by an individual who was mad in respect of one particular point but reasonable regarding everything else. The scandal was multiplied by the crimes that monomaniacs carried out, and the problem of the responsibility that was to be imputed to them. A man, who seemed normal in all other aspects of his being, suddenly committed a crime of extraordinary savagery, and no cause or reason could be found to explain his action, as no profit, interest, or passion was involved, and once the act had been committed, the criminal returned to normal. Point 23. Could this be said to be the action of a madman? Was the complete absence of any visible form of determinism, the total absence of reasons, enough to infer non-reason here? Irresponsibility was identified with the impossibility of making use of one's will, and therefore with a determinism. But as the act was determined by nothing at all, it could not indicate irresponsibility. Inversely, could it be normal that an action could be accomplished for no reason, beyond any possible motivation or usefulness for a particular interest, with nothing that could provide the sort of motive that was indispensable for passion? An action that had no roots in any determinism was insane. These questions, which came to the fore in the great criminal trials of the early part of the 19th century, and which had a lasting effect on the juridical and medical consciousness of the age, touch perhaps the very heart of the experience of madness that was beginning to come into being. 24 The case law of earlier times had only seen crises and intervals, i.e. chronological successions and phases of responsibility inside a given illness. The problem here became more complicated. Could there be such a thing as a chronic disease which only manifested itself in a single gesture, or could it be the case that a man could become suddenly other, losing the liberty by which he was defined, becoming momentarily alienated from himself? Esquirol attempted to define the nature of this invisible sickness that would exonerate the perpetrator of a monstrous crime, grouping together the symptoms. The subject always acted without an accomplice, and with no motive. His crime did not necessarily concern a person that he already knew, and once it had been carried out, everything was over for him, the goal was attained. After the murder he is calm, and no longer thinks of hiding. 25 Such was homicidal monomania. But these symptoms were only signs of madness in that they indicated the isolated nature of the gesture, and its solitary improbability. There was a kind of madness that was reason in all things except in the one thing that was to be explained by it. 26 But if the sickness and this sudden alterity were not accepted, if the subject was to be considered to be responsible, then that was because there was a continuity between him and his gesture, a whole world of dark reasons that provided its foundation, explaining it and ultimately removing any blame. In short, either the subject was to be found guilty, in which case he had to be the same in his act and outside of it, so that an unbroken circuit of determinism linked him to his crime, but this supposed that he was not free, and was thus other than himself when he acted, or he was to be found innocent, in which case the crime had to be an exterior element, irreducible to the subject. What was then assumed was an originary alienation that constituted a sufficient determination, and therefore a continuity, and therefore an identity between the subject and himself. 27. The madman therefore found himself in the eternally recommenced dialectic of the same and the other. Whereas previously, in the classical experience, he was identified instantly, without speech, by the simple fact of his presence, in the visible, luminous and nocturnal, division between being and non-being, he was from now on the bearer of a language, wrapped in a language that was never exhausted and constantly started up again, reflected in a game of contrasts and opposites, where man appeared in his madness as being other than himself, but in that alterity, he revealed the truth that he was himself, and endlessly so, in the verbose movement of alienation. The madman was no longer the insane person who had occupied the divided space of classical unreason, he was alienated, in the modern form of the disease. In this madness, man was no longer considered in a sort of absolute retreat from truth, he was there its truth and the opposite of that truth. He was himself and something other than himself. He was caught in the objectivity of truth, but was true subjectivity. He was trapped in that which caused him to lose his way, but he only gave away what he wanted to reveal. He was innocent because he was not what he was, and guilty of being what he was not. The great critical division of unreason was now replaced by the proximity, always lost and always rediscovered, of man and his truth. Asterisk. General paralysis, moral madness, and monomania did not of course cover the whole field of psychiatric experience in the first half of the 19th century, but they took over a major part of it. 28. Their extension does not simply signal a reorganization of the nosographical space, but, underlying the medical concepts, the presence and the workings of a new structure of experience. The institutional form that Pinel and Tuke designed, the constitution around the mad of a containing asylum space where they were to admit their guilt and rid themselves of it, allowing the truth of their sickness to appear and then suppressing it, rediscovering their freedom by alienating it in the will of doctors, all this now became an a priori of medical perception. Throughout the 19th century, the mad would only be known and recognized against the backdrop of an implicit anthropology that spoke of the same guilt, the same truth, and the same alienation. But it was also necessary that the mad, now situated in the problematics of the truth of man, dragged in the true man and linked him to this new fate. If madness in the modern world has a meaning other than being a night in the face of the light of truth, if, in the depths of the language that it speaks, what is at stake is the truth of man, and of a truth that precedes it, founds it, and has the power to destroy it, then that truth is only available to man in the disaster of madness, and it evaporates at the first sign of any reconciliation. It is only in the night of madness that light is possible, a light that disappears when the shadow that it forces to flee begins to vanish. Man and madman are perhaps more closely linked in the modern world than they could ever have been in the powerful animal metamorphoses illuminated by the burning mills of Bosch. They are joined by the impalpable link of a reciprocal and incompatible truth. They murmur to each other this truth of their essence, which evaporates from having been said by one to the other. Each light is extinguished by the light that it has brought into being, and is thereby returned to the light that it tore, yet which had summoned it, and which it had so cruelly exposed. Today, the only truth that men possess is the enigma of the mad that they both are and are not. Each madman both does and does not carry within him this truth about man, which he bears in the fall of his humanity. The asylum scrupulously constructed by Pinel served no purpose, and has not protected the contemporary world from the great rise of madness. Or rather it did serve, and it served well. If it freed the madman from the inhumanity of his chains, it also chained the mad to man and his truth. From that day on, men had access to themselves as true beings, but true being was only given to them in the form of alienation. In our naivete, we perhaps imagined that we had described a psychological type, the madman, across 150 years of his history. But we are forced to admit that in writing the history of the mad, what we have done not on the level of a chronology of discoveries, or a history of ideas, but by following the links in the chain of the fundamental structures of experience is to write the history of the things that made possible the very appearance of a psychology. And by that we understand a cultural fact peculiar to the Western world since the 19th century, this massive postulate defined by modern man, but which also defines him in return. Human beings are not characterized by a certain relationship to truth, but they contain, as rightly belonging to them, a truth that is simultaneously offered and hidden from view. Here we should allow language to follow its inclination. Homo psychologicus, psychological man, is descended from homo ment captus, insane man. As the only language it can speak is that of alienation, psychology is therefore only possible in the criticism of man or the criticism of itself. It is always, by its very nature, at a crossroads. One path explores man's negativity to the furthest point, where love and death, day and night, the atemporal repetition of things and the haste of the passing seasons all belong to each other without division and end up philosophizing with a hammer. The other means becoming involved in the game of incessant resumptions, adjustments between the subject and the object, between within and without, between lived experience and knowledge. Given its origins, it was quite necessary that psychology should be more of the latter, while refusing to admit it. It is an inexorable part of the dialectics of modern man and his tussle with his truth, which is tantamount to admitting that it will never exhaust its being on the level of true knowledge. Faced with these wordy dialectical struggles, unreason remains mute, and forgetting comes from the great silent woundstickerments within man. Asterisk. And yet there are others, who, losing their way, prefer to remain lost forever. 29 This end of unreason, elsewhere, is transfiguration. There is a region where unreason, if it breaks the near silence and the murmur of the implicit where classicism was so convinced that it belonged, it is to collect itself once more in a silence punctuated by cries, the silence of interdiction, watchfulness, and revenge. The Goya who painted the madhouse, in all probability, faced with that flesh swarming in the void, and those naked forms on naked walls, must have felt something that resembled a contemporary pathos. The symbolic faded finery on the heads of mad kings showed begging bodies, bodies offered to whips and chains, and contradicted the delirium of their faces not so much by the misery of their nudity as by the human truth that radiates from their intact flesh. The man with the three-pointed hat is not mad because he has stuck that battered headgear atop his total nakedness, but from the madman in the hat leaps out, by virtue of the silent language of his well-muscled form and the wild, marvelous freedom of his youth, a free human presence who affirms his birthright as though this were the beginning of a new era. The madhouse speaks less of the madness of those strange figures to be found in the capriccios than the great monotony of those new bodies, brought into the light in all their vigor, and whose gestures, if they call up their dreams, sing above all of their dark liberty. Its language is close to the world of Pinel. The Goya of the Disparates and the Quinta del Sordo addresses another madness altogether, not that of the mad who were thrown in prison, but that of man cast into his own night. He renews a connection, beyond memory, with the old worlds of enchantment, of fantastical rides, of witches perched on the branches of dead trees. The monster who whispers secrets into the ear of the monk is surely related to the gnome who fascinated Bosch's Saint Anthony. In a sense, Goya rediscovered these great forgotten images of madness. But they mean something else to him, and their prestige, which is spread through all of his late work, comes from a different strength. In Bosch or Brupel, these forms were born of the world itself. Through the fissures of a strange poetry, they rose up out of minerals and plants, or sprang from gaping animal jaws, and the whole complicity of nature was necessary to form their supernatural round. Goya's forms are born of nothing. They are bottomless, in the double sense that they only stand out against the most monotonous of nights, and that nothing can assign them their origin, their term, and their nature. The disparates have no landscape, no walls, and no decor, and there lies another difference from the capriccios. No star lights up the night of the great human bat-like creatures to be seen in the way of flying. What tree supports the branch where the witches cackle? Does it fly? And if so, to what Sabbath or what clearing? Nothing in that speaks of any recognizable world, neither this one nor any other. We are clearly in the realm of what he had labeled the sleep of reason back in 1797, describing it as the first aspect of the universal language. This indeed is the night of classical unreason, the triple night into which Orist was locked. But in that dark night, man communicates with his deepest being, and all that is most solitary within him. The desert of Bosch's Saint Anthony was infinitely peopled, and even if it was the work of her imagination, the landscape through which Dulgriot ran was still crisscrossed by human language. Goya's monk, with that hot beast on his back, its paws on his shoulders and its snout panting in his ear, is alone, and no secret is told. All that is present is the most interior, and at the same time the most savagely free of all forces, the one that dismembers bodies in the grand disparate, the one that runs wild and gouges out eyes in raging madness. From that point on, even the faces themselves begin to decompose, and what is left is no longer the madness of the capriccios, which drew masks more true than the truth of faces, a madness from beneath the mask, a madness that bites faces and gnaws features. There are no eyes and no mouths, but only gazes that come from nowhere and stare at nothing, as in the witches' Sabbath, or cries that echo out from black holes, as in the pilgrimage of Saint Isidore. Madness has become the possibility in man of abolishing both man and the world and even these images that challenge the world and deform humanity. It lies deeper than dreams, well below the nightmare of animality, a last resort, the end and the beginning of all things. Not because it was a promise, as in German lyricism, but because it is the ambiguity of chaos and apocalypse. The idiot who screams and twists his shoulder to escape from the nothingness that surrounds him is that the birth of the first man, and his first movement towards liberty, or the last spasm of the last dying man. This madness, which knots and divides time, which curves the world in the loop of night, this madness so foreign to the experience contemporaneous with it, does it not utter to those who can hear them, like Nietzsche and Artaud, the scarcely audible words of classical unreason, where all was nothingness and night, but now amplified into screams and giving them for the first time expression, adroit to sight right of abode, and a grasp on Western culture, a point from which all contestation becomes possible, as well as the contestation of all things. By restoring them to their primitive savagery, the calm, patient language of Sada also gathers up the last words of unreason, and it too lends them a more distant meaning for the future. Between the broken lines of Goya and the unbroken line of words that stretches from the first volume of Justine to the 10th volume of Juliet, there is perhaps little in common, other than a certain movement which, doubling back on the course of contemporary lyricism, dries up its source and rediscovers the secret of the nothingness of unreason. In the castle where Sada's heroes lock themselves away, in the convents, forests, and dungeons where the indefinite agony of their victims is played out, a first glance seems to indicate that what is made possible is the totally free play of nature. As though what man refound there was a truth that he had forgotten despite its obviousness, what desire could go against nature, when it was nature herself that instilled the desire in man, reinforcing it with the great lesson about life and death that endlessly echoes around the world. The madness of desire, insane murders, and the most unreasonable passions were wisdom and reason as they were of the order of nature. Everything that morality, religion, and a badly organized society had managed to snuff out in man came back to life in the murderous castle. Here at last man was in tune with his nature, or rather by an ethic consistent with this strange confinement. Here man was to take care to remain unflinchingly faithful to nature, a strict task, and a task inexhaustible in its totality. Until you have experienced everything, you will know nothing, and if your timidity causes you to pull up short before nature, then she will escape you forever. 30 Inversely, when man has wounded or altered nature, it is up to man to make good the damage by plotting a sovereign vengeance. Nature made us all born equal, so if it pleases chance to upset the scheme of the general laws, it falls to us to correct its caprices, and use all our skill to make up for the most grievous usurpations. 31. The slowness of the revenge, like the insolence of desire, belongs to nature. There is nothing in all that the madness of men has invented that is not either nature manifested or nature restored. But that, in Sada's thought, is merely the beginning, a rational and lyrical ironic justification, a gigantic pastiche of Rousseau. On the basis of this reductio ad absurdum of the inanity of contemporary philosophy, and all its verbiage about man and nature, the true decisions were to be taken, decisions that were so many ruptures where the link between man and his natural being was abolished. 32 The infamous Society of the Friends of Crime, the program for a constitution for Sweden, stripped of their caustic references to the social contract and the projected constitutions for Poland and Corsica, only ever establish the sovereign rigor of subjectivity in their refusal of all natural freedom and equality, uncontrolled use of one person by another, an excessive use of violence, an unlimited application of the right to kill. This whole society, whose sole bond is the refusal of any bond, appears to be a radical dismissal of nature, and the only cohesion demanded of the individuals who make up the group is to protect not natural existence, but the free exercise of sovereignty over and against nature. 33 The relationship established by Rousseau is thus exactly reversed. Sovereignty no longer transposes natural existence. Natural existence becomes merely an object for the sovereign, which allows it to take the measure of its absolute freedom. Taken to its logical extreme, desire leads to a rediscovery of nature in appearance only. In fact, in Sada, there is never any return to the native land, no hope that the primary refusal of the social surreptitiously changes into the re-established order of happiness, in a dialectical process where nature renounces itself, thereby confirming itself. The solitary madness of desire, which for Hegel still, as for the philosophers of the 18th century, plunged man into a natural world only to be instantly reclaimed by a social world, for Sada casts man into a void that dominates nature from afar, in a total absence of proportion or community, in the endlessly recommenced non-existence of satisfaction. The night of madness then has no limits. What was previously understood to be the violent nature of man turns out to be the infinity of the non-natural. Here, the great monotony of Sada finds its source. As he advances, backgrounds fade away, and surprises, incidents, and pathetic or dramatic links between the scenes disappear. The twisting plot of Justine, where events were endured, and therefore new, becomes a sovereign, ever-triumphant game in Juliet, where there is no negativity, and whose perfection is such that novelty can only ever be similarity to itself. As in Goya, these meticulous disparates have no backdrop. And yet in this absence of decor, which might equally be total darkness or bright daylight, there are never any shadows in Sada. We do advance inexorably towards a term, the death of Justine. Her innocence exhausts even the desire to torment it. It cannot be claimed that crime fails to overcome her virtue. What should be said instead is that her natural virtue finally leads to the point where it has exhausted all the possible ways in which it can be an object for crime. At that point, when the only thing left for crime to do is expel virtue from the domain of its sovereignty, Juliet expelling her sister from the Château de Noirsuil, then nature, which has so long been dominated, trampled, and profaned 34 entirely submits to that which contradicted it. In its turn it enters madness, and there, in an instant, but only for an instant, it restores its omnipotence. The storm that is unleashed, the lightning that strikes Justine and consumes her, is nature made criminal subjectivity. This death that seems to escape from the insane reign of Juliet belongs to her more profoundly than any other. The night of the storm, the lightning, and the thunder are proof enough that nature is beginning to tear itself apart, that it is reaching the extremes of its violent division, and that what she is revealing in this golden flash is a sovereignty that is both her own and something totally other than herself, the sovereignty of a maddened heart which in its solitude has found the limits of the world, which lacerate it, turn it against itself and abolish it at the moment when the fact of having mastered it so entirely gives it the right to identify totally with it. That instantaneous lightning bolt that nature extracts from itself to strike down Justine is at one with the lengthy existence of Juliet, who will also vanish into nothingness, leaving no body and no mortal remains which nature could then claim back for itself. The nothingness of unreason, where the language of nature was silenced forever, has become a violence of nature and against nature, and that to the point of the sovereign abolition of itself. 35. In Sada, as in Goya, unreason still watches in its night, but through that watchfulness it connects with younger powers. The non-being that it was becomes the power to destroy. Through Sada and Goya, the Western world rediscovered the possibility of going beyond its reason with violence, and of rediscovering tragic experience beyond the promises of dialectics. Asterisk. After Goya and Sada, and since them, unreason belongs to all that is most decisive in the modern world in any oeuvre, anything that the oeuvre contains which is murderous or constraining. The madness of Tasso, Swift's melancholy, and Rousseau's delirium were all part of their oeuvre, in the same way that those oeuvres belonged to them. In these texts, and in the lives of these men, the same violence spoke, or the same bitterness, visions were exchanged for sure, and language and delirium intertwined. But there is more. In the classical experience, oeuvre and madness were more profoundly linked, on a level that was altogether different paradoxically, in the place where they limited each other. For there also existed a region in which madness called the oeuvre into question, ironically reducing it, and turning its imaginary landscape into a pathological world of fantasy. Language that was delirium was in no sense an oeuvre. Conversely, delirium wrenched itself away from its meager truth as madness if it was certified as an oeuvre. But in that contestation itself, there was no reduction of the one by the other, but rather, as in Montaigne, the discovery of a central uncertainty where the oeuvre was born, at the moment where it ceased being born to truly become a work. In that confrontation, which Tasso and Swift witnessed after Lucretius and which men attempted in vain to understand in terms of a succession of crises and intervals of lucidity, what was revealed was a distance where the truth of an oeuvre became problematic. Was it madness or art? Inspiration or fantasy? The spontaneous chattering of words, or the pure origin of a language? Was its truth to be identified as predating its entry into the impoverished truth of man, or was it to be discovered, well beyond its origins, in the being of which it was an intimation? For others, the madness of writers was an opportunity to witness the birth, and the endless rebirth, in the discouragements of repetition and disease, of the truth of a work of art. Nietzsche's madness, and the madness of Van Gogh or Artaud, belong to their oeuvre, perhaps no more or no less profoundly, but in a totally different way. The frequency in the modern world of these oeuvres that explode into madness no doubt proves nothing about the reason of this world, the meaning of these oeuvres, nor even about the relationships that are made and unmade between the real world and the artists who produce such oeuvre. And yet that frequency must be taken seriously, like the insistence of a question, since Hölderlin and Nerval, the number of writers, painters, and musicians who have lapsed into madness has multiplied, and yet we should not be deceived. Between madness and oeuvre there has been no arrangement, no more constant exchange, and no communication between languages. The confrontation now is far more perilous than before, and their competition allows no quarter, their game is one of life and death. The madness of Artaud does not slip into the interstices in his oeuvre, it is precisely the absence of an oeuvre, the constantly repeated presence of that absence, the central void that is experienced and measured in its never-ending dimensions. Nietzsche's last cry, as he proclaimed himself to be both Christ and Dionysus, is not at the limits of reason and unreason, the vanishing point of their oeuvre, their common dream, reached at last and instantly evaporating, a reconciliation between the shepherds of Arcady and the fishermen of Tiberias, but it is rather the destruction of the oeuvre itself, the point at which it becomes impossible, and where it must begin to silence itself, the hammer falls from the philosopher's hand. Van Gogh, who did not want to ask the doctor's permission to paint, knew very well that his oeuvre and his madness were incompatible. Madness is an absolute rupture of the oeuvre, it is the constitutive moment of an abolition, which founds the truth of the oeuvre in time, it delineates the outer limit, the line of its collapse, its outline against the void. Artaud's oeuvre experiences in madness its own absence, but the ordeal, and the eternally recommenced courage of this ordeal, all those words hurled at a fundamental absence of language, that whole space of physical suffering and terror that surrounds the void or rather coincides with it, that is the oeuvre itself, a cliff face over the abyss of the oeuvre's absence. Madness is no longer the space of indecision where the truth of the origin of the oeuvre threatened to transpire, but the decision from which it irrevocably ceases, forever suspended above history from that point onwards. It matters little exactly what day in the autumn of 1888 Nietzsche went definitively mad, and from which point his texts were suddenly more the concern of psychiatry than of philosophy. All those texts, including the postcard to Strindberg, belong to Nietzsche, and all are connected in a common parentage to the birth of tragedy. But that continuity should not be thought of as being on the level of a system, or a thematics or even an existence. Nietzsche's madness, i.e. the collapse of his thought, is the way in which that thought opens onto the modern world. It is that which made it impossible that makes it present to us, we are offered it by all that wrenched it from his grasp. That is not to say that madness is the only language common to an oeuvre and the modern world, we must be wary of the emotional appeal of the accursed artist, or the inverse and symmetrical danger of psychoanalysis, but it does mean that through madness, an oeuvre that seems to sink into the world and reveal there its nonsense, and to acquire these purely pathological features, ultimately engages with the time of the world, mastering it and taking the lead. By the madness that interrupts it, an oeuvre opens a void, a moment of silence, a question without an answer, opening an unhealable wound that the world is forced to address. By it everything that is necessarily blasphemous in an oeuvre is reversed and, in the time of the oeuvre that has slumped into madness, the world is made aware of its guilt. Henceforth and through the mediation of madness, it is the world that becomes guilty, for the first time in the history of the West, in relation to the oeuvre. It is now arraigned by the oeuvre, constrained to speak its language, and obliged to take part in a process of recognition and reparation, to find an explanation for this unreason, and explain itself before it. The madness where an oeuvre plunges into a void is the space of our work, the infinite path to understanding it at last, our confused vocation as apostles and interpreters. For that reason it matters little when the voice of madness first whispered within Nietzsche's pride or Van Gogh's humility. There is only madness as the last instant of the oeuvre, for the oeuvre indefinitely repels madness to its outer limits. Where there is an oeuvre, there is no madness, and yet madness is contemporaneous with the ovra, as it is the harbinger of the time of its truth. The instant in which, together, madness and an ovra come into being and reach fulfillment is the beginning of the time when the world first finds itself summoned by the ovra, and is responsible for all that it is in the face of it. That ruse is a new triumph for madness. The world believes that madness can be measured, and justified by means of psychology, and yet it must justify itself when confronted by madness, for its efforts and discussions have to measure up to the excess of the overs of men like Nietzsche, Van Gogh, and Artaud. And nothing within itself, and above all nothing that it can know of madness, serves to show that these overs of madness prove it right. Appendices. I. Madness, the absence of an ovra. One day, perhaps, we will no longer know what madness was. Its form will have closed up on itself, and the traces it will have left will no longer be intelligible. To the ignorant glance, will those traces be anything more than simple black marks? At most, they will be part of those configurations that we are now unable to form, but which will be the indispensable grids that will make our culture and ourselves legible to the future. Our thought will then belong to the foundation of our language, and not to its rupture. Neuroses will be placed among the forms that are constitutive of, and not deviant from, our society. All that we experience today as limits, or strangeness, or the intolerable, will have joined the serenity of the positive. And that which for us now designates this exterior might come, one day, to designate us. All that will remain will be the enigma of that exteriority. What, they will wonder, was that strange delimitation that was in force from the early Middle Ages until the 20th century, and perhaps beyond? Why did Western culture expel to its extremities the very thing in which it might just as easily have recognized itself where it had in fact recognized itself in an oblique fashion? Why, since the 19th century, but also since the classical age, had it clearly stated that madness was the naked truth of man, only to place it in a pale, neutralized space, where it was almost entirely cancelled out? Why had it accepted the words of Nerval and Artaud, and recognized itself in their words but not in them? In this way the vivid image of reason in flames will fade. The familiar game of gazing at the furthest part of ourselves in madness, of lending an ear to those voices which, from far away, tell us most clearly what we are, that game, with its rules, its tactics, its inventions, its ruses, its tolerated illegalities, will forever be nothing more than a complex ritual whose meanings will have been reduced to ashes. Something like those grand ceremonies of exchange and rivalry in archaic societies. Something like the ambiguous attention that Greek reason paid to its oracles. Or that twin institution, since the Christian 14th century, of the practices and trials of witchcraft. For civilizations of historians there will be nothing more than the codified measures of confinement, the techniques of medicine, and on the other side the sudden, eruptive inclusion in our language of the words of the excluded. Asterisk. What will the technical substratum of such a mutation be? The possibility of medicine mastering mental illness like any other organic condition? The precise pharmacological control of all psychical symptoms? Or a definition of behavioral deviancy sufficiently rigorous for society to be able to provide, for each one, the appropriate mode of neutralization? Or other modifications still, none of which perhaps will really suppress mental illness, but whose meaning will be to remove the face of madness from our culture? I am well aware that by formulating that last idea, I am contesting something that is ordinarily admitted, that medical progress might one day cause mental illness to disappear, like leprosy and tuberculosis, but that one thing will remain, which is the relationship between man and his fantasies, his impossible, his non-corporeal pain, his carcass of night, that once the pathological is nullified, the obscure belonging of man to madness will be the ageless memory of an ill whose form as sickness has been effaced, but which lives on obstinately as unhappiness. Truth be told, such an idea supposes that that which is most precarious, far more precarious than the constancies of the pathological, is in fact unalterable, the relationship of a culture to the very thing that it excludes, and more precisely the relationship between our own culture and that truth about itself which, distant and inverted, it uncovers and covers up in madness. That which will not be long in dying, that which is already dying in us, and whose death bears our current language, is Homo dialecticus, that being of the outset, of the return and of time itself, the animal that loses its truth and finds it again illuminated, a stranger to himself who becomes familiar once more. That man was the sovereign subject and the dominated object of all the discourses on man, and especially alienated man, that have been in circulation for a long time. Luckily, their chatter is killing him. So much so that we will no longer know how man was able to cast at a distance this figure of himself, how he could push beyond the limit the very thing that depended on him, and on which he depended. No thought will be able to think that movement where still very recently Western man found its bearings. It is that relationship to madness, and not any knowledge about mental illness, or a certain attitude in the face of alienated man, that will be lost forever. All that will be known is that we, Western men 5 centuries old, were, on the surface of the earth, those people who, among many other fundamental characteristics, had one that was stranger than all the others. We had a deep and pathos-filled relationship to mental illness, one that we ourselves found difficult to formulate, but which was impenetrable to anyone else, and in which we experienced the most vivid of all our dangers, and what was perhaps our closest truth. It will be said not that we were distant from madness, but that we were in the distance of madness. In the same way that the Greeks were not distant from hubris because they condemned it, but rather were in the distancing of that excess, in the midst of the distance at which they kept it confined. These people who will no longer be us will still have to consider this enigma, a little the way we do ourselves, when we try to understand today how Athens managed to fall in and out of love with the unreason of Alcibiades. How could men have searched for their truth, their essential words and their signs in a risk that made them tremble, and from which they could not avert their gaze, once it had caught their eye? This will seem even stranger to them than asking death about the truth of man, for death at least says what all men will be. Madness, on the other hand, is that rare danger, a chance that weighs little in relation to the fears that it engenders and the questions it is asked. How, in a culture, could so slim an eventuality come to hold such a power of revelatory dread? To answer that question, these people who will be looking back at us over their shoulders will have little to go on. Only a few burnt clues, a fear that came back repeatedly over the centuries that madness would rise up and swamp the world, the ritual surrounding the exclusion and inclusion of the madman, that careful attention, from the 19th century onwards, that tried to surprise in madness something that would reveal the truth of man, the same impatience that rejected and accepted the words of madness, a hesitancy to recognize their inanity or their decisiveness. As for the rest, that single movement with which we go to meet the madness from which we are distancing ourselves, that terrified recognition, that will to fix the limit and to make up for it immediately through the weave of a single meaning, all that will be reduced to silence, just as for us today the Greek trilogy of mania, hubris, and elogia, or the posture of shamanic deviancy in a particular primitive society, are silent. We are at that point, that fold in time, where a certain technical control of sickness hides rather than designates the movement that closes the experience of madness in on itself. But it is precisely that fold that allows us to unfurl that which has been curled up for centuries, mental illness and madness, 2 different configurations, which came together and became confused from the 17th century onwards, and which are now moving apart before our eyes, or rather inside our language. Asterisk. To say that madness is disappearing today is to say that the implication that included it in both psychiatric knowledge and a kind of anthropological reflection is coming undone. But that is not to say that the general form of transgression of which madness has been the visible face for centuries is disappearing. Nor that transgression, just as we are beginning to ask what madness is not in the process of giving birth to a new experience. There is not a single culture anywhere in the world where everything is permitted. And it has been known for some time that man does not begin with freedom, but with limits and the line that cannot be crossed. The systems that forbidden acts obey are familiar, and every culture has a distinct scheme of incest prohibitions. But the organization of prohibitions in language is still little understood. The two systems of restriction are not superimposed the one on the other, as though one were merely the verbal version of the other. That which must not appear on the level of speech is not necessarily that which is forbidden in the order of acts. The Zuni, who forbid the incest of a brother and a sister, nevertheless narrated, and the Greeks told the legend of Oedipus. Inversely, the 1808 Code abolished the old penal laws against sodomy, but the language of the 19th century was far more intolerant of homosexuality, at least in its masculine form, than the language of previous ages had been. And it is quite probable that psychological concepts such as compensation and symbolic expression are totally inadequate to account for such a phenomenon. One day it will be necessary to study the field of prohibitions in language in all its autonomy. Perhaps it is still too soon to know exactly how such an analysis might be done. Could the divisions that are currently permitted in language be used? First of all, at the border between taboo and impossibility, we should identify the laws that govern the linguistic code, the things that are called, so clearly, language faults, and then, within the code, and among the words or existing expressions, those whose articulation is forbidden, the religious, sexual, magic series of blasphemous words, then the statements that are authorized by the code, licit in the act of speech, but whose meaning is intolerable for the culture in question at a given moment. Here a metaphorical detour is no longer possible, for it is the meaning itself that is the object of censorship. Finally, there is a fourth form of excluded language. This consists of submitting speech that apparently conforms to the recognized code to a different code, whose key is contained within that speech itself, so that the speech is doubled inside itself. It says what it says, but it adds a mute surplus that silently states what it says and the code according to which it is said. This is not a question of coded language, but of a language that is structurally esoteric. Which is to say that it does not communicate, while hiding it, a forbidden meaning. It sets itself up from the very first instant in an essential fold of speech. A fold that mines it from the inside, perhaps to infinity. What is said in such a language is of little importance, as are the meanings that are delivered there. It is this obscure and central liberation of speech at the heart of itself, its uncontrollable flight to a region that is always dark, which no culture can accept immediately. Such speech is transgressive, not in its meaning, not in its verbal matter, but in its play. It is quite probable that every culture, of whatever nature, knows, practices and tolerates, to a certain degree, but equally represses and excludes these four forms of forbidden speech. In Western history, the experience of madness has shifted along this scale. Truth be told, it long occupied an undecided region, which is difficult for us to define, between the prohibition of action and that of language, hence the exemplary importance of the furor inanitus pairing, which practically organized, according to the registers of action and speech, the world of madness until the end of the Renaissance. The time of the Great Confinement, the Hopitas Generas, Charenton, Saint Lazare, which were organized in the 17th century, marks a migration of madness towards the region of the insane. Madness henceforth keeps little more than a moral relationship to forbidden acts. It remains essentially linked to sexual taboos, but it is included in the universe of language prohibitions. With madness, classical confinement encloses libertinage of thought and speech, obstinacy in impiety or heterodoxy, blasphemy, witchcraft, alchemy, everything in short that characterizes the spoken and forbidden world of unreason. Madness is the excluded language, the one which against the code of language pronounces words without meaning, the insane, the imbeciles, the demented, or the one which pronounces sacred words, the violent, the frenzied, or the one which puts forbidden meanings into circulation, libertines, the obstinate. Pinel's reform was far more the most visible consecration of the repression of madness as forbidden speech than a modification of it. That modification only really came about with Freud, when the experience of madness shifted towards the last form of language prohibition mentioned above. At that point, it stopped being a language fault, a blasphemy spoken out loud, or an intolerable meaning, and in that sense, psychoanalysis is indeed the great lifting of prohibitions that Freud himself defined. It appeared as speech wrapped up in itself, saying, below everything that it says, something else, for which it is at the same time the only possible code, an esoteric language perhaps, since its language is contained inside a speech that ultimately says nothing other than this. Implication. Freud's work should be taken for what it is. It does not discover that madness is caught up in a network of meanings that it shares with everyday language, thereby authorizing us to speak of it with the everyday platitudes of psychological vocabulary. It displaces the European experience of madness to situate it in the perilous, still transgressive region, and therefore still forbidden, but in a particular manner, which is that of languages that imply themselves, i.e. which state in their statement the language with which they state it. Freud did not discover the lost identity of a meaning, he identified the eruptive figure of a signifier that is absolutely unlike the others. That alone should have sufficed to protect his work from all the psychologizing intentions that our half-century has employed to smother it in the name, the derisory name, of the human sciences and their asexual unity. By that very fact, madness appeared, not as the ruse of a hidden meaning, but as a prodigious reserve of meaning. But reserve here should be understood less as a stock than as a figure that contains and suspends meaning, which furnishes a void where all that is proposed is the still unaccomplished possibility that a certain meaning might appear there, or a second, or a third, and so on to infinity. Madness opens a lacunary reserve, which designates and demonstrates this hollow where language and speech imply each other, forming the one on the basis of the other, and speaking of nothing other than their still mute relationship. Since Freud, Western madness has become a non-language because it has become a double language, a language which only exists in this speech, a speech that says nothing but its language, i.e. a matrix of the language which, strictly speaking, says nothing. A fold of the spoken which is an absence of work. One day, it will have to be acknowledged that Freud did not make speak a madness that had genuinely been a language for centuries, a language that was excluded, garrulous inanity, speech which ran indefinitely outside the reflective silence of reason. What he did was silence the unreasonable logos, he dried it out, he forced its words back to their source, all the way back to that blank region of auto-implication where nothing is said. Asterisk. We perceive things that are currently going on around us in a light that is still dim, and yet, in our language, a strange movement can be discerned. Literature, and this probably since Mallarmé, in its turn, is slowly becoming a language whose speech parole states, at the same time as what it says and as part of the same movement, the language la langue that makes it decipherable as speech. Before Mallarmé, writing was a matter of establishing one's speech inside a given language, so that a work made of language was of the same nature as any other language, but for the signs, and they were majestic, of rhetoric, the subject, or images. At the close of the 19th century, at the time of the discovery of psychoanalysis, or thereabouts, it had become a speech that inscribed inside itself the principle of its own decoding, or in any case, it supposed, beneath each of its sentences, each of its words, the sovereign power to modify the values and meanings of the language to which despite everything, and in fact, it belonged, it suspended the reign of language in the present of a gesture of writing. One consequence is the necessity for these secondary languages, what we call criticism. In short, they no longer function as external additions to literature, judgments, mediation, relays that were thought useful between a work examined in the psychological enigma of its creation and the act of consumption that is reading. Now they are a part, at the heart of literature, of the void that it creates in its own language. They are the necessary, but necessarily unfinished, movement whereby speech is brought back to its language, and whereby language is established in speech. Another consequence is that strange proximity between madness and literature, which must not be interpreted as a psychological kinship that has been laid bare at last. Discovered as a language silencing itself in its superimposition on itself, madness neither demonstrates nor recounts the birth of an oeuvre, or something that, by genius or by chance, might have become an ovra. It designates the empty form from which such an ovra comes, i.e. the place from which it is unceasingly absent, where it will never be found because it has never been there. There, in that pale region, beneath that essential cover, the twin incompatibility of an ovra and madness is unveiled. It is the blind spot of each one's possibility, and of their mutual exclusion. But since Raymond Roussel, since Artaud, it is also the place where language approaches literature most closely. But it does not approach it as though its task were to formulate what it has found. It is time to understand that the language of literature is not defined by what it says, nor by the structures that make it signify something, but that it has a being, and that it is about that being that it should be questioned. But what is that being at the present time? Something, no doubt, that is related to auto-implication, to the double and the void that is hollowed out within it. In that sense the being of literature, such as it has been created since Mallarmé and still is today, attains the region where, since Freud, the experience of madness has been enacted. In the eyes of I know not which future culture, and perhaps it is already very near, we shall be the people who brought most closely together two sentences that are never really uttered, two sentences as contradictory and impossible as the famous I am lying, and which both designate the same empty self-reference, I write and I am delirious. In this way we find ourselves beside 1,000 other cultures that group together I am mad with I am an animal, or I am a god, or I am a sign, or even I am a truth, as was the case for the 19th century up until Freud. And if that culture has a taste for history, it will recall that Nietzsche, going mad, proclaimed, in 1887, that he was the truth. Why I am so wise, why I know so many things, why I write such good books, why I am a fatality, and that less than 50 years later Roussel, on the eve of his suicide, wrote in comment Jai acrid certains de mes livres won the story, systematically twinned, of his madness and his writing techniques. And they will no doubt be surprised that we were able to recognize such a strange kinship between that which, for so long, was feared as a cry, and that which, for so long, was awaited like a song. Asterisk. But perhaps this mutation will not appear to merit any astonishment. We, after all, are the ones who, today, are surprised to see two languages, that of madness and that of literature, communicate, when their incompatibility was built by our own history. Since the 17th century, madness and mental illness have occupied the same space in the field of excluded languages, roughly speaking, that of insanity. When it enters another region of excluded language, one that is circumscribed, held sacred, feared, erected vertically above itself, reflecting itself in a useless and transgressive fold, and is known as literature, madness releases itself from its kinship, ancient or recent, according to the scale we choose, with mental illness. The latter, in all certainty, is set to enter a technical region that is increasingly well controlled. In hospitals, pharmacology has already transformed the rooms of the restless into great tepid aquariums. But below the level of these transformations, and for reasons which seem external to them, at least to our current glance, a denouement is beginning to come about. Madness and mental illness are undoing their belonging to the same anthropological unity. That unity itself is disappearing, together with man, a passing postulate. Madness, the lyrical halo of sickness, is ceaselessly dimming its light. And far from pathology, in language, where it folds in on itself without yet saying anything, an experience is coming into being where our thinking is at stake, its immanence, visible already but absolutely empty, cannot yet be named. 2. My body, this paper, this fire. On pages 44 to 47 of the History of Madness, I said that dreams and madness did not at all have the same status nor the same role in the development of Cartesian doubt. Dreaming allows me to doubt the place where I am, the paper that I see, and the hand that I stretch out, but madness is in no sense an instrument or a stage of doubt, because I, who think, cannot be mad. 1 Exclusion, therefore, for madness, whereas the sceptical tradition, by contrast, had made it one of the reasons for doubting. To resume the objection that Derrida makes to this thesis too, it is probably best to quote the passage where he gives, in the most vigorous manner, his reading of Descartes. Descartes has just said that all knowledge derived from the senses may deceive him. He pretends to address to himself the astonished objection of the imaginary non-philosopher who is frightened by such a bold step, and who tells him, no, not the totality of sensible knowledge, or you would be mad, and it would be unreasonable to measure ourselves by the mad, and to offer ourselves a madman's discourse. Descartes makes himself the echo of that objection. Since I am here, since I am writing and you understand me, I am not mad, neither are you, and we are both sane people here. The example of madness is therefore not revelatory of the fragility of ideas derived from the senses. Perhaps Descartes agrees with this natural point of view, or rather he pretends to take refuge in this natural comfort, the better and the more radically and the more definitively to abandon it and worry his interlocutor. Agreed, he says, you think that I would be mad to doubt that I am seated by the fire, etc., and that I would be eccentric to base my conduct on the example of madmen. I will therefore propose a hypothesis that you will find much more natural, which will not seem foreign to you because it is a matter of a more common experience, more universal than that of madness, that of sleep and dreams. Descartes then develops this hypothesis, which will ruin all the sensible foundations of knowledge, and will only lay bare the intellectual foundations of certainty. This hypothesis, above all, will not flee the possibility of eccentricities, epistemological ones in particular, that are much more serious than those of madness. This reference to dreams is not, therefore, far from it, less radical than the possibility of a madness that Descartes might have kept at bay or even excluded. It constitutes, in the methodical order that is our own here, the hyperbolic exasperation of the hypothesis of madness. This hypothesis only affected, in a contingent and partial manner, certain regions of sensible perception. In any case, Descartes' concern here is not with determining the concept of madness, but with using the contemporary notion of eccentricity extravagance to juridical and methodological ends, in order to ask questions of principle that only concern the truth of ideas. Point 3. What must be retained here is that from this point of view, the sleeper or the dreamer is madder than the madman. Or at least that in relationship with the problem of knowledge that interests Descartes here, the dreamer is further from true perception than the madman. It is in the case of sleep, and not of eccentricity, that the absolute totality of ideas derived from the senses becomes suspect, and is stripped of objective value, in the words of M. Foucault. The hypothesis of eccentricity was therefore not a good example, a revelatory example, it was not a good instrument of doubt. And that for at least two reasons. It does not cover the totality of the field of sensible perception. The madman is not always wrong about everything, he is never wrong enough, he is never mad. It is an ineffective and unfortunate example in pedagogical terms, for it is resisted by the non-philosopher, who is not daring enough to follow the philosopher when the latter admits that he might well be mad at the moment he is speaking. Asterisk. Derrida's argumentation is remarkable for its depth, and even more so for its frankness. What is at stake in the debate is indicated clearly. Is it possible that there might be something anterior or exterior to philosophical discourse? Could it have its condition in an exclusion, a refusal, a risk eluded, and, why not, in a fear? A suspicion that Derrida rejects with passion. Pudenda origo, shameful origin, said Nietzsche of religious people and their religion. Let us confront the analyses of Derrida and the texts of Descartes. 1. The privileges of dream over madness. Derrida, dreaming is an experience more common, and also more universal than that of madness. The madman is not always wrong about everything. Madness only affects in a contingent and partial manner certain regions of sensible perception. Now Descartes does not at all say that dreaming is more common and also more universal than madness, and neither does he say that madmen are only mad from time to time and regarding particular points. Let us listen instead to his reference to people who constantly claim to be kings. Point 4 is the madness of these people who take themselves for kings, or who believe that they have a body of glass, more intermittent than dreaming. And yet it is a fact, Descartes, along the path of doubt, privileges dreaming over madness. Let us put to one side for a moment the problem of knowing whether madness is excluded, solely neglected, or taken up again later in a wider and more radical experiment. Immediately after he has mentioned, in order to abandon it, the example of madness, Descartes evokes the case of dreams. In any case, I must consider here that I am a man, consequently that I am in the habit of dreaming, and of seeing the same things in my dreams, and sometimes seeing things more improbable than the waking visions of these insane people. 5. A double advantage therefore of the dream. On the one hand, it is capable of creating eccentricities that equal, or sometimes surpass madness; on the other, it has the property of producing itself in an habitual manner. The first advantage is of a logical and demonstrative order, everything of which madness, the example of which I have just set aside, could make me doubt, dreams too could make uncertain for me. As a power of uncertainty, dreaming has nothing to fear from madness, and none of the demonstrative force of madness is lost by dreaming when I have to convince myself of everything that I must revoke in doubt. The other advantage of the dream is of a different order. It is frequent, it often happens, I have recent memories of it, and it is not difficult to draw on the extremely vivid memories that it leaves. A practical advantage, in short, when what is at stake is no longer demonstrating, but carrying out an exercise and calling up a memory, a thought, a state, in the very movement of meditation. The extravagance of the dream guarantees its demonstrative character as example, its frequency assures its accessible character as exercise. And it is certainly this accessible character that worries Descartes here, certainly more so than its demonstrative character, which is signaled once and for all, as though he were assuring himself that the hypothesis of madness could be abandoned without regrets. The theme that dreams happen quite often, by contrast, returns several times. We can find, I am a man, and consequently, I am in the habit of dreaming. How often at night have I not dreamt? What happens during sleep? Considering the matter carefully, I remember often being deceived while sleeping. 6. My fear is that Derrida may have confused these two aspects of dreaming. Everything happens as though he had covered them with a word that forcibly joins them together, universal. As universal, dreaming would happen to everyone and regarding everything. The dream, a dubiousness of all things for all men. But this is forcing words, and going well beyond what the Cartesian text says, or rather, stopping well short of its singularities, effacing the quite distinct character of the eccentricity of dreaming and its frequency, erasing the specific role of these two characteristics in the Cartesian discourse, demonstration and exercise, and omitting the greater importance accorded to custom over extravagance. But why is it so important that dreaming should be familiar and accessible? To my experience of dreaming. Derrida, the reference to dreaming constitutes, in the methodical order that is our own here, the hyperbolic exasperation of the hypothesis of madness. Before rereading the paragraph about dreaming 7, let us keep in our ears the sentence that has just been spoken, but so what? Such people are insane, and I would be no less eccentric if I modelled myself on their example. 8. And then the discourse goes on as follows: a resolution in the meditating subject to take into consideration the fact that he is a man, that he often sleeps and dreams, the appearance of a memory, or rather of a multitude of memories, of dreams which coincide exactly, trait for trait, with today's perception, being seated here in this place, fully dressed, beside the fire, the feeling that somehow there is a difference between the perception and the memory, a difference that is not simply noted, but affected by the subject in the very movement of his meditation. I look at this paper, I shake my head, I stretch out my hand, so that the difference between wakefulness and sleeping appears quite vividly, but new memories, on a second level, the vividness of this impression has often been a part of my dreams. With these memories, the vivid feeling that I am awake begins to disappear, it is replaced by the clear vision that there is no certain indication that might separate sleeping and wakefulness. a conclusion that provokes an astonishment in the meditating subject such that the indifference between sleep and wakefulness provokes the quasi-certainty that one is sleeping. And so we can see it, the resolution to think about dreams does not merely have the consequence of turning sleep and wakefulness into a theme for reflection. This theme, in the movement that proposes it and causes it to vary, takes effect in the meditating subject in the form of memories, vivid impressions, voluntary movements, differences experienced, memories again, clear vision, astonishment, and an indifferentiation which is close to the feeling of sleeping. To think of dreaming is not at all to think of something exterior, of which I would know the effects and the causes. It is not simply to evoke a whole strange phantasmagoria, or the movements of the brain that might provoke it. Thinking of dreaming is such, when one applies oneself to it, that its effect is to scramble for the meditating subject, and at the very heart of his meditation, the perceived limits of sleeping and wakefulness. The dream troubles the subject who thinks about it. Turning one's mind to dreams is not an indifferent task, it is perhaps at first a theme that one proposes to oneself, but it quickly reveals itself to be a risk to which one exposes oneself. The risk for the subject that he might be modified, the risk that he may no longer be at all certain of being awake, the risk of stupor, says the Latin text. And it is here that the example of the dream reveals another of its privileges. However much it modifies the meditating subject on this matter, it does not prevent him, at the very heart of the stupor, from continuing to meditate, and to meditate in a valid fashion, and to see clearly a certain number of things or principles despite the indistinction, however profound it might be, between sleeping and wakefulness. Even if I am not sure of being awake, I remain certain of what my meditation allows me to see, and that is what is demonstrated by the passage that follows, beginning precisely with a sort of hyperbolic resolution. Suppose then that we are dreaming, or as the Latin text says even more forcibly, H somnia mus. The thought of dreaming had led me to uncertainty, the latter, by the astonishment that it provokes, to the quasi-certainty of sleep. That quasi-certainty is now turned by my resolutions into a systematic feint. This is the artful putting to sleep of the meditating subject, H somnia mus, and from that point on, the meditation, once again, may be pursued. We can now see all the possibilities that are given by the character, certainly not universal, but modestly customary, of dreaming. It is a possible experience, immediately accessible, of which the model is proposed by 1,000 memories. This possible experience is not simply a theme for meditation, it is really and presently produced in meditation, according to the following series: thinking about dreaming, remembering dreaming, seeking to make the distinction between dreaming and waking, no longer knowing if one is dreaming or not, and voluntarily acting as though one were dreaming. Through this meditative exercise, the thought of the dream has an effect on the subject himself, it modifies him by filling him with stupor. But by modifying him, by turning him into a subject uncertain of his waking state, it does not disqualify him as a meditating subject. Even transformed into a subject supposed to be dreaming, the meditating subject can pursue, in a sure fashion, the path of his doubt. But we must go further back, and compare this experience of dreaming with the example of madness that immediately precedes it. 3. The good example and the bad one. Derrida, what must be retained here is that from this point of view, the sleeper or the dreamer is more mad than the madman. For Derrida, madness is not excluded by Descartes, it is simply neglected. Neglected for a better, more radical example. The example of the dream prolongs, completes, and generalizes what the example of madness indicated in such unsuitable fashion. To go from madness to the dream is to go from a bad to a good instrument of doubt. But I believe that the opposition between dreaming and madness is of a quite different type. We must compare step by step the two paragraphs of Descartes, and follow in detail the system of their opposition. 1. The nature of the meditative exercise. It appears clearly in the vocabulary employed. In the paragraph on madness, there is the vocabulary of comparison. If I want to deny that these hands and this whole body are mine, I must liken myself to madmen, comparare, but I would be quite eccentric if I took anything from them as a model, si quod ab iis exemplum ad me transferum. The madman is an exterior term to which I compare myself. In the paragraph on dreams there is the vocabulary of memory. I am in the habit of dreaming. How often have I not? Considering the matter carefully, I remember. 9 The dreamer is what I recall having been myself. From the depths of my memory rises up the dreamer that I myself have been, and that I will be again. 2. The themes of the meditative exercise. They appear in the examples that the meditating subject proposes to himself. For madness, to take oneself for a king when one is poor, to believe oneself dressed in gold when one is naked, to imagine that one has a body of glass, or that one is a water pitcher. Madness is when all is other, it deforms and transports, it evokes a different scene. For the dream, to be seated, as I am now, to feel the heat of the fire, as I feel it today, to stretch out my hand, as I decide to do, right now. Dreams do not transport the scene, they reproduce demonstratives that point towards the scene where I am, this hand. Perhaps a picture of another hand. This fire? Perhaps a different fire, in a dream. The oniric imagination matches the current perception exactly. 3. The central test 10 of the exercise. It is to be found in the search for difference. Will I be able to incorporate the themes proposed into my meditation? Can I seriously ask myself if I have a body of glass, and if I am not quite naked in my bed? If so, I will be obliged to doubt even my own body. But it will be spared if, on the other hand, my meditation remains quite distinct from madness and from dreaming. From dreaming? I try the test. I remember having dreamt that I was nodding my head. I will therefore nod it again here, right now. Is there a difference? Yes. A certain clarity, a certain distinctiveness. But, and this is the second part of the test, can that clarity and distinctiveness be found in dreams? Yes, I have a clear memory of that. Therefore what I thought to be the criterion of difference, clarity and distinctiveness, belongs indifferently to dreaming and wakefulness. It cannot therefore make the difference. From madness? The test is immediately done. Or rather, when one looks closely, one sees that it does not take place, in the manner that it is carried out for the dream. There is in fact no question of me trying to take myself for a madman who takes himself for a king, and neither is there any question of me wondering if I am a king, or a captain from Turin, who thinks himself to be a philosopher who has locked himself away to meditate. The difference from madness does not have to be tested, it is noted. No sooner are the themes of eccentricity evoked than the distinction bursts out like a cry, sed amens sunt isti. 4. The effect of the exercise. It appears in the sentences, or rather in the sentence decisions that finish each of the two passages. The paragraph about madness, but so what? Such people are insane, third person plural, they, the others, isti. I would be no less eccentric if I modelled myself on their example. 11 It would be, note the conditional, madness even to try the test, to want to imitate all these delights, and to play the madman with the mad, like the mad. It is not by imitating madmen that I will be persuaded that I am mad, just as, a moment ago, the thought of dreaming convinced me that perhaps I am asleep. It is the very project of imitating them that is eccentric. The eccentricity relates to the very idea of putting it to the test, and for that reason it is absent, replaced by a mere acknowledgement of difference. The paragraph about dreaming, the phrase, such people are insane is answered exactly by I begin to feel dazed, obstupestere, to the cry of difference corresponds the stupor of indistinction, and the phrase I would be no less eccentric if corresponds to my astonishment, stupor, is such that it is almost enough to persuade me that I am sleeping. The test that has been tried out has worked so well that I am now, note the present indicative, in the uncertainty of my own wakefulness. And it is in that uncertainty that I decide to continue my meditation. It would be mad to want to play the madman, and I give up, but to think of dreaming is to already have the impression that one sleeps, and that is what I am going to meditate. It is extremely difficult to remain deaf to the echo between these two paragraphs. And difficult not to be struck by the system of complex oppositions that underlies them. Difficult not to recognize their two exercises that are at once parallel and different, the exercise of the domins and that of the dormiens. Difficult not to understand the words and the phrases that confront each other on either side of this, in any case 12 of which Derrida has so profoundly underlined the importance, but of which he is wrong, I feel, not to analyze the function in the play of discourse. Difficult, truly, to say simply that madness is an insufficient and pedagogically clumsy example among the reasons for doubting, because the dreamer is in any case madder than the madman. The whole discursive analysis demonstrates it, the acknowledgement of non-madness, and the rejection of the test, is not in continuity with the sleep test, and the acknowledgement that one might be sleeping. But why this rejection of the test of the domins? Can we conclude from the fact that it has not happened that it is excluded? After all, Descartes speaks so little, and so quickly, of madness. For the disqualification of the subject. Derrida, what is significant is that Descartes, at bottom, never actually speaks of madness itself in this text. This text does not speak of madness, it is not in question, not even to be excluded. Several times Derrida wisely remarks that in order to understand Descartes' text properly, we must refer to the original Latin version. He recalls, and he is quite right, the words used by Descartes in the famous phrase, "But such people are insane, sed amens sunt isti, and I would be thought equally mad, domens, if I took anything from them as a model for myself." Unfortunately, his analysis does not go beyond this simple recollection of the words. Let us return to the passage itself. How could it be denied that these hands or this whole body are mine? Unless perhaps I were to liken myself to madmen, the term employed here is insani. But what are these insani who take themselves for kings or earthenware? They are aments, and I would be no less domens if I applied their example to myself. Why these three terms, or rather why employ first of all the term insanus, and then the couple amens domens? When it is a question of characterizing them by the improbability of their imaginings, the mad are called insani, a word that belongs as much to everyday vocabulary as it does to medical terminology. To be insanus is to take oneself for what one is not, it is to believe in chimeras, to be the victim of delusions, these at least are the signs. The cause is a brain swollen with vapors. But when Descartes wishes not to characterize madness, but to affirm that I should not take my example from the mad, he employs the terms domens and amens, terms that are legal before being medical, and which designate a whole category of people who are incapable of certain religious, civil and legal acts. The dements do not have all their rights in matters of speaking, promising, committing themselves, signing, bringing legal actions, etc. Insanus is a term of characterization, amens and domens are disqualifying terms. The first refers to signs, the other two to capability. The two sentences, in order to doubt my body, I must liken myself to madmen and but such people are insane, are not proof of an impatient and irritated tautology. In no sense is it a matter of saying one should be or act like madmen, but they are mad, and I am not. To summarize the text as Derrida does, since I am here, I'm not mad, neither are you, and we are among sane people here, is singularly to flatten it. The development of the text is quite different. To doubt one's body is to be like those of deranged mind, the sick, the insani. Can I follow their example, and on my own account at least feign madness, and become in my own eyes uncertain whether I am mad or not? I neither can nor should. For those insani are aments, and I would be no less domens than them, and juridically disqualified if I followed their example. Derrida obscurely sensed the juridical connotation of the word. He returns to it several times, insistent and hesitating. Descartes, he says, treats madness like an index for a point of law and epistemological value. Point 13. Or again, for Descartes here it is not a matter of determining the concept of madness, but of using the contemporary notion of eccentricity to juridical and methodological ends, to ask legal questions that solely concern the truth of ideas. Derrida is correct to underline that at this point it is indeed a question of law. And he is right again to say that Descartes did not want to determine the concept of madness, whoever claimed that anyway. But he is wrong not to have seen that Descartes' text plays on the gap between two types of determination of madness, the medical ones and the juridical ones. And more than anything he is wrong to conclude hastily that the question of law that is posed here concerns the truth of ideas, while as the words clearly state, it concerns the qualification of the subject. The problem can then be posed thus. Can I doubt my own body, can I doubt my own actuality? The example of the mad, the insani, invites me to do so. But comparing myself to them, doing as they do, implies that I too will become like them, demented, incapable and disqualified from my meditative enterprise. I would be no less demons if I followed their example. But if, on the other hand, I take the example of dreams, if I pretend that I am dreaming, then, however dormiens I am, I will still be able to meditate, reason, and see clearly. Demons, I would be unable to continue, I have to stop with the very hypothesis, and envisage something else, and see if another example might allow me to doubt my own body. Dormiens, I can continue my meditation, I am still qualified to think, and so I make my resolution, H somniamus, which introduces a new moment of the meditation. It would take quite a distant reading to conclude that it is not a question of madness in this text. Perhaps, you might say. Let us admit, despite Derrida, that we should pay such detailed attention to the text, and to all its little differences. For all that, have you demonstrated that madness is well and truly excluded from the path of doubt? Will Descartes not refer to it again with reference to imagination? Is it not to that he refers when talking of the eccentricity of painters, and all those fantastical chimera that they invent? 5. The eccentricity of painters. Derrida, what Descartes seemed to exclude as eccentricity above is here admitted as a possibility. But in these representations, these images, these ideas in the Cartesian sense, everything can be false and fictitious, like the representations of these painters whose imagination, Descartes explicitly says, manages to think up something so new that nothing remotely like it has been seen before. Granted, madness is dealt with several times elsewhere in the Cartesian oeuvre. And its disqualifying role for the meditating subject in no way prevents meditation from bearing upon it, for it is not for the content of such eccentricities that madness is removed from the game, it is removed for the subject who would at once play the madman and meditate, when it is a question of knowing whether the subject can assume madness for himself, imitate it, feign it, and risk no longer really knowing if he is reasonable or not. As I think I have said quite clearly, madness is excluded by the subject who doubts, in order that he may qualify himself as a doubting subject. But it is in no sense rejected as an object of reflection and knowledge. Is it not typical that the madness of which Descartes speaks in the paragraph studied above should be defined in medical terms, the result of brains damaged by the persistent vapors of melancholia? But Derrida could insist and underline that madness is still to be found in the movement of the doubt, mixed with the imagination of the painters. It is clearly present in the French text, as indicated by the word extravagant, eccentric, used to describe the imagination of painters, if perhaps their imagination is sufficiently eccentric to invent something so new that we have never seen anything like it before. At least the colors they use must be true to life. Derrida has understood perfectly what was singular in the expression. Their imagination is sufficiently eccentric. He understands it so well that he underlines it in his quotation probably as the point on which his demonstration is to hang. I subscribe entirely to the necessity of sufficiently isolating these few words. But for a different reason, quite simply because they are not to be found in the original text. They are an addition by the French translator. The Latin text simply says si forte alicit ex cogitant ad eo novum ut nihil, if perhaps they manage to think up something so new. It is curious that Derrida, to demonstrate the validity of his thesis, has spontaneously chosen, retained, and underlined that which can only be found in the French translation of the Meditations. Curious too that he insists, and claimed, that the word eccentric was used on purpose expressement by Descartes. It does not therefore seem that the example of the dream is simply for Descartes a generalization or a radicalization of the case of madness. It is not as a feeble, less good, insufficient, insufficiently revealing, ineffective example that madness is to be distinguished from dreaming. And it is not at all for its lesser value that it is to be left aside after being evoked. The example of madness faces that of dreams. They are confronted and placed in opposition to each other according to a system of differences that are clearly articulated in the Cartesian discourse. But the analysis of Derrida neglects, I fear, many of these differences. Literal differences between words, comparare/remensurare, exemplum transfer/to persuade, conditional/indicative. Thematic differences of images, to be beside the fire, to stretch out one's hand and open one's eyes/to take oneself for a king, to be covered with gold, to have a body made of glass. Textual differences in the arrangement and the opposition of the paragraphs. The first plays on the distinction between insanus and domens, and on the juridical implication of domens by insanus. The second plays on the distinction remembering one has slept/convincing oneself that one is asleep, and on the real passage from the one to the other in a mind that applies itself to such a memory. But differences above all on the level of what is happening in the meditation, on the level of events that succeed one another, acts carried out by the meditating subject, comparison/remembering, effects produced inside the meditating subject, sudden and immediate perception of a difference/astonishment, stupor, experience of an indistinction, qualification of the meditating subject, invalidity if he is domens, validity even if he is dormiens. We can see it quite clearly. This last group of differences commands all the others. It refers less to the signifying organization of the text than to the series of events, acts, effects, qualifications, that the discursive practice of the meditation brings in its wake. It concerns the modification of the subject through the very exercise of the discourse. And I have the impression that if a reader, even a reader as remarkably assiduous as Derrida, has missed so many literary, thematic, or textual differences, it is because he has misunderstood those that are their principal, i.e. the discursive differences. Asterisk. We must keep in mind the title itself of Meditations. Any discourse, whatever its nature, is made up of a group of enunciations which are produced in their space and in their time, as so many discursive events. If they form a pure demonstration, these enunciations can be read as a series of events, linked to each other according to a certain number of formal rules. The subject of the discourse is in no sense implied in the demonstration, it remains, in relation to it, fixed, invariant and as though neutralized. A meditation, by contrast, produces, as so many discursive events, new enunciations that bring in their wake a series of modifications in the enunciating subject. Through what is said in the meditation, the subject passes from darkness to light, from impurity to purity, from the constraint of passions to detachment, from uncertainty and disordered movements to the serenity of wisdom, etc. In the meditation, the subject is ceaselessly altered by his own movement. His discourse elicits movements inside which he is caught up. It exposes him to risks, subjects him to tests, épreuves or temptations, produces in him states, and confers a status or a qualification upon him which he in no sense possessed at the initial moment. A meditation implies, in short, a subject who is mobile and capable of being modified by the very effect of the discursive events that take place. We can see from this what a demonstrative meditation would be, a set of discursive events that form at the same time groups of enunciations linked to each other by formal rules of deduction, and series of modifications in the enunciating subject, modifications that continually follow on from each other, and more precisely, in a demonstrative meditation, enunciations which are formally linked modify the subject as they develop, and liberate him from his convictions or induce systematic doubts. Provoke illuminations or resolutions, free him from his attachments or his immediate certainties, induce new states, but inversely the decisions, fluctuations, displacements, primary or acquired qualifications of the subject make possible sets of new enunciations, which are regularly deduced from the others. The meditations require such a double reading, a group of propositions, forming a system, which each reader must run through if he wishes to experience their truth, and a group of modifications forming an exercise, which each reader must carry out, and by which each reader must be affected, if he wishes in his turn to be the subject enunciating this truth on his own account. And while it is true that there are certain passages in the meditations which can be deciphered, in an exhaustive manner, as a systematic concatenation of propositions, moments of pure deduction, there are also sorts of chiasms where the two forms of discourse intersect, and where the exercise modifying the subject orders the succession of propositions, or commands the junction of distinct demonstrative groups. It would appear that the passage on madness and dreaming is of that order. Let us take it up again in its entirety, and as an intersection of the demonstrative and the ascetic threads. 1. The passage that immediately precedes it has the appearance of a practical syllogism. I must be wary of anything that has deceived me once. But in my senses, which have given me all that I hold most true and most certain, have deceived me, and more than once. Therefore I must no longer trust them. We can see it quite clearly. This section is a deductive fragment whose implications are quite general. Everything that we have held to be most true is suddenly in doubt, together with the senses that brought it. A fortiori, there is therefore nothing that remains which does not become at least as doubtful. Is there any need to generalize any further? Derrida's hypothesis, that the ineffective example of madness and the affective example of dreaming are called upon to operate this generalization, and to lead on the syllogism of doubt, cannot therefore be retained. By what, then, are they summoned? 2. They are summoned less by an objection or a restriction than by a resistance. There are sensible things about which doubt is quite impossible in French, don't on ne put paraisonnablement douter, which we cannot reasonably doubt. It is the word plain that Descartes' French translator renders by raisonnablement. What then is this impossibility, when we have just established a totally compelling syllogism? What is the obstacle that prevents us from doubting entirely, wholly, completely, reasonably, when we have just presented a rationally unassailable reasoning? It is the impossibility for the subject of really carrying out, in the exercise that modifies his self, a doubt so general. It is the impossibility of constituting oneself as a universally doubting subject. What presents a problem, following a syllogism of such general import, is the conversion of a counsel of prudence into effective doubt, the transformation of a subject knowing that he must doubt all things into a subject who is applying to all things his resolution to doubt. We can see very well why the translator rendered plain by raisonnablement. In attempting to carry out this rationally necessary doubt, I expose myself to losing the qualification of raisonnable that I brought into play from the very beginning of the meditations, and in at least 3 forms: having a mind that is sufficiently mature, having a mind that is free of cares and passions, and being sure of a peaceful retreat. In order to take the resolution to doubt everything, should I disqualify myself as reasonable? If I wish to maintain my qualification as reasonable, should I give up attempting to effect this doubt, or at least to effect it in its generality? The importance of the words to be able to doubt completely comes from the fact that they mark a point of overlap of the 2 discursive forms, that of the system and that of the exercise. On the level of the ascetic discursivity, we cannot yet reasonably doubt. It is thus the latter that will command the following development, and what finds itself engaged there is not the panoply of doubtful things, but the status of the doubting subject, the qualificatory elaboration which permits him at once to be omni-doubting and reasonable. But what then is the obstacle, the point of resistance in the exercise of the doubt? 3. Is it my body, and the immediate perception that I have of it? Or more exactly the domain that can be defined as that of the vivid and near, as opposed to all those things that are faint and distant which I can unproblematically put in doubt? I am here, wearing a dressing gown, seated near the fire, in short the whole system of actuality that characterizes this particular moment of my meditation. It is capital that Descartes here does not evoke the certainty that one can have in general of one's own body, but clearly all that which, in this precise instant of the meditation, resists in fact the effectuation of the doubt by the subject who is actually meditating. We see clearly that it is not at all certain things which in themselves, their nature, their universality, their intelligibility, might resist doubt, but, rather, that which characterizes the actuality of the meditating subject, the place of his meditation, the action that he is carrying out, the sensations that strike him. If he really doubted the system of actuality, would he still be reasonable? Would he not precisely renounce all those guarantees of a reasonable meditation he gave himself by choosing, as was said above, the moment of his enterprise, quite advanced in years, but not excessively so? The moment has come which must not be passed up, its conditions, to be seated quietly, without any care that might form a distraction, its place, a peaceful retreat. If I am to start doubting the place where I am, the attention I am paying to this paper, and the heat of the fire that marks my present instant, how will I be able to remain convinced of the reasonable character of my undertaking? Would I not, by doubting this actuality, by the same token, make reasonable meditation impossible, and deny any value in my resolution to finally discover the truth? Two examples are called up, both of which make it necessary to put into doubt the system of the actuality of the subject. For first example, madness. The mad, in effect, entirely delude themselves about what constitutes their actuality. They believe they are dressed when they are naked, they believe themselves to be kings when they are poor. But can I use this example for myself? Is it by such means that I will be able to transform into an effective resolution the proposition that I must doubt everything that comes to us in dreams? Impossible, isti sunt demens, which is to say that they are juridically disqualified as reasonable subjects, and to qualify myself as them, in the same fashion as them, if I took anything from them, would disqualify me in turn, and I could no longer be a reasonable subject for meditation. I would be thought equally mad. If one uses the example of madness to pass from systems to ascesis, from proposition to resolution, one can effectively constitute oneself as a subject ready to put everything in doubt, but one cannot remain qualified as a subject reasonably leading his meditation through doubt towards a possible truth. The resistance of actuality to the exercise of doubt is reduced by an example that is too strong. With it the possibility of meditating in a valid fashion disappears. The two qualifications, doubting subject and meditating subject, are not in this case simultaneously possible. That madness be posited as disqualifying in any search for the truth, that it should not be reasonable to call it to oneself to carry out the necessary doubting, that one cannot feign it even for an instant, and that the impossibility appears immediately in the very assignation of the term demens. This is indeed the decisive point where Descartes departs from all those for whom madness may be in some way or other a bearer or a revealer of truth. 5-second test éprouvé, dreams. Madness has thus been excluded, not at all as an insufficient example but as an excessive and impossible test. Dreaming is then invoked, not that it renders the actuality of the subject less doubtful than madness. One believes that one is seated at one's table while one is naked in bed, but it presents a number of differences in relation to madness. It is part of the virtualities of the subject. I am a man, of his frequently actualized virtualities. It is my custom to sleep and to dream. His memories, I remember very well having dreamt, and his memories that can be called up most vividly, to the point that I can validly compare my actual impression and my memory of a dream. On the basis of these properties of dreaming, it is possible for the meditating subject to carry out the exercise of doubting his own actuality. The first moment, which defines the test, I remember having dreamt what I currently perceive as my actuality. Second moment, which seems for an instant to invalidate the test, the movement that I make in the very instant of my meditation to know if I am sleeping, seems to have the clarity and distinctiveness of waking. The third moment, which validates the test, I remember not only the images of my dream, but their clarity, which is equal to that of my actual impressions. The fourth moment, which concludes the test. At the same time I see manifestly that there is no certain mark to allow a distinction between dreaming and reality, and I no longer know, in this precise moment, so astonished am I, if I am in the process of dreaming or not. These two sides of the successful test, an uncertain stupor and a manifest vision, constitute very well the subject as effectively doubting his own actuality, and as validly continuing a meditation which disregards all that which is not manifest truth. The two qualifications, doubting everything that comes from the senses, and validly meditating, are carried out in reality. The syllogism had required their simultaneous enactment. The consciousness of actuality of the meditating subject was an obstacle to the accomplishment of that requirement. The attempt to follow the example of the mad had confirmed that incompatibility. On the other hand, the effort to actualize the vividness of dreaming showed that that incompatibility was not insurmountable. And the meditating subject finds himself a doubting subject at the issue of two tests that are opposed to each other, the one that composed the subject as reasonable, as opposed to the disqualified madman, and the other that constituted the subject as doubting, in the indistinction of dreaming and wakefulness. Once this qualification of the subject is at last acquired, H. somnium, the systematic discursivity will then be able once more to intersect with the discourse of the exercise and take the upper hand, to begin to call intelligible truths into question, until a new ascetic moment constitutes the subject as threatened by falling into universal error by the great deceiver. But even in that moment of the meditation, the qualification of non-mad, like the qualification of possible dreamer, will remain valid. Asterisk. It seems to me that Derrida felt, vividly and in depth, that this passage on madness had a unique place in the development of the meditations. And he transcribes this feeling in his text, at the very moment he is trying to master it. 1. To explain the discussion of madness here, and at this particular point of the meditations, Derrida invents an alternation of voices which would displace, push to the exterior and banish from the text itself the difficult exclamation, mais quoi, ce sont diffus. Derrida found himself faced with a difficult problem here. If it is the case, as he supposes, that the whole movement of the first meditation operates a generalization of doubt, why should it stop, even if only for a moment, at madness, or even at dreaming? Why take pains to demonstrate that vivid and immediate sensations are no less doubtful than the faintest and most distant ones, when it has been established, in a general manner, that one should not trust what comes from the senses? Why this detour via a particular point of my body, this paper, this fire, why a detour through the singular deceptions of madness and dream? Derrida gave this inflection the status of a rupture. He imagined a foreign intervention, the scruple or reticence of a simpleton worried by the movement that surrounds him, and who fights a rearguard action at the last minute. No sooner has Descartes said that the senses cannot be trusted, than a voice protests, that of a peasant who is a stranger to any philosophical urbanity. In his simple manner, he would like to breach or at least to limit the thinker's resolve. Fine, I understand that you doubt some of your perceptions, but that you are sitting here, near the fire, talking like this, holding this paper in your hand, and things like that. 14. One would have to be mad to doubt them, or more exactly, only madmen can commit errors regarding things that are so certain. And mad is one thing that I most certainly am not. At that point Descartes takes over again, and says to this rustic, to this stubborn person, yes, I am happy to admit that you are not mad, as you are resolved not to be so, but you should remember that you dream every night, and that your nightly dreams are no less mad than this madness that you are refusing. And the naive reticence of the objector who cannot doubt the existence of his own body because he does not want to be mad would be conquered by the example of the dream, which is so much more natural, more common, more universal. Derrida's hypothesis is seductive. It solves his problem most neatly, showing that the philosopher goes straight to the questioning of the totality of beingness. 15. And that the philosophical form and mark of his method is to be found precisely here. If it is the case that he stops for a moment at a being as singular as madness, it can only be because some naive person has tugged his sleeve and posed the question, of his own accord. he would never have lingered on these stories of naked kings and water jugs. In this way, the rejection of madness, the abrupt exclamation mais quoi, ce sont des fous are themselves rejected by Derrida and 3 times confined outside the philosophical discourse, because it is another subject who is speaking, no longer the philosopher of the Meditations, but this gruff-voiced objector, because it speaks from a place which is that of non-philosophical naivete, and because the philosopher then begins to speak again, and by quoting the stronger and more convincing example of the dream, disarms the objection and imposes something much worse than madness on the person who refuses it. But we can now see the price that Derrida must pay for his clever hypothesis. The omission of a certain number of literal elements, which appear as soon as one makes the effort to compare the Latin text and the French translation, the elision of textual differences, the whole play of semantic and grammatical oppositions between the paragraph on dreaming and the paragraph on madness, finally, and above all, the effacing of essential discursive determination, the double weave of the exercise and the demonstration. Curiously, Derrida, by imagining this other objecting and naive voice behind Descartes' writing, has swept away all the differences in the text, or rather, by effacing all these differences, by bringing together so closely the test of madness and the test of dreaming, making the one the pale and failed draught of the other, and by reabsorbing the insufficiency of the first into the universality of the second, Derrida was pursuing the Cartesian exclusion. The meditating subject, for Descartes, was to exclude madness by qualifying himself as not mad. But that exclusion in its turn is perhaps too dangerous for Derrida, no longer because of the disqualification with which it risks tarring the philosophising subject, but by the qualification with which it would mark the philosophical discourse. It would thus determine it as other than the mad discourse, it would establish between them a relation of exteriority, and it would force philosophical discourse into the other side, into the pure presumption of not being mad. A division, an exteriority, and a determination that the discourse of the philosopher must be spared if it is to be the project of exceeding all finished and determined totality. It is therefore necessary to exclude, because it is determining, this Cartesian exclusion. And to do this, Derrida, as we can see, is obliged to carry out 3 operations: to affirm, against the whole visible economy of the text, that the power of doubt proper to madness is included, a fortiori, in the dream; to imagine, to admit that it is, despite everything, a question of madness, that it is an other who excludes madness, on his own account and according to the diagonal of an objection, and finally to remove any philosophical status from this exclusion by denouncing its naive rusticity. To turn the Cartesian exclusion into inclusion, to exclude the one who excludes by giving his discourse the status of an objection, to exclude the exclusion by rejecting it into pre-philosophical naivete, Derrida needed all of that to master the Cartesian text, and to reduce to nothing the question of madness. We can see the results: the elision of the differences in the text and the compensatory invention of a difference of voices lead the Cartesian exclusion to a second level. In the end, it is excluded that philosophical discourse should exclude madness. 2. But perhaps madness does not allow itself to be reduced in this fashion. If we suppose that Descartes did not speak of madness, there in his text where it is a question of insanity and demence, if we suppose that he made way for a moment for a rustic to raise such a clumsy question, could we not say that he proceeded, although in an insidious and silent manner, towards the exclusion of madness? Could we not say that, in fact and constantly, he avoided the question of madness? To this objection Derrida replies in advance: the risk of madness is indeed well and truly confronted by Descartes, not as you claim in a prior and almost marginal manner, regarding some business with water jugs and naked kings, but at the very heart of his philosophical enterprise, there precisely where his discourse, wrenching itself away from natural considerations about errors of the senses or swellings of the brain, takes, in the hyperbolic doubt and the hypothesis of the evil genius, its most radical dimension. It is precisely there that madness is put to the test and confronted. With the evil genius, I suppose I am deceived even more radically than those who believe they have a body made of glass. I go as far as to persuade myself that perhaps 2 and 3 do not make 5, then, with the cogito, I reach that extreme point, that excess in relation to all determination, which allows me to say that mad or not, deceived or not, I am. The evil genius would be the point where philosophy single-handedly, and in the excess which is its own, risked madness, and the cogito, the moment when madness disappeared, not at all because it was excluded, but because its determination in the face of reason would cease to be relevant. In no way, according to Derrida, should one attach too much importance to the farce of the peasant who interrupts at the beginning of the text, with his village idiots. Despite their caps and bells, they would never manage to raise the issue of madness. On the other hand, all the threats of unreason would play beneath the incarnations, which are so much more worrying and dark, of the evil genius. Equally, the taking up again by dream of the worst eccentricities of the madman would be, at the beginning of the text, an easy victory. On the other hand, after the great maddening that is the evil genius, what is required is nothing less than the point of the cogito, and its excess on the totality of beingness, for the determinations of madness and reason to appear as not radical. The great solemn theatre of the universal deceiver and the I think would repeat, but this time in philosophical radically, the still natural fable of the madman dement and the sleeper. For such an interpretation, Derrida needed first of all to deny that madness was in question in the place where it was named, and in specific terms, carefully differentiated. Then he needed to demonstrate that it is in question in the place in which it is not named. Derrida operates this demonstration by 2 series of semantic derivations. Let's recall them. Evil genius, total madness, a total maddening, disorder of the body and subversion of pure thought, eccentricity, a maddening I am unable to master. Cogito, mad audacity, mad project, project that recognizes madness as its liberty, disorder and excess of hyperbole, unheard of and unique excess, excess towards nothingness and infinity, hyperbolic extreme which should be, like all pure madness in general, silent. All these derivations are necessary surrounding Descartes' text for the evil genius and the cogito to become, as Derrida wishes, the true scene of the confrontation with madness. But even more is required. It is necessary to remove from Descartes' texts themselves everything which shows that the episode of the evil genius is a voluntary exercise, controlled, mastered, and carried out from beginning to end by a meditating subject who never allows himself to be surprised. If it is true that the hypothesis of the evil genius pushes the suspicion of error well beyond the errors of the senses, of which certain madmen provide the example, the person who makes this fiction, and by the very fact that he voluntarily performs it as an exercise, escapes the risk of assenting to any falsehoods, as is the case and the misfortune of the mad. He is deceived, but he is not imposed upon. Everything is perhaps illusion, but with no credulity. The evil genius, no doubt, deceives more effectively than a swollen brain. He can conjure up the illusory backdrop of madness, but he is something quite different from madness. It could even be said that he is its contrary. In madness I believe that an illusory robe covers my nudity and my poverty, whereas the hypothesis of the evil genius allows me not to believe that this body and these hands exist. As for the scope of the trap, the evil genius, it is true, differs not from madness, but regarding the positioning of the subject in relation to the trap, the evil genius and madness are rigorously opposed. The evil genius takes over the power of madness, but only after the exercise of the meditation has excluded the risk of being mad. Let us return to Descartes' text. I shall think that the sky, the earth, colors, shapes, sounds and all external things are merely the delusions of dreams, whereas the madman believes that his illusions and dreams really are the sky, the air and an external things. I shall consider myself as not having hands or eyes, but as falsely believing that I have all these things, whereas the madman wrongly believes that his body is made of glass, but does not consider himself to be believing it wrongly. I shall at least do what is in my power, that is, resolutely guard against assenting to any falsehoods, whereas the madman assents to them all. We can now see quite clearly, When faced with the cunning deceiver, the meditating subject behaves not at all like a madman ruled by universal error, but like an adversary who is no less cunning and always on the lookout, constantly reasonable, remaining in the position of a master in relation to his fiction. I shall resolutely guard against assenting to any falsehoods, so that the deceiver, however cunning or powerful he might be, will be unable to impose on me in the slightest degree. How far we are from the themes so prettily varied by Derrida: total madness, a total maddening I would be unable to master, since it was inflicted upon me by hypothesis and I am not responsible for it. How could it be imagined that the meditating subject was no longer responsible for what he himself terms this arduous undertaking? Asterisk. It might well be asked how an author as meticulous as Derrida, and one so attentive to texts, managed not only to allow so many omissions, but also to operate so many displacements, interventions, and substitutions. But perhaps we should do that while remembering that Derrida is recalling an old tradition in his reading. He is well aware of this, of course, and this faithfulness seems, quite rightly, to comfort him. He is reluctant, in any case, to think that classical commentators missed, through inattentiveness, the importance and singularity of the passage on madness and dreaming. I am in agreement on one fact at least, that it was not at all on account of their inattentiveness that classical scholars omitted, before Derrida and like him, this passage from Descartes. It is part of a system of which Derrida is today the most decisive representative, in its waning light, a reduction of discursive practices to textual traces, the elision of events that are produced there, leaving only marks for a reading, the invention of voices behind the text, so as not to have to examine the modes of implication of the subject in discourses, the assignation of the originary as said and not said in the text in order to avoid situating discursive practices in the field of transformation where they are carried out. I would not say that it is a metaphysics itself, or its closure, that is hiding behind this textualization of discursive practices. I would go much further, I would say that it is a historically well-determined little pedagogy, which manifests itself here in a very visible manner. A pedagogy which teaches the student that there is nothing outside the text, but that in it, in its interstices, in its blanks and silences, the reserve of the origin reigns, that it is never necessary to look beyond it, but that here, not in the words of course, but in words as crossings out, in their lattice, what is said is the meaning of being. A pedagogy that inversely gives to the voice of the masters that unlimited sovereignty that allows it indefinitely to re-say the text. Father Bourdin 16 supposed that, according to Descartes, it was not at all possible to doubt things that were certain, even if one was asleep or mad. In relation to a well-founded certainty, the fact of dreaming or being delirious was not at all relevant. But Descartes replied to this interpretation in a quite explicit manner. I have no recollection of having said any such thing, nor even dreamt it while sleeping. Quite so, nothing that is perceived clearly and distinctly can be untrue, and on that level, the problem of knowing if the person who is conceiving, dreams or is delirious is not actually posed. But, Descartes immediately adds, who then can distinguish that which is clearly conceived, and that which merely seems and appears to be so? Who then, as a thinking and meditating subject, can know if he knows clearly or not? Who then is capable of not deluding himself about his own certainty, and not letting himself be impressed? If not precisely those who are not mad? Those who are wise? And Descartes retorts, targeting Father Bourdin, but as it is clearly only people who are wise who can distinguish between that which is clearly conceived, and that which merely seems and appears to be so, I am not surprised that that good man takes the one for the other. 3. Reply to Derrida, Michel Foucault Derrida e no Kino, from Paideia, number 11, Michel Foucault, February 1, 1972, pages 131-147. Derrida's analysis 1 is undoubtedly remarkable for its philosophical depth and the meticulousness of his reading. I will not try to respond to it, what I would simply like to do is add a few remarks which will probably seem quite exterior, and which will be so, to the extent that the history of madness and the texts that have followed it are exterior to philosophy, as it is practiced and taught in France. Derrida thinks that he can capture the meaning of my book or its project from the 3 pages, the only 3 pages that are given over to the analysis of a text that is recognized by the philosophical tradition. With his admirable honesty, he himself recognizes the paradoxical nature of his enterprise. But he believes that he will be able to surmount it, no doubt, because fundamentally he admits 3 postulates. 1. He supposes first of all that all knowledge, or in an even broader sense all rational discourse, entertains a fundamental relation with philosophy, and that it is in this relationship that this rationality or this knowledge have their foundation. To free the implicit philosophy of a discourse, to reveal its contradictions, its limits, or its naivete, is to operate a fortiori and by the shortest possible route a critique of all that is said within it. Consequently, there is no point arguing about the 650 pages of a book, no point analyzing the historical material that is brought to bear therein, and no point criticizing the choice of this material, its distribution, and its interpretation, if one has been able to denounce a defect in the founding relationship to philosophy. 2. In relation to this philosophy, which eminently holds the law of all discourse, Derrida supposes that one commits faults of a singular nature, not so much faults of logic or reasoning, which bring errors that might be isolated in a material fashion, but rather faults that are something like a blend of Christian sin and Freudian slip. One sins in Christian fashion against this philosophy by averting one's eyes from it, by refusing its blinding light and attaching oneself to the singular positivity of things. In relation to it, genuine slips are also made, we betray it without realizing it, we reveal it by resisting it, and we allow it to appear in a language that only a philosopher is in a position to decode. The fault par excellence against philosophy is naivete that only ever thinks at the level of the world, and which ignores the law of that which thinks in it and despite it. Because the fault against philosophy is close to the slip, it will be revelatory in the same way, the smallest snag will suffice for the whole apparatus to be laid bare. But because the fault against philosophy is of the order of Christian sin, it suffices for there to be one, a mortal one, for salvation to be no longer possible. For that reason Derrida supposes that if he shows an error regarding Descartes in my text, on the one hand he will have shown the law that unconsciously rules everything that I could say about police regulations in the 17th century, unemployment in the classical era, penal reform, and psychiatric asylums of the 19th century, and on the other hand, as it is a matter of sin as much as it is of a slip, he will not have to show the precise effect of this error in the field of my study. How it affects the analysis that I make of the institutions or of medical theories, one single sin is enough to compromise a whole life, without one having to show all the major and minor faults that developed from it. 3. Derrida's third postulate is that philosophy is on the far side and the near side of any event. Not only can nothing happen to it, but everything that can happen is already anticipated or enveloped by it. In itself, philosophy is only the repetition of an origin that is more than originary, and which infinitely exceeds, in its retreat, anything that it could say in any of its historical discourses. But as it is a repetition of that origin, any philosophical discourse, provided it is authentically philosophical, exceeds in its excess anything that can happen in the order of knowledge, of institutions, of societies, etc. The excess of this origin, which philosophy alone, and no other form of discourse or practice, can repeat beyond any forgetting, denies all pertinence to the event. So much so that, for Derrida, there is no sense in discussing the analysis that I propose of the series of events which, for 2 centuries, constituted the history of madness, and, truth be told, my book is quite naive, in his view, in wanting to write history on the basis of the derisory events that are the confinement of a few tens of thousands of people, or the setting up of an extrajudiciary state police. It would have been sufficient, more than amply so, to rehearse once again the repetition of philosophy by Descartes, who himself repeated the Platonic excess. For Derrida, what happened in the 17th century could only ever be a sample, i.e. a repetition of the identical, or a model, i.e. the inexhaustible excess of origin. He does not know the category of the singular event, it is therefore pointless for him, and probably impossible, to read that which occupies the essential part, if not the totality of my book, the analysis of an event. These three postulates are considerable and highly respectable, they form the framework of the teaching of philosophy in France. It is in their name that philosophy presents itself as the universal criticism of all knowledge. The first postulate, without any real analysis of the content or the forms of this knowledge, as a moral injunction to awaken only by its own light; the second postulate, as a perpetual reduplication of itself; the third postulate, in an infinite commentary of its own texts and without any relation to any exteriority. Of all the people who currently philosophize in France, sheltered by these three postulates, Derrida, without a shadow of a doubt, is the most profound and the most radical. But it is perhaps these postulates themselves that should be called into question. I, for my own account, try to free myself of them, in so far as it is possible to free oneself of that which, for so long, the institutions have imposed upon me. What I have tried to show, but it was probably not clear to my own eyes when I was writing the history of madness, is that philosophy is neither historically nor logically a foundation of knowledge, but that there are conditions and rules for the formation of knowledge to which philosophical discourse is subject, in any given period, in the same manner as any other form of discourse with rational pretension. What I tried to show, moreover, in the history of madness and elsewhere, is that the systematicity which links together forms of discourse, concepts, institutions, and practices is not of the order of a forgotten radical thought that has been covered over and hidden from itself, nor is it a Freudian unconscious, but that knowledge has an unconscious that has its own specific forms and rules. This is to say that I set out to study and analyze the events that can come about in the order of knowledge, and which cannot be reduced either to the general law of some kind of progress, or the repetition of an origin. It should now be clear why my book inevitably appeared quite exterior and superficial compared to the profound philosophical interiority of Derrida's work. For me, the most essential part of the work was in the analysis of these events, these bodies of knowledge, and those systematic forms that link discourses, institutions, and practices, and these are all things about which Derrida has not a word to say in his text. But I had not yet managed to free myself sufficiently from the postulates of philosophical teaching, as I was unable to resist placing at the head of one chapter, and therefore in quite a privileged place, the analysis of a text by Descartes. This was no doubt the most expendable part of my book, and I willingly admit that I should have omitted it, had I been more consistent in my casual indifference towards philosophy. But, after all, this passage exists, it is the way it is, and Derrida claims that it contains an important series of errors which contain and compromise the total meaning of the book. I believe, however, that Derrida's analysis is inexact. In order to be able to show that these 3 pages of my text would carry away with them the 650 other pages, in order to be able to criticize the totality of my book without saying a word about its historical content, its methods, its concepts, its hypotheses, where there would undoubtedly be ample room for criticism, it seems to me that Derrida was forced to falsify his own reading of Descartes, and also the reading that he made of my text. Derrida remarks that, in the passage from the first meditation which deals with madness, it is not so much Descartes who speaks as a fictive interlocutor who makes a naive objection. All the senses do not deceive us all the time, this objector apparently says. I cannot doubt, for example, that I am here by the fire. To deny it would be to liken oneself se comparator to certain insane people, but, the naive person apparently continues, I am not mad, therefore there are things that I could not doubt. To this, in Derrida's reading, Descartes replies by quoting the case of dreams which produce eccentricities, extravagances as great as those of madness, but to which we are all, each one of us, exposed. Derrida then concludes that it is not Descartes who states, but so what? Such people are insane mais quoi, ce sont de fous. That in any case the eccentricities of madness are implicated in the dream that follows. To Derrida's analysis one might reply as follows. 1. If it is true that it is another voice that appears to interrupt the text and voice this objection, then why not travel a little further in the same direction, along the lines of the objection that I had advanced, i.e. that Descartes does not allow madness to enter the process of his doubt? If it is in that way that Descartes' text should be read, then Derrida is saying that I was even more right than I thought. 2. The hypothesis of another voice seems to me, despite all the advantages that it might present to me, useless and arbitrary. We should keep in mind the title of the text itself, Meditations. That means that the speaking subject ceaselessly moves, changes, modifies his convictions, and advances in his certainties, taking risks and constantly trying new things. Unlike deductive discourse, where the speaking subject remains fixed and invariable, the meditative text supposes a mobile subject who tries out on himself the hypotheses that he envisages. Derrida imagines a rhetorical or pedagogical fiction, where what should be understood is a meditative episode. One need only, as Derrida recommends, refer back to the Latin text of the Meditations to see that it is punctuated throughout by expressions like attamen, but however, sed contra, but on the other hand, moments which mark peripeteia, turning points, events in the meditation, rather than the emergence of a different voice. We should therefore read Descartes' trajectory in the following manner: a resolution not to trust the senses, as it has been the case that they have deceived me, an attempt to save nonetheless a domain of sensible certainty, my present situation, with the things around me. How could that domain in fact be attacked? Who is mistaken about what he is, about what he is doing, and about the place where he is? Only the mad and people who are sleeping. Let us try the first hypothesis. We are immediately stopped, because such people are insane, and I would be no less eccentric. Let us now try the second hypothesis. This time there is no more resistance, the possibility reveals itself to be a frequent reality. How often at night have I not dreamt that I was in this place, that I was dressed, that I was by the fire, and, as though to show that the possibility of dreaming might provoke doubt about this region of sensible things which the hypothesis of madness was unable to reach, Descartes takes up again here, as an example of dreaming, the same perceptive elements that, a few moments earlier, he had tried to save. Let us resume this path, not in terms of a pedagogical fiction, but as a meditative experience. The resolution to be wary of everything that comes from the senses. The temptation nonetheless to salvage a part of that which is near me. The first test for that temptation, madness. The temptation resists because the test disappears of its own accord. The second test, dreaming. This time the test is a success and the temptation disappears, the certainty of that which is near me no longer has any reason to block and seduce the resolution to doubt. 3. Descartes insists on the fact that dreaming is often even more unlikely than madness. Derrida is quite right to underline this point. But what does this insistence mean for Descartes? Derrida thinks that, for Descartes, madness is but an attenuated and relatively uneccentric form of dreaming, and that for that reason, he did not have to pay it too much heed. Derrida goes so far as to write that dreaming, still for Descartes, is a more universal experience than madness. The madman is not always wrong, nor about everything. Descartes, however, does not say that. He does not say that a madman is only mad from time to time. It is, on the contrary, dreaming which happens from time to time, when one sleeps, and as I am a man, it is my custom to dream. If dreaming for Descartes has one privilege that madness does not have, if it can take its place in the meditating experience of doubt, it is because, while producing imaginings that are at least as extravagant as madness, and perhaps even more so, it can happen to me. Let us read the section of Descartes that immediately follows his rejection of the hypothesis of madness. However, I must consider here that I am a man, and that consequently it is my custom to dream and to see in my dreams. Dream has the double power of producing sensible eccentricities, like madness, and to a greater extent, and of happening to me on a regular basis, which is not at all the case with madness. The extreme imaginative richness of dreaming means that, from the point of view of logic and reasoning, the experience of the dream will be, in order to doubt the totality of the sensible domain, at least as convincing as madness, but the fact that it can happen to me enables it to enter the very movement of the meditation, and to become a test in its own right, and an effective one, whereas madness is an experience that is immediately impossible. Derrida only saw the first aspect of dreaming, its greater eccentricity, whereas for Descartes, that only meant that the experiment he accepted and included is no less demonstrative than the one that he excluded. Derrida completely omits the second characteristic of dreaming, the fact that it can happen to me, and that it does in fact happen quite often. Or rather, Derrida, with his ever-sharp sense for texts, has a presentiment of this, as he says at one point that, for Descartes, dreaming is more natural, but he moves on swiftly without realizing that he has just touched the essential and misrepresented it. Descartes of course does not speak of dreaming as something that is natural and universal, he says that he is a man, and that consequently, it is his custom to dream and to sleep. And he returns several times to the fact that dreaming is a frequent thing, which happens countless times. How often at night have I not dreamt? What happens during sleep? Considering the matter carefully, I remember often being deceived while sleeping. Now, while it is important for Descartes that sleeping is a customary thing, this is not at all to demonstrate that it is more universal than madness. It is to be able to take up again, to be able to imitate and feign in the meditation the experience of dreaming. It is in order to pretend or to act as though we were dreaming. It is so that the experience of dreaming can take its place in the effective movement carried out by the meditating subject. There again, it is enough to go back to Descartes' text: it happens that I dream that I am by the fire, that I stretch out my hand. If I apply myself to this thought, which is a memory, and the vivacity of this memory, the current form of this thought makes me see, in this precise moment of the meditation, that there is no sure indication allowing a clear distinction to be made between waking and sleeping. And this indistinction is not simply a logical inference, it is genuinely inscribed at this precise moment of the meditation. It has its immediate effect on the subject who is meditating. It makes him abandon, or almost, the certainty that he possessed up until that point, that as a meditating and speaking subject, he was awake. It genuinely places him inside the possibility that he is actually asleep. I am quite astonished by this, and my astonishment is such that it is nearly sufficient to convince me that I am asleep. That sentence is not there for stylistic effect, it is neither rhetorical nor pedagogical. On the one hand, it enables all the movement of the meditation that follows, which opens out into the possibility of sleeping. The following sentences should be read as instructions that are made possible by the astonishment that has just come into being. Let us now suppose then supposons don maintenant that we are asleep. Let us think that perhaps neither our friends nor our body are as we imagine them to be. And on the other hand, it answers, almost exactly, a sentence from the preceding paragraph: but so what? Such people are insane, said the first paragraph, I see so clearly. I am quite astonished by this, says the second. I would be no less eccentric if I modelled myself on their example, says the paragraph of the mad. My astonishment is such that it is nearly sufficient to convince me that I am asleep, says, in response, the paragraph about dreaming. It is extraordinarily difficult not to hear the symmetry of the two sentences here, and not to recognize that madness plays the role of the impossible possibility, while dreaming in its turn appears like a possibility that is so possible, so immediately possible, that it is already here, now, at the moment when I am speaking. For Derrida, the most important word in the text is the word eccentric, extravagant, which is used to characterize both the imagination of the mad and the fantasy of dreamers. And as dreamers are even more eccentric than the mad, madness dissolves quite naturally into dreaming. I will pass quickly over the fact that the same word is used in the French version, but that this was not the case in the Latin text. I will simply point out that, in the paragraph about the mad, Descartes uses the word demence, a technical, medical and legal term to designate a category of people who were statutorily incapable of a certain number of religious, civil, and legal acts. The dements were disqualified whenever it was a question of acting, going to court or speaking. That Descartes used the word at this point in the text, where the speaking and meditating subject claims that he cannot be mad, is probably not down to chance. I would perhaps not even have thought of it if Derrida had not tempted me into it with a sentence I find quite enigmatic. For Descartes here it is not a matter of determining the concept of madness, but of using the contemporary notion of eccentricity for legal and methodological ends, to ask questions of law to proposer de questions de droit about the truth of ideas. Indeed, Derrida is right to remark on the legal connotation of the term, but he is wrong not to note that the legal term is no longer used in the Latin when it is a question of dreaming, and he is wrong above all to add hastily that it is a question of law regarding the truth of ideas, whereas the question of law concerns the qualification of the speaking subject. Can I play the demons in a valid manner in the path of my meditation, as I played the dormiens the sleeper a moment ago? Is there not a risk that I might disqualify myself in my meditation? Would I not risk no longer meditating at all, or carrying out nothing more than an eccentric meditation, instead of meditating in a valid manner about eccentricity, if I started to play the madman? The answer is formulated in the text, in an extremely explicit manner: such people are insane, and I would be no less eccentric if I modelled myself on their example. If I play the madman, I will be no less demons than they are, no less disqualified than they are, no less external to any legitimacy of action or speech than they are. On the contrary, if I play the sleeping person, if I suppose that I am sleeping, I continue to think, and I can even perceive the things that are represented before me like pictures and paintings. But despite the importance, which is indeed legal, of the word demons, it seems to me that the key terms in the text are expressions like here, now, this paper, I am beside the fire, I stretch out my hand, in short all the expressions that refer to the system of actuality of the meditating subject. They indicate those impressions which, in the first instance, one would be quite tempted not to doubt. They are the same impressions that can be found identically in dreaming. Curiously, and Derrida omits to note it, Descartes, who spoke of the unlikelinesses of dreaming, of its fantasies which are no less great than those of madness, gives in this paragraph no other example than that of dreaming that one is in this place, dressed, beside the fire. But the reason for this quite paradoxical example of oniric extravagance is easily discovered in the paragraph that follows, when it is a question, for the meditating person, of playing the sleeper. He will act as though the eyes that he opens on his paper, the hand that he stretches out, the head that he shakes, were nothing more than images in a dream. The same scene is given 3 times over the 3 paragraphs: I am seated, I have my eyes open on a piece of paper, the fire is beside me, I stretch out my hand. The first time it is given as the immediate certainty of the meditating subject, the second time it is given as a dream which, quite frequently, has just happened, the third time it is given as the immediate certainty of the meditating subject who is pretending, in the full application of his thought, to be a man who is dreaming, so that inside his resolution he persuades himself that it is of no matter, for the progress of his meditation, to know whether he is awake or sleeping. If we accepted Derrida's reading, we would not understand the repetition of this scene. It would be necessary, on the contrary, for the example of madness to be in retreat in relation to the examples of oniric phantasmagoria. But it is the opposite that happens. Descartes, while affirming the great power of dreams, can give no other example than the one which exactly redoubles the current situation of the subject who is meditating and speaking, and that, so that the experience of feigned dreaming can come and take exactly its place between the markers of the here and now. On the other hand, the insane are characterized as those who take themselves for kings, as those who imagine themselves to be dressed in gold, or that they have a body of glass, or that they are water pitchers. More or less eccentric than dreaming, it matters little. The images of madness that Descartes chooses as an example are, unlike those of dreaming, incompatible with the system of actuality that the individual who is speaking signals of his own accord. The madman is elsewhere, in a different moment, with another body and other clothes. He is on a different stage. The person who is there beside the fire, looking at his paper, cannot be mistaken. Descartes has loaded the dice. If the meditating subject were to have pretended to be a madman, just as he was to pretend a moment later that he was dreaming, it would have been necessary to propose to him the tempting image of a madman believing in his madness that he is actually sitting here beside the fire, looking at his paper and taking himself for a man who is meditating about a man who is sitting here right now, beside the fire, etc. Descartes' coup de force is easily discernible at this point. While proclaiming the great freedom of dreaming, he constrained it to confining itself to the actuality of the meditating subject, and while asserting that madness is perhaps less eccentric, he gave it the liberty to take a shape as distant as possible from the meditating subject, so that the impossibility of pretending, of doubling, of indifferentiation immediately appears in an exclamation. But so what? Such people are insane. It is this dissymmetry between dreaming and madness that allows Descartes to reconstitute after the act an appearance of symmetry, and to present them in turn as two tests to gauge the solidity of immediate certainties. But, as we can see, this dissymmetry in the contents quoted as an example buries a much more important dissymmetry, one that concerns the meditating subject, who would disqualify himself and no longer be able to meditate if he took it upon himself to pretend, to play, or to be the madman, but who loses nothing of his qualification when he resolves to feign sleep. 5. Let us take up again the two most characteristic sentences of Derrida regarding our passage. The hypothesis of eccentricity seems at this moment in the Cartesian order not to receive any privileged treatment and not to be subject to any particular exclusion, and the hypothesis of eccentricity is an ineffective and unfortunate example in the pedagogical order, because it comes up against the resistance of the non-philosopher who dares not follow the philosopher when he notes that he might well be mad at the moment at which he is speaking. Both the first and the second of these sentences contain a major error. The inexactness of the first appears when one follows the meditation as a series of resolutions that are immediately put into practice. I shall first tackle, it is prudent never to trust, and let us now imagine. 3 resolutions, then. The first resolution concerns the putting in doubt of the principles on which all my previous opinions were founded, the second concerns that which has been learned by the senses, the third concerns dreaming. Now, although there are 3 resolutions, there are 4 themes: the principles behind the opinions, knowledge that can be derived from the senses, madness, and dreaming. No particular resolution corresponds to the theme of madness. Derrida's second sentence seems moreover to recognize this exclusion, as he sees in the hypothesis of extravagance an ineffective and unfortunate example. But he immediately adds that it is the non-philosopher who refuses to follow the philosopher in his acknowledgement that he might be mad. However, nowhere in this passage does the philosopher, or let us say more precisely the person who is meditating, accept that he might be mad, whereas he accepts and even imposes upon himself the acknowledgement that he might be dreaming. If I recall these 2 sentences by Derrida, it is not at all because they sum up the manner in which he has falsified the Cartesian text, to the point of being almost in contradiction with himself in his commentary, but because they allow a question to be asked: how could a philosopher as attentive as Derrida, as preoccupied with the rigor of texts, have been able to read this Descartes passage in a manner so vague, so distant, so unsuited to its overall disposition, its concatenations and its symmetries, and to all that is said there? I believe that the reason is indicated by Derrida himself in the 2 sentences in question. In each one, it should be noted, he employs the word order, at this moment in the Cartesian order, and pedagogical order. We shall pass over the fact that it is slightly strange to speak of a pedagogical order regarding the movement of the meditations, unless one gives a very narrow and strong sense to pedagogical. Let us simply examine the word order. There is indeed a rigorous order in the meditations, and no sentence in the text can be detached with impunity from the moment at which it is placed. But what is this order? Is it an architectural order, whose elements are retained in a visible permanence, and may be read in any direction? Is it a spatial order that any anonymous and distant gaze may take in without itself being enveloped by it? Is it, in other words, an architectonic order? It seems to me that the order of the meditations is of a different sort. First, because it is not made up of the elements of a figure, but of the moments in a series, and latterly, or rather at the same time, because it is in fact an exercise during which the meditating subject is slowly modified, and starting as a subject of opinions becomes qualified as a subject of certainty. The meditations should be read as a temporal series of transformations that qualify the subject. It is a series of events that are proposed to the reader as events that are repeatable both by and for himself. In this series, where the resolution to doubt occurred as an event, and the resolution to be wary of the senses as another, and where the decision to act as though one were sleeping will take place, there is a moment where madness is indeed envisaged, but as an eventuality that one cannot assume, and to which one cannot grant access to the game of qualifying transformations, precisely because it would be disqualifying. This moment is by that very action a certain manner of qualifying the meditating subject as being unable to be mad, a manner therefore of transforming him by exclusion, by the exclusion of any possibility of madness. And, once this qualifying exclusion has been acquired, which enables me to avoid feigning and risking madness, then, and only then, can madness with its images and its eccentricities appear. A justification after the act will appear. In any case, I was not so wrong to avoid the test of madness, as the images that it gives me are often less fantastical than those that I find every night while sleeping. But, at the moment when this theme appears, the moment of the exclusion has already been passed, and madness presents itself in all its oddities, as an object of which one speaks, and no longer as a test which is possible for the subject. It would appear that one misses the essential part of the Cartesian text if one does not place at the forefront of the analysis the relations between the moment and subject in the order of the tests. At the moment when he was most distant from the letter of the Cartesian text, and at the moment when his reading is the most inexact, Derrida, and this is indeed a sign of his rigorous concern, is unable to prevent himself from using the decisive word order, as though he were dimly aware that it is indeed order that is in question here, that it is order that presents a problem to him, and an objection. But he immediately hastens to attenuate the import of that which Descartes' text nonetheless constrains him to mention. In one case he speaks without dwelling on it, and as though to limit the rip that the word represents in the fabric of his own text, of a pedagogical order. In the other case he totally reverses the value of what happens at this moment in the order he discerns. He denies that madness is excluded, a negation to which he returns 2 pages later, saying that madness is an example that is not retained by Descartes because it is ineffective and unfortunate. If the word order is such a problem for Derrida that he cannot use it without disarming it or blurring its meaning, that is because he uses it regarding this moment about madness in the manner in which historians of philosophy employ it when they speak of the ordering, of the architecture, or of the structure of a system. But, it might be objected, what is the matter with that? Have there not been architectonic studies of the Cartesian system, and are they not perfectly convincing? Of course. It is of course possible to identify as elements of a system all the moments of the meditation. The test of the doubt for the perceptions received from the senses and the tests of dreaming and sleeping may all be reread from the inside of the system when it is laid out, in so far as they are positive tests which the subject who is slowly becoming qualified as a subject of certainty did indeed pass through. What the system will have to say about the foundations of sensible certainty, about the divine guarantee, about the functioning of the senses will then come to coincide with that which is revealed in the meditation test. It is because he will have pretended to dream or believe that all his senses are deceiving him that the meditating subject becomes capable of perfectly founded certainty regarding the functioning of his senses, of images, of the brain, and of the trust that can be put in them. Systematic truth includes the moment of the test. This moment can therefore be understood on the basis of the systematic truth, and of the ordering which is its own. On the other hand, as far as madness is concerned, and madness alone, the same cannot be said. Madness is not a qualifying test for the subject, it is a test which is on the contrary excluded. So that what can be known with founded certainty before madness, inside the system, will not later have to take into account a test that has not taken place. Inside the system, the mechanisms of madness do indeed have their place, and precisely beside those of dreaming, but the moment of the exclusion of madness cannot be found if one sets out from there, as, to understand in a valid manner the mechanisms of the brain, of the vapors and of madness, it was necessary for the meditating subject not to expose himself to the hypothesis of being mad. The moment of the exclusion of madness in the subject who seeks the truth is necessarily hidden from the point of view of the architectonic ordering of the system. And, as he places himself at that vantage point, which is probably legitimate for all the other moments of the meditations, Derrida was necessarily condemning himself to not seeing the exclusion of madness. If, however, he had paid a little more attention to the text of which he speaks, he would no doubt have perceived a very strange fact. In this first meditation, Descartes, when he speaks of errors of the senses or of dreaming, obviously never proposes any explanation for them, but only takes them at the level of their eventuality and of their most obvious effects. It is only in the unfolding of founded truths that we will understand why the eyes can deceive, and why images can present themselves to the mind during sleep. Regarding madness, by contrast, Descartes mentions those mechanisms from the very first steps in the test of doubt, a brain so troubled and shrouded in the black vapors of the bile, an explanation whose general principles we will find again later on, but this explanation is given as though the system were already bursting in, and was beginning to speak before it had even been founded. What we should see here, I believe, is the proof that at this moment of the Cartesian order, madness appears in all its impossibility for the subject who is meditating. It appears from within the element of constituted knowledge like a process that can happen to the brains of others, according to mechanisms that are already known, and which knowledge has already localized, defined, and mastered. At the moment at which the risk of the mad philosopher is rejected, both to mask and to justify this refusal, what appears is madness as mechanism, madness as disease. An anticipated fragment of knowledge comes to take the place of the rejected test. Therefore, by wrongly placing what he already knows at the moment when all knowledge is put to the test, Descartes signals that which he is masking, and reintroduces in advance into his system that which for his philosophy is simultaneously a condition of its existence and pure exteriority, the refusal really to suppose that he is mad. For this second reason, one cannot perceive, from inside the system, the exclusion of madness. It can only appear in analysis of the philosophical discourse, not as an architectural remnant, but as a series of events. But how could a philosophy of traces, following the tradition and the maintaining of the tradition, be sensible to an analysis of the event? How can a philosophy that is so preoccupied with remaining inside the interiority of philosophy recognize this external event, this limit event, this primary division, through which the resolution to be a philosopher and to attain the truth excludes madness? How could a philosophy which places itself under the sign of origin and repetition think the singularity of the event? What status and place could it give to an event that really happened, even if in Descartes writing the personal pronoun I allows anyone to repeat it, an event which meant that a man sitting by the fire, his eyes fixed on his paper, accepted the risk of dreaming that he was a man asleep, who was dreaming that he was seated by the fire, his eyes fixed on a piece of paper, but refused the risk of seriously imagining that he was a madman imagining that he was seated by the fire, reading or writing. On the external margins of Cartesian philosophy, the event is still so legible that Derrida, from the inside of the philosophical tradition that he assumes with such depth, was unable to avoid recognizing that it was still there, restlessly roaming. It is probably for that reason that he decided to give this event the imaginary face of a fictive interlocutor, who is totally exterior, in the naivete of his discourse, to philosophy. Through this voice that he superimposes on the text, Derrida guarantees that the Cartesian discourse remains closed to any event that would be outside the great interiority of philosophy. And, as the messenger of this insolent event, he imagined a naive fellow with his stupid objections, coming to knock on the door of philosophical discourse, and being thrown out without having been able to come in. It is indeed in such manner, in the form of the naive interlocutor, that philosophy represented to itself all that which was external to it. But where is the true naivete?